not being available limits both of these two teams, especially from the offensive perspective of having to play from the front of the site and not playing your post plant deep in towards it, which, again, like, I think both teams are fine with that in terms of, like, allowing their opponent to do that because they have the ability of kind of re-clearing in their own way. So there's a lot of curiosity built, I think, into, again, like you talked about, those early orb fights. How much will the defensive M80 try to challenge Turtle Trip to make that entry initially a little bit more difficult on them? You know, the other side of things, too, there is another kind of difference between these two squads in terms of, you know, the macro side of how they find their success, not just on any given map, but just generally speaking. You're dealing with M80, who is the #1 pistol team in North America. They've only lost 3 pistol rounds. But the bad news here, besides that for Turtle Troop, is not only are they just kind of okay at pistols and M80 win a bunch, but you're dealing with Turtle Troop, who is one of the worst teams at playing from a disadvantage. So there are other elements to this game besides how the compositions are formed and what they want to do. There's a lot that can be determined in these first couple of rounds of each half.
Corey, they're trying to dissuade any early probes from M80, which is, again, not really something they're always known for. There's no real inclination here for the attackers to compete for that orb control. A very, dare I say it, glacial opening to this game.
Yeah, there's got to be something wrong right now, right?
Okay,
Like,
we're good.
So
What happened?
Surely everyone's just like not happy sitting around with knives out with no spike being carried. So
wasn't about to go live?
That would have been the most peculiar round one we've ever seen. But
what's up, Bridges?
You know, I guess I'll kind of just dig into the numbers for all you nerds out there like me. 13-3 in the pistols for M80, but where are the strengths for Turtle Troop? They win 85%.
Is that right?
When they're
more than air. All right. Damn, dude. I like this. I like meaningful games like this. Fuck. Okay, let's put this back on.
They need to reduce a lot of the early success that M80 get off their pistol and then find ways to build an eco advantage, because when they get there, they rarely lose out on it. So those are, I think, the key elements, generally speaking. It's not as easy as that maybe sounds, of course, but those are definitely the conditions for Troop here in terms of trying to find success versus the flawless squad in their group.
Something I'm looking out for as well, Shift, is if
what I'm doing in this poll is just so unfair.
It's obviously very
That's a good point, yeah.
If you're attacking with that Sova, right, especially into the A site, being able to force someone off like one of those really early off, like those early contact off angles, like playing on top of, you know, the boxes at the back of A site, you know, preventing yourself from having to shoulder peek to sort of get in, especially with an operator. If an operator,
I'm skewing the results.
Something that we did especially is not a blast.
I'm skewing the results of the poll.
Sort of Viper player. That's obviously, you know, that scan agent is not something that the M80 composition has access to.
Yeah.
And you know,
yo, hell yeah, Bridges. Good shit. Good shit.
That's all well and good, but
props to you. I did see that. Dude, the reason why I was late is because I saw that fucking Koi game. They had me. They had me in the first half. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was watching, I was commenting and shit, and I was like, bro, it looks like it's over for Fnatic. I guess I should probably watch this. This is like, if they lose this one, it's like, it's Jover. So I had to watch it. I was like, it was riveting content. But they ended up grinding back the 11-3. That's kind of crazy. It doesn't mean they're like a great team or like they're in the clear, but like as long as they get through with a win and live to see another day and just keep building, getting back to what they were, that's all they need. So like I see right now though, they're about to enter this bonus. Yeah, they won they won 10 rounds in a row. That shit was crazy. Dude, I saved a picture. I wanted to show you guys, but I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, you know, we'll have to come to see what Troop wants to do with it when they get to the defensive side in particular. Like, are we just going to...
The Fnatic comeback, though, on Bind was fucking nice, huh? Did you see it? I'm gonna keep it real. I didn't tune in until my friend told me it was like, it was deep into the first half. Whatever the score was, it was like deep into the first half. And like I was like just wrapping my head around the fucking comps before we got to halftime. And then I saw them like win pistol, and like I watched the Fnatic comeback. I basically watched all of the Fnatic comeback. I'm probably the reason they came back. When I tuned in, they came back. Like when I realized what was happening, I was like, oh, it's 11-3. That would be pretty fucking funny. But no, it's not possible. Like, that's crazy. And I actually like had the thought in my head, like when I was watching it, and I was like, I had it on my phone, and I was just walking. I was walking on a trail by my house. Like, I'm such a fucking psycho. I'm literally a fucking psychopath. I was like walking, looking at my phone, and just watching the game. It was riveting fucking content. I was like, I gotta get home. I gotta get home. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna be so upset if Fnatic actually win this game right now, because I might be late to the stream because of this. And it was all for nothing. Turns out I wasn't late. There's tech delays and challengers. So all good. All good. How much data do I have? Oh, I'm on that unlimited, bro. I'm a boomer. I'm grandfathered in, motherfucker. They ain't taking that away. They're not taking it away. Like, I'll never sign out of my grandfathered unlimited data contracts. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it died. That's why. Wait. No. It didn't die. It didn't die. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, the EMEA one? I just happened to be watching. Wait, I'm not even live, though. Wait. Uh-oh. It just goes into the black hole. Wait, what is it?
Smoke that gets thrown over towards...
What? That's fucking crazy. I know, that's not production's fault. Yeah, that's not production's fault. That's not L production. That has to be like, yeah, like a DDoS thing, or fucking like weather, or that's like when something like this happens, I feel like it's always out of the control of the tournament. Where guys, this is unlucky. What the fuck? It's still down? I wonder if it's going on in the venue. Like, I wonder if the venue has power, you know? Do we know that? Does anyone know? Oh, French stream works. Okay. All right, well, that's good to know. Let me see. Should I just watch Eric stream? Watch Eric watch it? Where's it at, chat? Not recommended. Hi. Here it is. Oui, oui.
Et des coils qui peuvent quand même, grâce à la sauvegarde des armes.
Prise d'information de la part de Léo au niveau de ce B main, et on va pouvoir updraft.
This is nice, actually.
Du côté d'Erke, est-ce qu'on va pouvoir aller éliminer ce joueur qui joue au niveau de ce yellow? Est-ce qu'on s'en doute? On utilise le updraft et on se fait complètement avoir pour Derke malgré le dash activé. Léo, malgré tout, encore le Legolas qui arrive à refrag.
C'est bien fait justement dans la boule là de la Viper. Très bonne flèche de sa part. Léo qui repère un second joueur, 4v4. On a le Alpha qui a son confinement qu'on pourrait peut-être utiliser sur ce round 1. Faudrait sécuriser ce passage sur ce B. C'est déjà attendu, on a cette ressource qui est forte et je pense que ça va être...
This casting duo is fire.
Alors on veut patienter un petit peu, mais c'est vraiment un timing ulti killjoy qu'il faudrait utiliser pour se sécuriser un passage B.
Like a girl and a guy.
Surtout qu'on a toujours le wall de Chronicle, on pourrait planter en B. Derrière, on a le raise, on peut aller même si sa position
I think she's the color caster.
Toujours contact au site. Après, avec le wall, peut-être qu'on pourrait s'extirper ou du moins se donner assez de temps du côté de Chronicle, peut-être pour le bait et aller faire un kill. En tout cas, on veut vraiment jouer le parce que on va utiliser ce wall boost. Pour l'instant, on ne peut pas planter. Il reste 30 secondes, largement le temps pour les Fnatic d'aller remporter ce round. Alfire qui élimine Shadow également. C'est déjà un 2v4.
C'est bien fait là. Les coups d'épaule pour bait le premier joueur contact et Alpha qui décale et du coup
she's play by play.
C'est juste dommage du coup parce que je me dis pourquoi est-ce qu'Alpha effectivement n'utilise pas forcément son ulti dans un premier temps, donc c'était pour un deuxième temps, et surtout pourquoi est-ce que c'est à Alpha de faire les premiers contacts et les premiers échanges alors qu'il a l'ulti
I'm not gonna lie, I only took like 1 year of French ever,
au final il prend le frag,
but I like
et je me dis bon bah
their cadence and the way they pass between each other. Like, even though I don't really know what they're saying, I can tell they're good casters.
C'est quelqu'un qui aime
Is that weird?
Et que Léo c'est celui qui préparait la Arrow, Chronicle c'est celui qui met le wall boost et Boaster on a toujours besoin d'avoir, ouais je pense que en fait on veut garder la Viper parce que si tu perds le Viper wall c'est dur après d'aller plante malgré le Sage wall, donc je pense qu'en fait finalement il n'y avait que lui qui pouvait faire ça.
They're doing a great job of like passing between each other. I haven't heard them get like super hype yet. That's when I'll really be able to tell. If they have like a hype moment and they get really hype, I'll be like, okay, these guys, they're actually fucking a really good duo. Bro, watching games in other languages is fire actually. This is so sick. It's actually probably better than English. We're cooking. Just kidding. Oh my god, that was a big bite. Okay, I'm done eating. Thank God. Wait, there's no sound. You guys fucking baited me. You guys fucking baited me. Unless no one told me anything. Actually, I just made up that whole thing in my head, which I think I did. I don't think anyone told me anything. I just felt the pressure to go back to the main stream. I felt like I was being weird. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna stay here though.
Donc le constat est dur, 9 rounds d'affilée, c'est compliqué. Là, on arrive sur notre carte, on se fait break. Il faut arriver à reset mental pour cette équipe de Coin.
Là ça va, ils sont bien repartis, hein. Les deux premiers rounds ils étaient très...
Globalement c'était ok, ouais.
Ils ont réussi de prendre une pause tactique, ils sauvegardent les...
I haven't been lifting a lot. A lot of it, what I've been doing is based on like feeling on my body and like...
Ils ont failli mettre une écho. Ça va, honnêtement il y a match. Mais bon, ça reste
yesterday I felt like doing like deadlifts, some rows, a lot of walking, a lot of stretching. Day before that, it was like only like bench with like very like lightweight, I guess. But I was doing like very slow, controlled reps, just like feel it in all the areas of my chest. Today it was like squats, but I did like really deep fucking squats, like my ass to the fucking ground squat, making sure my feet stayed in like good posture.
Il est plus loin, il y a un res aussi, le res qui pourrait être utilisé derrière le mur, il va pas être utilisé et ça va être un nouveau.
Alfire is so clean, dude. Alfire is so fucking clean, man. Like, did you guys see the comeback they had, by the way? The comeback they had on Bind was so sick. Like, Durka was fucking crazy. How is this game not started yet? Because it feels like you carry a lot of muscle, but you don't. Well, so... I mean, like I said, I am still lifting. Like, Like, but like I'm squatting today, but I'm only squatting like that for like 135 pounds. Like I only have a 45 on both sides. It's like nowhere near like a max rep, like 1 rep squat. I'm treating my workouts a lot differently than I did when I first started working out. For years and years though, I was on like a 5-day split, just like the bro split, you know, like chest tries, back buys, legs, shoulders, you know, a lot of core. But then I switched to like what was I doing? I was doing like 1 day upper, 1 day lower, push pull legs. It's like a 5-day split for years. And then when I had kids, it was like just a struggle. It honestly was just a struggle for a while, especially with COVID, with all the gyms shutting down. So I never stopped working out, but I'll say like the intensity got a little less. And I think, yeah, now I just have different goals. I prefer to be more lean. You guys want me to watch English and just cast it? Oh fuck! I will not cast it. I will not cast it. Let me say that I will not cast it. Wait, it's offline though. Huh? Oh, wait, it's not. It is not. What's up, Moch? Dude, Mochi's been acting super weird the last, like... Chat, maybe someone that's smarter with... I mean, I've had dogs my whole life. And it worries me how Mochi's been acting. But I can't describe it in a way that, like, makes sense. It's just he seems scared. He seems fucking scared right now. Like, I don't know. It's either like I would assume he would be scared or hurt, and he doesn't appear hurt, and so I'm like, why the fuck is he scared? Like, what is he scared of? I can't figure it out. Like, I actually can't figure it out. He's eating okay, like everything is good, like, but like the way he's like hovering like very close to like myself or Jennifer, or like whimpers a little bit, or like that bark just now, like it's weird. Like his behavior is like off. It's off. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's worrying me. It seems like mental. Like I don't get it. Yeah, it seems like he has like anxiety right now. I don't know what to fucking do with him. I feel bad for him. He's not normally like this. It's been like 4 days like this. Like maybe three days like this. I'm like, bro, what's happening, man? I feel so bad for him.
La faute a pas de chance. Attention à ce premier contact. La Viper qui pourrait tenter un spray, repéré. Bolo pour empêcher le dash-in là de la part de.
I made Turtle Troop starting up. All right, let's go there. Let's go there. We'll practice our French later. Oh fuck.
The differences between these two compositions, but there is a lot of pressure.
Oh no.
Oh,
I hit the right thing. Okay.
Trying to imply some mid-control their ship. They flash over towards kitchen and have a poison orb set up in mid. So M80 don't exactly know how many resources they've dedicated to
6 months.
Part of the map. We have an orb taken, of course, as is customary. And it is still a troop like we discussed earlier on with that.
So the notable events that have happened are, one, someone from my wife's company stayed with us for like 4 days. Actually left last night. That's different. And then also we had a fucking massage chair delivered, because that was a story I was gonna tell you guys that I didn't get around to. That's a fucking funny story. I'm sure.
Stranded over on Dice.
Yeah. And that's the thing about this, is just like without being able to get that backside control, you have to be able to win these in close areas very convincingly.
All right, this is M80's pick, by the way, and they have looked really, really good on Icebox when we've watched them. Like, Koala on Omen is goated. I'll point out the shit he's doing. It looks like Beaten is playing a lot more Initiator this year, which is super cool. I would assume he'd been on, like, Gecko or something. I don't think I've seen Beaten on a Sova. Oh, this is kind of cool. I really like Turtle Troop's roster. Obviously, they have, like, We Did, Adder. Huge fans of them. Beaten, huge fan of him. Corey, goated aimer from Overwatch. Like, literally, mechanical god. And B-Dog is just an amazing player to have flexing around. This is a very, very high skill team. They need a good coach. Don't say it.
It's bad.
Yeah.
That's the prognosis, doctor.
I didn't realize you had your PhD.
I'm calling you doctor.
What the? I definitely don't have my PhD.
You got a PhD in that dirty little shimmy, baby.
Oh, I missed it.
Well, now it's just down to, again, these fights, you just have to try to break up the site as best you possibly can. It's just not going to happen here. Not with Classic, so.
Uncle Turtle.
Punish happen. Likely not going to be much.
There's no way you typed Uncle Turtle.
You got a 5v3.
There's always another layer. Here's M80 set up, and this is Turtle Troop, obviously, who are ranked 9th when it comes to playing from an eco disadvantage in challenges. Spoilers, that's not good. They tend to struggle when they're behind on these weapons.
Accuracy.
Oh my goodness, and it's just raw contact for the entirety of this round, really, for Turtle Troop. I think Nitro knows exactly
Holy
what the plan is from
shit.
now.
Alfir. Oh my god.
See, but it's cover from rafters, and this one's all done with the crying.
And maybe Stellar picks up one here. I think his footsteps were heard, though. Yeah, sure were.
Oh, bro.
For Xander, but
Wait till I show you guys this Alfir round on the other stream.
And this is not a
They're probably going to show the replay. This shit is sick. Let's listen to it in French.
Il fait une grosse rencontre.
This could win a round versus 5 rifles without question.
Fuck, dude. Oh my god. This guy is crazy, bro. This guy is so good. Holy shit.
Help supply some extra resource going into the follow-up.
That was crazy. I looked on my second monitor and was like watching that live, and I just didn't even know what to say. I was like, well, I don't know.
A double set up over towards yellow.
What the fuck? What a pistol round, bro. Well, looks like Fnatic is going to win the series 2-0.
They've already drawn blood.
Yeah, I mean, the knife comes out even a little bit later. That's just a straight up, we're going to team shoot this angle and see what happens.
That's one of those guy diffs that you guys always talk about.
Over the middle of the map, follow-up offensive knife doesn't really convert too much, and here's the problem, like you kind of mentioned, like not a lot in terms of the flash ability outside of just Corey with one flash.
Wonder I'm so sleepy.
Else is gonna just have to be by hoping you get good utility from Stellar to connect for some good information, and as the the opening dart gets denied, now it's just down to the Aldrone, and that's really not gonna find too much either. It gives a little bit of space,
my
sure,
god,
but,
it got so much extra info.
Is that flash there? It did at least force B-Dog to fight that on his own, but players from Rasters were forced off the angle.
Damn.
Turtle Troop now, hunkering down. Now from outside the site, a Bulldog and an Outlaw have to be able to peer in here.
It's so hard to co-stream Icebox, by the way, because the fights just like, it's just like everyone just approaches and it's just a fight, and you're just like, oh fuck, oh, like the whole time it's just you're on the edge of your seat, like who's gonna come out on top of the fucking trains? Oh fuck.
Just a small note, this isn't anything.
I feel like it's a coin flip every fucking time I watch this map, with the exception of like that like Harbor Viper comp or like a Sage comp, because those comps feel like they make the other team or your team play in certain ways that are very like rigid. And thus, like, you're just retaking like 5v5s. But the flood comps, man, the flood comps versus the flood comps, it makes Icebox just look like a total shit show.
Maybe again a big difference maker in this map, so keep your eye to see what Adder's able to do if they get the spike planted
A
continually.
bar brawl. Yeah, we're like, someone's just grabbing a fucking Dos Equis and just throwing it at the wall.
Needs to actually TP back onto B itself. Now M80 playing from a position that will leave them on the outside.
I just named the only beer I can think of, by the way. I don't drink a lot.
Of course wants to try and make use
of this
one-way here, and now that the defenders
I could grab out my head.
Oh
shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Is he gonna get the ace? Dude, Nismo! Nismo!
And you call that perfectly, bitch, where it's, hey, if this
I know you watch this fucking stream, Nismo, and if you fucking watch this VOD,
they step right through before the execute happens. So
that's horrible what you just did to my man. That's horrible.
M80B in wanting to contest sites,
that's horrible.
Not allow Troop to get to the front doors of either A or B. That is a prime example of them wanting to use the utility earned off of that threshold.
Our clip was ruined.
We're gonna see a lot of it in this this map in particular. And hey, you use it, you find
the ace was there. It was free. It was absolutely free.
So huge tempo
heartless
here for M80. Now with a major advantage coming into round number 5.
And it's the one way that lets them play forward past that Viper wall. We see already the smoke's being...
That's a man whose child was acting up this morning. On God. He is not taking any shit.
You're happy to play forward.
Maybe like his kid wasn't listening or something.
Nismo taking a forward position over on pipe. So
it's so understandable. Understandable behavior, actually. He needs to take it out on someone, you know, like you can't take it out on the kid, so you gotta take it out on someone. Sorry, Qual. Oh, fuck, what a TP. Holy shit. Use the enemy Viper wall.
And again, look at the isolation. It stops the peak from one side. You get
M80's so cohesive on this map. It's wild to see.
BCJ here getting another crack at Dizzy in the next 8 seconds. Weeded just has to be embedded here on the site. Not much you can really make happen with Turtle Troops by, but Weeded is able to stand and deliver. BCJ falls. Xander has the pinch here. It would have been him or Nitro to take that one away. And now it's Corey with no choice but to hold M1 and pray. Another one stacked up here for M80. This time again, forced to play from behind that Viper wall, but Turtle Troop had no choice but to try and contact through it.
And I think if you're M80, you're fine with that in this particular round because you just don't know if there's going to be things like stingers in the mix. You know, you just don't want to get caught, and then all of a sudden if you play too far forward, now you're giving away rifles.
Is there a chance that Turtle Troop outplaces M80? Because Stronglegs made that tweet that said like the only thing that matters really is like the second game. I don't know how that would be possible though. If they both have the same record and one team wins the head-to-head and no one else is tied with them in their group, then how the fuck does Turtle Troop not have a higher seed than them? I don't understand.
His angle, if at all. Looks like he's going to be playing from, again, one of those higher ground positions here. Yeah, over towards pipes here, so I want to take that.
Anything other than that feels like bullshit. In a two-way tie at the top of the group, not a three-way tie. Obviously, a three-way tie, you cannot do head-to-head. You have to resort to the second criteria normally. But first is almost always head-to-head because of that.
Move in. I loved it. Trying to get some mid-map control, but Nitro somehow gets a read on this. And the second.
Holy shit, dude.
Absolutely
M80 looks so good in these fights.
Essentially a 1v2. He finesses.
Making very good decisions.
Troop have to commit to trying to get
Look
on
at
the
this. These are about to get cooked.
Viper's been available though, with Weeded out of the picture. That's not something that Turtle Troop can access here in the post plant.
Got the fucking lockdown. That's a great TP.
Will make a brief reposition behind the poison orb though. Turtle Troop can bunker down here at yellow.
The problem is they don't really have much from Adder here. That's the only real issue. Spy cam not at the ready.
It's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be so hard for fucking these turtles to hold on to this shit.
I think if you're Troop, and
wait, what? Nick died to it? No! I don't know why I'm rooting for them, to be honest. Let's go, Turtles!
Just as the spike.
Kind of just rooting for Nick right there. Let's go, Corey.
And without any reflank from mid there, Turtle Troop was still able to hold it down. The Hunter's Fury absolutely pivotal.
And I'm a bit surprised that after the couple of kills come through from Nitro that no one does try to slip through the middle of the map, especially with the lockdown at the ready. And I'm sure, of course, they had the comm that the Hunter's Fury was there for a potential counter. I don't know. It definitely felt a little bit one-dimensional. Maybe a bit of a miscue there from M80, considering where those eliminations at the mid-round came from.
Bro, I'm going to keep it real. I didn't even see, like, the Cypher. Like, it didn't jive with me. So I haven't been even really looking at the util. Now that you've said it, I'm gonna fucking really pay attention to the util. So he has only one trip blocking, keeping his cam, throws it on. That's a really good cam to throw, dude. I like that cam a lot. That's interesting because it's gonna clear like this deep line right here, as well as some of these pushes. It will allow like this side normally, even on like, say the pit wasn't there. I'm imagining the pit not being there. So I'm envisioning just like how a Cypher even plays this map. I've also seen like deep cams and like spawn. Obviously you can hold a lot, see like over some of the mid shit.
You either have to push the Vipers, push right into
Is
the
this a good volume, by the way? 34.
Work off angles that
Give
you
me a
haven't
number.
cleared yet
30.
at B.
This
There's
is
not
34.
a good option anywhere on the map right now for Troop.
Nismo was left embedded.
Oh.
Quality was pushed off the angle. Great patience here from Weeded.
God.
Quality now clinging to life. But here's the flank timing. It's pretty darn good. Nismo
Bro,
gets his,
such good
and then gets on
timing.
out. This isn't going to speed things up for Tilton.
That's so rough. He caught that timing, and now they know they're going into a pit. Like, that's just so bad. That's such a nightmare.
30 seconds left.
And BCJ is he's guarding the ropes just to make matters worse. What? How does he get that kill? The BCJ
Adder is the GOAT, bro.
Execute. They can get on the side here.
That didn't look like he was the GOAT right there, but he's still the GOAT. Xander's the GOAT. That's the GOAT.
And then that lack of mid presence gets exposed as Turtle Troop make their way up there a little late. Find nothing.
This is something that, yes, that setup defensively becomes a little bit more tough to
Good.
break down because the
Dude,
Vipers
I
puts in
swear
play
it changes every
and
day.
allows you to kind of
I'm not
double
even
pick.
trolling you. Like, the thing is it changes because sometimes it's production, sometimes it's the casters, sometimes it's me. Right? But there's a lot of sources of audio that can be changed on these fucking co-streams is what I've come to realize. So it's a nightmare. It's so frustrating because every day you guys are like, can't hear you, can't hear. So it's, I think the solution is to like ask you guys at the start of the stream, like from a number, and then you guys give me a number. I kind of just average it out.
Not able to go for the orb there. Thrash only 1 kill away. Here comes the push, though. It's aggressive. Corey gonna fall instantly now. Dizzy heads in over the top. We see Kawanu
Man.
from rafters, sees all that util, but
And the 80 are incredible on this map. And Fnatic look like they just won.
Flawless for M80.
Yep, and that's another one of those moments where Troop doesn't have any options.
Wow,
no
Koi have
weapons,
lost
so
10 straight
he just tried
maps,
to force
dude.
something. But I
That's the
still
most
think
out of
the play
any
style
team,
will
apparently.
have to resemble that.
You guys see that? 10 straight is the most. I didn't click M. 10 straight is the most out of any team in all of VCT ever. That's kind of rough when there's been like DFM and Crew and like MIBR had that stretch last year, like with Heat, and when Heat left, that was so bad. That stretch for MIBR was like the worst stretch of any team I've ever seen in VCT. It was fucking awful. The team was like definitely dead from the inside.
There's much key ultimates that
it was so bad to
can
watch.
use to really lock down these setup ideas that they've already put together in the first 9 rounds. And this has been a very tough half for Troop in terms of trying to figure out how do we
you guys know how to get channel points.
And that's why I just always fear.
Subbing maybe.
Like on the
No, I don't know. I think you just get channel points just by being here, truthfully. Or you can gamble. Yeah, do like predictions and stuff like that.
That's something to keep an eye on here. Noob obviously still
does it
throwing
actually
that
sub
weapon,
gives
still
more?
a threat.
I was actually trolling when I said that. I was gonna say something scammy like you could donate, but I was like, I'm not that type of streamer. I'm really just not. I like never fucking do that type of shit to you guys.
You don't want to necessarily
just feels so uncomfortable for me.
If you're on the offense, because you want that
it's weird. I think it's funny when other streamers do it.
Possibly come through for M80 players on site. So it's just like it's a tough roll of the dice to know what you're gonna spend to try to get some space. And you can see again they're kind of handcuffed here, playing from pretty much in spawn still. Our Troop.
Well, this Nitro plays very Steel-esque. He has full
oh, dude, speaking of all this shit, you guys reminded me. I kind of dono-walled someone that not offered, but I'm going to pay someone to make like new emotes and stuff. And I ended up dono-walling because I just got busy and I forgot.
You can just wait to hear footsteps.
I'll do that. I'll get on that. There'll be like new emotes and stuff coming soon.
make a decision. I mean, it's not going to be a slow play for Troop. It has to be something quick. So
if there's any requests,
sound cues,
I recommend using
to whatever this
Discord to
execute's going
request
to be
it.
with 100% confidence.
General, or you can DM me on Twitter.
Timing, but he doesn't have anyone to hit with. He's just taking some position. So much like you see with a Trailblazer, once the Trailblazer goes, you try and re-establish that more forward placement.
Ooh, spot. Wait. Oh, I thought he was gonna try to stick. Huge.
Let's go!
Oh fuck. Who that? The slugs. Oh fuck. They're coming in fast. They move so fast as a collective.
Oh my goodness! And this is what I'm talking about. The delay from M80.
Like he says bonjour. Bro, I was watching in French. So I say bonjour back. Oui, monsieur Slicky. I definitely did not say that right.
Was completely right because it's just too late in the round for him to actually get a spike plant in.
And that was the weak side, at least for M80. So it has the right idea.
Oh, the fucking on in chat, bro. I said it in my head and I was just dying. I was dying. That's fucking money.
And just being in the right place. BCJ now.
That's a good.
He's going to play forward at the start of this round here.
Bone apple teeth, sir.
He's where the spike is headed. Cam blown up instantly.
Yeah, the Cam at least gives them the ability to contest this forward ground at a touch. I mean, you're not going to be able to overpeak this if you're M80. You just don't want to fall victim to a stray sheriff shot. But, man, it's just, you can see it.
I'm not going to lie. What you guys are going to see in this server might have been able to take Bind because I'm going to keep it a buck. I think M80 takes Koi down. I think M80 would take Koi down. They would put him in a fucking chokehold fucking by round 8. By round 8, Barbar's using both timeouts and the desk has a hole in it. Like,
pretty quick. We did just sat out there in the open. Nitro is more than happy to oblige. That is an unfortunate position to be in now. Is your ability to imply any other positioning outside
only
of
one timeout?
Yeah.
You think he would only use one timeout by then?
Time perfectly, fragment to follow and replace. Yeah.
I think you're crazy.
I mean, decent punish here for True.
The only way he's using one timeout is after the first one, his fucking hand is broken. He needs to go to the hospital.
This doesn't start with just the pistol win, you know, from M80's perspective, but this is one of the worst teams at playing at an eco disadvantage. 13-42, 23% win rate. Like you said, number 9 right now in VCL NA. Not good. And
I am indeed watching that, Lola.
Defensive half, thanks to their map control.
Corey will, you guessed it, contact another angle. And get brought down.
I actually forgot until you just said it. I actually totally forgot. Bro, that tournament seems sick. That tournament seems so sick. So tomorrow's gonna be long as fuck, actually, huh? Oh yeah, that's why. Holy fuck. Oh my god, that is a fucking insane raid. Oh my god. Holy shit. So many Phoenuses.
Also,
I've never seen so many Phoenuses in chat.
In terms of how do you clear space if you're True? Let's go! You have to use so much just to gain.
I've never seen so many Phoenuses in chat. What?
Let's go!
There's some. Yo, I appreciate the raid though, guys. God damn, there's a lot of people watching this shit now. Holy shit.
Backside. He knows that Xander will be sort of waiting that dark coming.
Yeah, I seriously love you guys. Thank you guys for these fucking raids.
The correction to take the head clean off BCJ's shoulders.
Holy fuck, B-Dog.
This one gets brought down, but maybe return to the fray here by Xander.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with everyone that just came in here. M80 has looked significantly better on Icebox so far. It's nothing against Turtle True, but honestly, I think they're bringing a pretty decent game plan. They have a unique comp running a Cypher. But M80 have looked fucking incredible this half on their map pick.
2 will be dragged down.
Yeah, really good from B-Dog. Like you said, he gets himself so far forward, but he's also communicating where the retakes come from. You can hear all those little pitter-patter footsteps up top. and then the read on the player cutting over towards mid-tube.
Also, Koi, can someone please fucking contact someone at ESIC about the second half of that bind game? Thank you so much. Let's let's write a collective letter as a community right now about the second half of that bind game to ESIC. Just take a look. Just take a look. That's all I'm asking. Just take a look under the hood. See if anything weird happened. I'm not saying anything definitely did happen, but it's worth looking at, you know?
Round in the first 30 seconds.
That fake TP from Big Dog, though, is quite threatening to Xander.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Please don't
Only gonna be the one
lock me away.
Plenty of info as well. The true players start to filter in.
Fnatic looks fucking insane on the comeback. Honestly, Durka looks fucking crazy. And then Alfier came alive.
To maybe find a peek. Great paranoia up top. We did finds one. There is a transition kill through mid-map, though, for the defenders trying to come quickly, and they still have the lockdown.
Yeah, it was an 11-3 comeback again. They lose single round in 11-3.
Comes down. It's going to be like Donkey Kong. A trade here. BCJ able to come out on top. Suppressed for the time being, so no wingman available, and B-Dog finds that one from yellow. World Nismo's playing.
I get pistol. Let's see what they're cooking with Cypher this next time.
Time for a clutch here. Corey, though, just steps ahead of it. Doesn't really get given the hot foot by it, and a double swing should claim this now. BCJ
nice double swing.
Will drop, and Turtle Troop get another consecutive round, and again, it's about playing.
Dude, 4 looks like an impossibility early on in the half. I'm not gonna lie. Like at this point, after round 5, I was like, bro, this is gonna be a struggle. Like they're fucking really struggling here. There's no way. They might be able to get some like kill trips going. Okay, so they're using just the info trip at kitchen. That one I think is pretty difficult to break, right? It's pretty fucking difficult, if I remember correctly.
Towards what does the Cypher want to do here? Because I think most players would assume that you put yourself set up to where your utility can find encompassing
well,
value,
Shopify is part of MXS, so
this pistol, you got a spy cam set up for Adder.
Kinda.
Maybe the ability for him to kind of play rogue towards B with everyone else stacking the box over towards mid. This is a 1-3-1 stack here for Trip's defense.
Let's use strong side. Part of the map here.
I changed my sub noise to meow.
And I flashed into this round though. Of course, that knife will be crucial.
I've liked it, so I've kept it.
Set up in advance. Here
That's the truth of the matter. It's very pleasing when I co-stream. It's not obnoxious. It's not too much. It's fucking quick. Makes me feel good. Puts a smile on my face. It's the best sub noise possible, I think.
And he does get at least poked at and pushed off. And now the defensive ball comes up. Retake should be on the way quickly, Mitch.
Center under pressure. Weedy gonna drop down and find him straight away. Instantly clears BCJ. Now from behind
it's out.
The wall.
Oh no, that was the one. That was the one. Oh my god, I gotta get anyway.
Nice right click, B-Dog might still be an issue though.
No.
Time is something worth considering a day's nuts. Long range right click, Zippo clutch for your boy Nismo.
And it's so tough because I get it from the other perspective.
There were so many chances, man. There were so many chances that round for Turtle Troop. I really do think they could have closed out that round. Like M80 wasn't hitting shots, and I feel like they definitely had a chance to get back in the game right there, and now it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you just kind of get chewed up by the right click, and the strength of M80 in the pistols continues to be a problem.
What's the lore behind this boot thing that you guys are saying in chat? What is this?
Back towards mid here again, weak siding B. Are your defenders? Change of cam location here.
Dude.
Allows maybe Adder to play even further off.
Okay, I'm gonna lose a couple thousand of you guys right now by saying this, but I'm so old, I don't even know what the fucking Poochan meme is at this point. Like, where did that come from? I've been seeing that all over the place. I don't even know what that's from. Like, I'm so behind. I'm like 3 memes behind now. Like, I've been too busy watching these fucking games. I don't got time to keep up with this shit.
He's spotted, taken down. Easy pickings as the players up on the high ground start to fall here. BCJ with eyes towards mid is able to find
so supporting
one headed towards
DFM,
him.
so everyone.
That's enough. We've seen everything we need to. Is M80? We've got Nitro embedded here.
I don't get it.
Potentially catch the rotate now as B-Dog and Stellar are going to have to
Oh,
rack some
Japanese fans named him that.
Shock darts, Mitch.
That is hilarious.
There's so much repeatable ability.
Oh my god. That's amazing. That's amazing. What?
Similar situations towards what you did on the offense. You're going to have to contest and move quickly.
Yo, that's so
You're
good.
down to a 2v2.
The lore of that name is amazing. It's way better than I could have ever imagined.
Can't
reach that far.
And the Guardian, the match made in heaven. Or hell, if you're a Turtle Truth fan now, is that's M80 getting out to 10.
Yeah. So now this is it right here, by the way. Troop have to have awareness towards how do we stop M80 before they can actually even show you what they're about to do. I mean, call it, you know,
amazing, yeah.
here, but with Vandals in the mix and Guardians and Bulldogs. And
Easily like probably like a top, what would you say? Like has to be like top 3 in all of esports with like wordplay. I'm only saying top 3 because I don't know some of them. Like I'm putting like Pansy up there for sure. Definitely putting Uber up there. Maybe Machine. Machine from Counter-Strike is fucking incredible.
Poison Orb.
And this is,
in my
honestly,
experiences in like live, those are the 3 like most
not
crazy people with
you get Xander here, but
just what they can do with English
not
language.
have much resistance at mid, you'd think, because often the Killjoy will
crazy.
put a turret
Machine,
up on the ramp
number 1, I
that
agree.
watches tube with the Cypher.
Man, he taught me like he taught me things about just
this is
talk.
like an information gathering mission of how much success are we going to be able to find through mid, even though Xander falls. That's going to be a learned lesson that M80 may start to use in future rounds, pending that they don't win this round here, which, well, it's starting to come back into their way as it's a 3v5 now, 3v3.
Okay, just the one Bulldog here. 2 Vandals to play with now with M80 in the post plant. Cyber cage deployed here.
Muscling around for Turtle Truth.
The plant location. And that was BCJ foiled trying to plant here.
And they still have good tools available. I mean, you've got the Paranoia available, Alarm Pod, and a Nanostorm, but Nitro's a bit stuck off the reveal. Gonna try to force the commitment. Does anyone swing to peek at this? Not yet.
Oh
this
my
is all
god,
about
this needs to be a
ice.
kill. Bro.
Still gets 1-for-1
Bro, come on.
The smoke gets a freebie. Now he baits the teleport 1v1.
Still a TP available here for Koala Noob. We did.
Just holding default.
Just taps it. Sends in that snake bite over towards yellow, but Koala Noob could be anywhere as far as he's concerned.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, apparently he knew exactly where he was.
He did it.
Does it again.
Okay.
Turtle Troop get themselves finally around in this half.
Yeah, really well done by Troop. And for what it's worth, that early knife thrown over towards B, I love that idea. Because let's be candid, if you're talking about where the Dizzy finds value, it has to go up and over boxes. Playing it down this green alley, not as successful. So I love the idea of using just the knife as something free to gain a little bit of defensive space. To where
Dude, you know what I haven't done yet that actually sounds fucking awesome? Watching FNS watch an artist game. I kind of just like, I don't really watch the co-streamers very much when I'm watching EMA. I kind of just watch the main broadcast. I'm a main broadcast.
Through actually, M80 will not have your typical 4th
Marv,
full
I
line
don't know,
here.
what the fuck's an
Ghost,
M name?
Stinger, and really just the Thrash as extra utility here for M80.
Poison Orb over at mid. Could have drawn some out of that A side.
Double edge.
In fact, everybody here on Turtle Troop hold their ground. Thrash checks close here for BCJ. We'll have it available for a potential post-plant scenario should it be required. And this is Turtle Troop now scaling up into mid.
Yeah, and the null command on top of this, so you can even use the Thrash just to clear more space again. Wrap it around yellow.
So that trip is wild, by the way. Holy shit. You guys see that trip?
But interestingly enough, M80 kind of back off, and they've read the timing of this pretty darn well. TDGR have already rotated largely off of A, and the only thing really in their way right now is a deep B-dog.
That's a crazy trip, actually, because like the info it's like giving them is quite fucking nice. Like knowing no one can be over there. Oh my. Whoa, the trip ain't stopping all this. boys. The trip ain't stopping that shit. Holy fuck. They ran them over in A. It's over.
Completely outplayed.
Jesus.
That's the power of what M80 could do with the Gecko, flat out. I mean, you talk about, again, the moments of Trooper going to have to force a commitment likely early to try to control space, but how do you do that when a Thrash is available in round 4 of the half? It's just so silly, man. So now 11-5, and the table has turned.
The best player not in franchise.
Also, great utility isolation on top
That's
of
hard.
just using
That's hard.
the Thrash in the first place.
It's very like role
this
dependent.
Is problematic spots. It feels like a round for Troop.
And like,
you
boy, what's hot right now in the
scene?
scene.
You want to have a chance at winning the map. So tall ass. But this is again, I like this idea defensively for Troop. That knife completely counters out any early utility, and it leads to free space. Now, do you need to stay here with 2 players? That's the real question. You feel a little bit more.
Dude, I can't wait to see where Monyet ends.
I like this from Troop. If they could find a way to continue to do this and find success with it, there is a linchpin.
I'm so glad I got my glaze in for Monyet before Jin came back on Flat Shot.
They got that dizzy off before the 0 point came in.
Guy was sick.
They knew that we had a very close M80 hold here.
Uh-oh, what a play, what a play. No! Oh, read it well. Alright, here's that green dash trip again.
Force this Cypher away. There is a tripwire that we can swing off. Paranoia, gonna be too slow. Ada gets his one.
And that's the
crazy, I even got that one.
Even if it weren't just pistols, all you need is the front side of the site for Wingman to dive on it. Now the Viper's Pit is here. I mean, how do you contest this? Do you kind of counter Viper's Pit? I mean, you kind of have to play for the round here, but that's about it.
Play off the Sova Dart, that's one option. You can counter pit this. Doesn't feel nearly as productive. We're going to secure the space in order to upgrade to a Sheriff. Nitro, though, has the angle. We did eventually challenges, falls. BCJ plunges into the pit and finds himself 2.
They got like the aura, bro. Everything they do is just better.
It's tough, man, because the end of the first half, great moments from Troop in terms of finding ways to adjust and at least find some sort of success from the offensive side, making life a little bit more difficult for M80's defense. And kind of the same situation here where it's like you lose that opening pistol in a 1v2 by the way to a
I don't know. They're not really getting the value out of Cypher that I was hoping. Like, you know, like it's hard to match some of the value Killjoy provides on Icebox. There's definitely a lot of things you can do, and like he just stuck a KM, I think, like on fucking Crane that probably won't get broken and could be used for a retake, which would then allow them to just 5-stack A right now potentially because of these trips. But I don't know. It's just like the style of that win isn't consistent enough. I talked like at length about this shit yesterday. I was yapping a lot about it. So I don't want to get caught in that particular yap.
Stopping the lockdown gives Troop a chance here defensively. The wall going back up. Plus they have the ability to command this if they do read the hit.
Plenty of info there off pipes. Xander, though, still able to win it out. Corey out of the picture. We did hear that response gets checked by raw contact, but it's traded out effectively. That's something M80 can do on rounds like this. Down to 3. Hunter's Fury trying to deny the plant by Wingman. It does. BCJ has to step up and give it a tickle himself. It's going to be out of now swinging. It's just contact. Raw contact for the rest of this round.
Little bro ate a laser beam.
Hunter's Fury trying to deny the spike plant. Doesn't actually clear anything in front of this major box. So retaking again is just going to have to be lateral. Try to find ways to get in from the front without much else to clear. And there's just nothing else left. Thrash will probably put this one to rest. Stellar, good luck, have fun.
Doesn't quite get there, Thrash, but I think the point has been made.
I don't think Stellar has had a lot of value on Sova. So I think like relative value, like Killjoy to Cypher, the Killjoy got a lot more value in my eyes. Relative value Gecko to Sova, I think Gecko got a lot more value. And thus, just from that alone, this game was impossible off the jump. Like it's impossible. They're not gonna like outskill them so much to overcome that deficit.
Some areas of success, they found some advantages based on their own composition. Again, kind of going back to all the different things that we were talking about, but it's still one of those situations that I think you can kind of summarize and put the spark notes on saying, if you are Troop, nothing feels good to use that early in a round on offense to try to clear space.
Regarding Bleed, I get asked so many fucking questions about Bleed. Honestly, never know what to say. I don't remember what to say because, like, I fucking love Ye. I love Ye as, like, a person and, like, a friend. And it sucks. Like, it fucking sucks. And I don't want to talk because there's just, like, there's nothing positive for me to say about the whole situation. Like, I believe in Ye as a person and as a player, but I also think there's a world where, like, this just ain't the fucking scenario. Like, this just ain't the team. It'll just never happen here. You know? Like, with a team that doesn't, I don't know how to say it. Like, they just have the collection of thoughts from so many different places, with potentially English being like a second language, where there's going to be so many disconnects. Like, there's not going to be a system for Ye to, like, almost lurk in sometimes, the way he did a lot in Phoenix's system. Like, he had a lot of freedom in those days. And, like, that's just not the style that, like, some of these dive duelists, a lot of the dive duelists that you see are fucking wild. Like, they're fucking, like, Jing. It's like, it's fucking crazy. I'm not saying, like, it has nothing to do with, like, aim. It has nothing to do with aim. It has nothing to do with, like, trying hard or mentality, or it's just, like, a losing situation. And maybe, like, he hasn't been told the right things by the right people, or have the right people on the team. I'm not sure. But man, it's hard to see. It's really hard. Like, I know Legia as a pro player from CS. Like, I'm sure FNS remembers Legia. We played against him when he came to NA and played on, like, Energy with, like, Gopi and shit. And then I even played against them as a player when he was coaching. Like, he coached Kingwin. Like, that was one of the last teams actually I lost to. It's part of the reason why I left C9. But I would argue I knew every single thing that Kingwin team was doing. And the reason why I lost is because I just was a poor communicator and was getting very frustrated. But when I look at, like, a lot of the comps they run, like, their comps are fucking weird sometimes, man. Like, not this one. This is just, like, standard Lotus comp, right? I don't want to miss the start of this game. Bind. Bro, like, like, solo Brim? Like, they're in solo Brim? On Icebox here, they're running solo Harbor? Like, what in the fuck? What in the fuck? Lotus, again, like, normal comp. I don't know how they got diffed so hard this game. I haven't even been watching that shit. So they go to Icebox, where they're running a totally different fucking comp. They have, like, a week to prep on. And now they're just so far fucking behind. Like, they wasted so much time cooking with dumb fucking comps, dude. And, like, they wasted a lot of time, and they will never, ever, ever make up that ground. That's what you guys got to realize, chat. Like, they might make it up in such a way where they'll, like, do what, like, MIBR or some shit did to, like, 100 Thieves last year. Like, they might just pull a win out of their ass because they figure something out at the end of the year. But, like, it's not like the ship is going to turn around next week. And if it does, it's not going to be fucking consistent. It's like it's a dead cat bounce. in crypto. This shit's going to zero. Dude. It's just a poor scenario. He's had some stinker fucking games though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the ones I've watched sometimes, I do feel like the game plan's bad though, but also I feel like Ye's not playing well, so it goes both ways. Like, I'm not saying Ye's playing well, but I'm also saying that the environment seems to be pretty fucking shit. That's my thoughts on the whole situation. Yeah, I mean, like, the team is fucked, bro. Like, the team is fucked. It's actually fucked. That's another thing. Like, I think I can do this, right? I can't do that, huh? I have to do this. News. Where is it? Bro, there's so much drama when this change happened. It was public. It was like public drama. And when that starts happening, like, that's so bad. That is so bad. And then you look at their vibe when they walk out, dude. It's so bad. I mean, I can't even explain it. I've been on a team like that like once before, and I've seen a lot of teams like that. Like, FNS can tell you. You know what team that was like that back in the day? iBuyPower. iBuyPower was like that. The second they lost, like, they got like that. They were good until they lost. And then when they lost, the vibe was gone. And it was like really rough. And when that throw happened, it was like off of a loss. It was like, dude, their whole, like, I don't know, they just couldn't handle a loss, you know? That's what it seemed like. A lot of people couldn't back then though, so. But I don't know, man. Like, the way that Crazy Guy described the atmosphere, it felt like a fucking, almost like a relationship with like someone harboring resentment or something. Like, everyone is just like harboring these like internal feelings about like the player dynamics and like the power dynamics within the team, and bro, and stuff like that's bubbling under the surface. It's so over. It's so over. I don't know if that's like the coach or that's whatever you want to call it, like, but yeah, that's definitely why when I built the 100 Thieves roster though, like, the only thing I even cared about at that moment was if the players liked each other. Like, that was a very big, I was like, I can mold them, I can make them good players. I just need the right roles. 1, need an in-game leader. 2, obviously you want like a star player. 3, but I want them to all like each other and like have some experience with each other. Yeah.
The mid control was utterly shut down. That's like a huge point here. I think it's Nitro is just indomitable on defense and has basically it all lined up. The constant crashes, obviously something that is, you know, an issue. It could have been way worse. If BCJ was farming people in the first half like he did in the second, there'd be a thrash like every other round. And that guy would basically live on the map. So, you know, that's obviously been a big problem. There was like that close range thrash because they made he played up on the B side, hit 2 players, and it's all over from that point. Gecko is so oppressive right now. When you have a team comp that can secure that early orb control, and that was the priority for M80.
I will say though, like, if Ye, I think like a lot of this, you can say it has to, you have to kind of criticize Ye slightly because he could just publicly have said things in certain time frames to really just cut down on all the bullshit. Like when he was playing Viper, he could have literally tweeted like, yo, I offered to play Viper. Please stop all the bullshit. And, you know, like we've tried a lot of stuff. You'll see different stuff throughout the season. And that's it. But instead, like, I don't know. It's just all these like fucking weird schizo theories just fester in the scene. And then when they get their next loss, it just looks all the worse. And, you know, it's weird. I think it's just a lack of communication across the board. Like from probably the org into the players as far as like maybe like how they should act or approach their jobs and treat each other, to the players to themselves, like to each other. They're probably not communicating well to each other. And then 3, like how they communicate to the public. Like they just seem like they're not enjoying it. You know, like none of them seem like they're enjoying it. And I feel like when people get that vibe in esports that like, yo, here's a whole esports team and they're not enjoying it. Like all these motherfuckers, like they're out here playing video games, fucking enjoy it. Like that's what it feels like though sometimes when teams just get in that funk. But it's from like weird, shitty dynamics within the team.
There's no window of opportunity, even in individual little plays. I mean, they were really quick to kind of adjust, make sure that Turtle Troop couldn't really pull anything out of their back pocket. They never caught him off by a surprise. So, I mean, M80, they're looking good going on in this. But that is just the first map of the series here. We still have 2 more, and now we're going to go...
Like I said, I'm not 100% that's happening within their team, but looking at how their comps are like flipping around and just like Ye's roles are flipping around. That seems very willy-nilly, and we're just doing like whatever the community says. Like it wouldn't shock me if like next week we just see Yayo and Chamber. Like they're just doing whatever the community says, you know? And when you're in that situation, it's no good. It's no good.
Much more stalwart, your ability to control space and kind of get a little bit of an alarm system towards where the hits are coming from M80. But starting on the offensive side first, once again, you put a lot of focus and attention towards what can you get out of the likely scenario of a Sova, Jet,
that's a very complex issue,
open
probably.
Up the site and then enforce a post plant with what they've played in the past, which has been Cypher and Deadlock. That is deadly. I don't know how you break that down if they get a post plant set up. So that's where I think you're looking at if you're Troop to really kind of utilize the strengths of this very bizarre composition.
Eagles fans.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, and you know, this team, Turtle Troop, are also playing a very similar setup on Sunset for a time.
Yeah.
They've actually gone away from it, so I wonder if they will follow suit with their Ascent gameplay. I think like Chip brings up a great point. Like much the same as on Sunset. It's really important for cutting down those retake, you know, avenues. That's just going to be very crucial, especially against a team who will play
Chamber.
Like
I might not want to.
Right?
Yeah,
we'll definitely lean into that KO.
You know, like I wish we would get those answers though, like from Ye or from like I think that would help calm a lot of this down.
It's a
I really do.
So on the attacking side, there is a great degree which you just have to contact with this setup.
They don't. The problem is like they don't want to say they're gonna play like certain agents, right? Like you don't want to give away your game plan, but you can mask that behind like 8 things and just give the community some like hope, you know? The topic of discussion is Bleed and Ye and just like their approach and like what's happening, and it feels like they're just not, they don't look like they're having a good time out there. Can't blame them with all the pressure, but yeah.
A bit harder to sort of derive advantages
on
this map. I mean, you need at
least
rounds to really get to show the strength of this comp. And I'm sorry, you're playing against the #1 pistol team right now in challenges. So
I'm excited.
That could also really hurt you if you can't get off to a decent start.
Yeah, I think again, just I mentioned it briefly, but let's really put the spotlight on it here for Troop. I think the assumption is from the offensive side.
I don't know what MC's comments were on the.
You have to find value from Stellar, Weeded, and B-Dog. They have to create the space because there's no way that Corey and Aaron are going to help create space. They can lock that space down magically and masterfully just based on the abilities that they've got in hand, but it comes down to can you find success in what will essentially be, we'll call it 3v3s and entering into site, finding the ability to stop this M80 squad from getting their usual and very
okay, we're off of Icebox, so now there's strats that can be used.
From the flip side perspective, to take the other
there's a middle of the map,
overall,
there's map
if you're
control,
M80,
I can
cannot
draw.
allow these
Let's
plants
go.
to come down because it's going to be very difficult to break them down. So, you know, I think the compositions lead towards that pretty much being forward-facing as a narrative, but like you mentioned, there's also the element of the
Epic
fact that
pen
80 are near
on the
perfect
pen.
pistols, and Troop only find the majority of their success when they have an eco advantage, and those are two combating narrative points. So, has to
All right,
see
we got one way coming in. Stall on the Killjoy for info. So they're stalling behind this, so they'll have to use Util if they want to disrespect it, which they do have over there with a Cypher. They could cage the floor to get by it. Faking a B hit right here. There's a C's that was thrown in market.
And I think the cat's out of the bag about this B-man presence.
So they know 3 or B right now at least.
That was a weird piece
they know they have pretty good timing right now on A. They hear the turret.
So it's like, well,
so they're piecing together right now. Like,
our
all right,
execute's done. And
tops
now
2
all of a
here,
sudden, you know, there was just
maybe
kind of
even 1.
A show of force to try to pull the defense, but Nitro's fully set up.
Okay, that's all they need. They should get the plant now. They've got a cam in the site. They got an alert going through market. Oh, they're cooking. They're cooking. Deadlock, go back aim in. Go, 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 go. No, don't hang out here. You're gonna die. Oh, fuck that. No, don't stay.
Coming up to M8 now, fight through some of this annoying utility. A Sentinel left in his way.
Oh, the paranoia.
No.
Gives a little bit of a moment of isolation and a read for M80. Now trying to work their way back in towards the bottom side of the site. Stellar gets caught. He has to try to help the players at hell. Off the reload.
Oh my god, Corey's nuts.
Corey resets
Corey's crazy.
This would be a 1v3 for him. Nitro off the toggle, but Corey with the discipline.
Corey, let's go. Let's go.
Pistol for Troop.
Okay, so now we're off to the races. Turtle Troop winning that elusive pistol round here against M80. We see just how difficult it is to play, you know, post-plant against this setup, this double sentinel look. The paranoia.
That was a sick fucking strat. I'm not gonna lie, bro. That was sick. That was a sick B fake into an A take. I think they misplayed the post a little bit, but just getting in the scenario they got in was kind of clean. Like, I saw what they were cooking.
Isolation.
The turtle soup.
Players on the extremities, but that's just an individual difference right there. And like you mentioned,
Dart aim in for control.
A lot of kills, so
bounce
you know, the ability for them to set themselves up. Just
he's
kind
faking
of
like he's TPing out.
I
don't know why he's even doing that.
Big bonus is
kind of just wasted a second TP for no reason.
Bulldog,
probably a bad idea. Just trying to get a reaction, truthfully.
Here in round 2 for Troop.
So right now, you just have like Cypher holding B main super passively. Deadlock jiggling cat. They're holding everything while they're like faking an A hit. They're scouting out A. Alright. I don't think they're here. And if they are, they're about to flood. So be careful. Keep an eye on their spacing right now and how they approach. Because they don't know if this is like here, right? That could be like right around the heaven corner. So they just started heaven. So they ping site. They're like, there could still be one site. Or no, I'm sorry, that was a ping to plant. That was a ping to plant. I was like, I didn't think they would think there was one site. That was kind of weird that there was one site.
My expectation would be you get forward and then you just, again, you isolate points of ingress. The barrier mesh blocks off the
I like that a lot.
It also makes life a little bit
reposition of the cam. Top mid. Collected it. Ended up repositioning there for the flank. Behind the trip. It's a good round.
So much available for Troop to lock in these post plants.
Good intuition here for B-Dog as BCJ brings that trip down. Can start to take
a really good round.
She's definitely advantage when it comes to weaponry. Astute little shoulder pick from BCJ and wins that fight out. Unfortunately, can't convert that to anything else with a very quick trade off. Gualdi, though, he swings into Wolf's main. Massive space creator from behind the molly. The jet brought down, but Nave got a spray towards the side, and the stick is there, Xander.
I don't think we got it anyway, but great job getting those 3 guns out of them. Holy shit. Let's see if they rebuy their shields. They might. They probably will. No, they won't.
And more importantly, a couple of those rifles
we
don't
wouldn't even know.
Get recollected, so you only bring the Phantom and the Spectre. So what was a pretty formidable 5-weapon setup for Troop, now reduced to just a single AR, single SMG, double sheriffs.
Right?
We're on the opposite side, M80, because of how many kills they were able to pull.
Yeah.
Found themselves not just on a full buy, but they've also got a lot of armor
Stellar,
to go with it. So
because this would be 700, and then he rebought.
Back, and it'll be a very difficult here for Troop, although the extra
I wish we got like a clear info on that, actually. Like, if you had heavy shields, it would still show that way, but he bought more heavy shields from like 130, 133.
Cam cleared there. On a shock dart. Beardog already getting himself over towards the logs here. BCJ, not much to be seeing right now, especially with a dart cover in the way. So pressure now on towards the side anchors.
Good smoker backside. Flash coming in. Think Ethan. Oh, fuck, Nismo. Good flash. He comes out left side smoke. Oh, fuck. Great spacing. Good C's. Holy shit. The trades are money. Those are really good swings off contact. You can see on the take, he put the unbreakable trip market. Ooh. Bro. BCJ could have won that. BCJ could have won that. Holy shit. That's also crazy tech, by the way. They put the unbreakable trip market on the take, like on the take. So I think if you're like in the site, you just spam that guy. Like, you don't even need to have a line on that trip. You just spam him through the wall.
He almost gets taken out immediately, but he's not a part of that defensive hold. Nitro caught on the site, does what he can to sidestep around the utility, but only 1-for-1 is not good enough against the Stingers. That is a massive third round for Troop.
Flash dash mid.
We're gonna have a mid crunch here. Straight away, M80 step up.
Oh fuck! Good dart.
Brought down and Koala Noob not in a position to trade, even pinged out there. Having a tailwind away from the shock dart, but gives up all that space in mid. It's Turtle Troop now.
Odd that dart got that ping. It's not like they have a flash for that dart, by the way. It was just a normal dart.
Middle of the map. One of the most important parts, especially
kind of a fuck up by M80. Looking sketchy here.
It creates so many issues for the defense to move around the map, and this has been pretty perfect for Turtle Troop. Not giving away anything, not making any mistakes. And that statistic about how they play when they're at an eco advantage, the best team in Challengers NA with almost an 85% win rate, will continue to be boosted up here most likely with just a couple more players to find.
No spike plant.
Yeah, I kind of remember him saying that. I never said he wanted to.
Koala Noob there gets sort of drawn into that line.
Yeah, going back to Yay, sorry.
Xander can only go to work here with the Sheriff. Unfortunately, this town remains lawless.
Yeah, really clean stuff from Troop.
Didn't they play?
And to be fair, it's one of those things that we kind of talk about, you know.
Oh, you're talking about Turtle
Troop?
Troop?
Play this 3-man burst on the outsides of the map.
I think you're thinking of Core, right? The Core game was fucking dope, by the way. That was an amazing ascent. I love that shit. Low key, I think I would run this ascent comp after seeing them run it. I'm sold on it. It was nice. It was nice how they used the Cypher and the Fade. I don't know the shelf life on it though. Might not beat the default comp long term, but I would definitely be able to steal some wins. What a shot.
Framed it up, teed it up for him. He knocked it out of the park. First blood
no smokes.
He even reposted up on that angle after the recon came through. Risky business. But it pays off here now, and M80 starts to try and corral Turtle Troop in through market. That spike obviously did get dropped. Still sitting in mid, and you see like the posturing from Stella to hope that no action comes here anymore from Catwalk out of tree. He will be able to recover the spike.
The thing about it is when you lose weeded, your ability to get again your flash play in towards the site
that's gonna take him out of the
You
play.
also lose out in the smoke.
That's not a good dart timing, man. Like if you see the drone like that, you have to do it like when you hear the drone, not when it sees you, so that way you're pinged, you're out of the play. He's gonna cancel drone, break your dart. So like, oh my god. Oh, he got him! Oh my god, dude. And the trip's already in on market. There's two guys backside, but we're taking it A. 15 seconds. Run! Oh my god, dude. The best player in Challengers is here. They're fucked. They're fucked. Oh, they're so fucked. What are they doing? Oh, no.
This is what I'm talking about, Mitch. Flat out, if you don't have the controller in play for Troop, how do you actually get onto site? Adder does what he can to find a couple of kills, but without that flash and dash through the paranoia, without the smokes trying to help isolate, you can't take the site with just two players with
Sanders too good.
and Stellar. You need more than that, and wow.
That was a sick deadlock ult though. Adder, by the way, you might wonder, how the fuck did he do that? He's a sub.
Yeah. The Turtle Troop are looking for some contact, something to be served up to them. Now, Nismo gives them that by trying to re-clear mid after Koala Noob goes into market. But they find nothing of that nature on the side itself, so they're waiting and have to rotate out and get derailed.
Wow, that was an illuminating round towards the one-dimensionality that Troop could find themselves in. Isolated play here for M80, looking to get aggressive through A, gets punished.
Yeah. Crazy we got that
That's
go.
enough for the neural theft to be not just earned, but also utilized, and here comes the burst. This should be
no,
a
he missed
very
the
free
cage.
take unless Koala hits some sort of miracle shot.
Audacious. The paranoia came in to shut down that heaven position.
God. How are they not aware with the neural?
Corey here. At least the trade's going to be there for B-Dog, but this is a problem. Weedy now has to hold his ground. Blade Storm active.
Nice, good lurk.
Off angle there. Not only is he going to cut off Tree, but takes Nitro for free.
Oh, that's annoying, bro. That's insane.
Yeah, really well done. And that's just, you know, for
That's
80,
insane.
I think it's the right round. To try
What
to
a
force
place to
something,
throw
kinda
it.
Reset the trends, build a little bit of momentum, but Troop have the perfect read and response at least to it. Maybe not the read, but they react to it nicely. And the neural theft afterwards says, yep, this is a green light, go call. And more importantly, even though BCJ does rotate into the site quickly, it doesn't really amount to too much with the Odin trying to spam through the smoke. So great stuff there from Troop. And now, if you're M80, I think the whole idea is you just got to reconfirm your flash and dash defense. How do we respond to that? Because that's really been where the successes come from Troop. I mean, the pistol plus the extra, sure, that's 2 of the 5 rounds. The third round, that one is definitely one that's going to kind of pay a bit of a tax towards you. But realistically speaking, round 6 was the only round they've actually played a full defense on so far. I guess round 5 as well. So I think this is just, let's reconfirm that, yeah, Troop is going to be playing for flash and dashes. Do we want to take the mindset of getting aggressive and beating them to the punch before they can execute that? Or do we want to take an extra step back, try not to be punished by their connecting paranoias?
I played a bit of deadlock. I played a bit.
Surely.
But it forces M80 to play in a style that's not characteristic.
I don't think this was the act that I hit Radiant. I don't think I took deadlock to Radiant. I was close. I don't think I got it. I think this is the one I hit Radiant. So I played her a little on that road. I played a lot of ISO on my way.
Scenario.
This is interesting. There was enough here for him to go, well, maybe not fully. It's an outlaw instead of the operator here from the offensive B-Dog, but Knives likely going to be a part of this play.
I love
so
deadlock,
design here on the other side, because you've got Stellar with an Odin who can start to get to work kind of.
I do think it'd be very difficult to run
out. If you do want to try to use B-Dog in a different capacity, then trying to get super far forward, and you look to him to kind of be the main kill presence here for Troop on this.
You thought ISO was boring? Dude, I thought ISO was one of those fun agents I've ever played in any game.
Trying to cross or imply
It like encouraged me to make bad plays.
also means that M80 don't know if someone's in wine already.
It's the only character in any game I've ever played in the last like 5 years where I feel like, oh my god, my brain is letting me make the incorrect play and I don't feel guilt about it. Holy fuck, I feel great. I feel great inting right now.
As much as you're talking
I love it. I fucking love playing ISO. No guilt about inting. Like, oh, what do you mean? I gotta beat that. I have my fucking shield on.
Less than stellar, and the hit for Troop now starts to unfold.
That's the best part about my agent. It's the only part.
BCJ caught me right through. There's B-Dog dashing on in.
Yeah, I gotta bait you. That's where I gotta throw my vulnerable from. What are you talking about? Wouldn't make sense to be fucking first with my vulnerable. Ooh. Bro, this comp is nasty, guys.
Yeah, I mean, on pistols,
this comp's nasty.
For M80 for sure, but
you just say
I do like this idea from Troop of, again, stretching the pressure out of touch.
And
I'll be curious when we get back to full weapons again, how much does Troop try to continue to do that, not just on the outside cement, but will they start to put a little bit of extra mounting pressure in towards mid and try to keep this Killjoy a little bit more uncomfortable, which they've done a pretty decent job at to this point, at least through 7 rounds.
Not much to do here. BM80 just probably sit embedded for now and try and go down to the spike. Not give Weeded anything for free. So not much, not much to talk about really at the end of this round, but I want to point out we have 6 attacking rounds already coming up from Turtle Troop with a double Sentinel composition. Talk about paving the way for a successful map.
It's just one of those things that, how do you re-break the post plan? I think that's the issue. And
do you ever see a dual
80,
Sentinel
kind of
meta?
To the timeout conversation that I was kind of like foreshadowing.
I think, yeah. I mean, like, I don't think like it would be like meta across the scene, because I think there would be counters to it. But I think you could see teams having a lot of success with it. Definitely on like certain maps. We've seen it a lot on Split. You've seen it triple Sentinel comps on Icebox, like just dominates.
Based on the Cypher and the Deadlock combo.
But, I mean, you've even seen it
anchor as effectively as you can, right, and win out
back
there,
in the day with like Sage in certain comps on Ascent.
On this again, the knife gives a ton of information. Here comes the Fury. Xander gets caught at a hold in that angle for much longer than is customary. Nismo reconfirms, still up there.
But Mitch, here we go, 4v4. But you don't have
falling
B-Dog
apart here in the
anymore.
mid-round.
So when you miss a key component of this triple hit of info, flash, dash, how do you actually successfully pull off an offensive round? It didn't go well for them.
Yeah, my man. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. That was actually, whoa, that was actually fire. Oh my god, that was actually better. Look how it goes into tree.
Ahead of the deadlock barrier.
Oh, that was better than one I used for sure because of that piece. That piece makes it so fire.
Gonna have to do a lot of work for the time being.
Right here.
Chance for defensive recon. BCJ might just want to swing this on a particular timing. Gonna be a lot of pressure towards Hell first.
Oh my god.
But it closes. Weedy just gets them both for free.
What?
Not sure
Wait,
what
is he the
there,
barrel?
For whatever reason, BCJ and Nismo cannot coordinate off each other.
Oh my god.
Yeah, moment of second guessing if someone had gotten up top and around them, maybe.
Good one way.
Hard to say, but we did again, showing that stat line we showed at the beginning of the match. He's just a little bit different. Still a winnable round though. Weeded's only on 11 HP, so it just comes down to can Nitro move the focus and give Qualim a chance to even get into sight. But this operator, and he finds one for free. Now Weeded is low, and a chance that Qualim could actually pick up a weapon if he wants to.
Thinks twice about it though. He's a recon. Quanoob here with the classics. Able to find the right click kill. Odin though from A-Main's a problem. Stellar also has a shock to follow it up. Nitro is healthy for the time being.
Oh, he tried to stake it.
Thing to try and half it. And Stellar just swings out for the Zippo clutch.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and rewatch that
Good
round
clutch by Beaton.
and try to figure out where about M80 started to kind of get like this moment of anxiousness about someone maybe having pushed through glass before that barrier match, because
thanks, Elijah. Thanks for reminding me.
Site, like you called,
yeah, so I'm gonna watch the Red Bull event. Fuck. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. Damn it. I'm gonna find the tweet. Give me a sec. This one. This event. This event's gonna be sick. It's with GC teams, and there's a rule. Each team, you have to run 3 duelists. It's gonna be so fucking crazy. Like, I'm actually excited to see like what the teams cook up. I've never seen something like this done, where like they're gonna have to cook if they want to win. And they're going to want to win because there's money on the line. And there's good players. Because GC happens to have like a weird off moment. This is like a fire tournament in my eyes. Like, I just love it. I love the cooking that could happen here. So I'll be watching that the next 2 days. So that'll be on like EU time because it's in London. So I'm imagining the games are going to be like around when VCT EMEA is, around then. And then right after that, I'll be co-streaming VCT Americas, probably. I'm imagining it's going to go like right into it.
But doesn't make much
pretty close.
B-Dog's already gotten top hell control.
So
it's so funny to watch how differently
it'll be pretty awesome. And then one of these days, I got to play Cult of the Lamb because I promised that.
We need some info. We need to be
my eyes are sinking in the back of my skull currently.
Even there, like Xander's not playing overly aggressive. The Annihilation would have confirmed that kill.
Neon as a secondary smoker. No, dude, we were literally like, trust me, I have gone through all the possibilities. I yapped for like 2 hours the first day I talked about this term. Like, I actually don't know which way I would go. Like, so you have 3 duelists. Obviously, like the beta route, like would be one of them being a controller, right? Like that's like you're beta as fuck. That's not Chad, you know? Is that what you do though? Do you definitely have one? I feel like you need one controller. I feel like you fucking need one. I feel like they're pretty important. But what if you didn't? What if you decided that you were going to use like a Phoenix wall, a neon wall, and Cypher cages and some cloudbursts? What if? And then what if like your last player is like a Sage? And like, bro, that's like a different form of a controller what you got there. Like you just with your powers combined, you equal one controller. It's like Captain Planet.
On to the next round, on many an occasion.
Sure. You're absolutely right.
This tournament's insane. I can't wait to see what the teams do.
Just to speak to it, you're hoping you can find a way to get 8-4 here for M80, because if you lose this round, you're maybe 10-2.
Good discipline by Adder.
Round 12, but this is a must-win round. It's going to feel like here for M80, and they've got plenty of tools to do it. Lockdown, null command, operator, all things that M80 loves to see stacked up. It just comes down to can Troop find success on this little flash and dash play, and I love this little stretch through mid early. May not result in a commitment, but it's going to keep this M80 defense a little bit more straight.
Holy shit, Beaton. No idea he tried to hit him out drone, but he was behind the extra panel.
To challenge that angle. But that Owl drone gives Koala Noob.
That's so annoying.
The knife surely garnered some information. And that's Weeded going down. He was trying to make his way in towards Cubby.
Let's go on mid.
And you
one
can see
more.
M80 have to spin focus here.
Oh, he peeked early into it.
Absolutely pivotal. Quality now.
Thought he had timing.
Defending over towards B main. First shot lands. Nitro also creates issues in the back.
Chat, isn't it so funny, by the way, how ratty Turtle Troop's comp is without the KO? It's so fucking ratty. They just like walk around the map. They have no flashes. They have no knife. They're missing like a lot of the key util necessary to open up areas of the map of Ascent on attack. But they're making it work with like just timings and little poppy plays.
By both a recon and then a cybercade. Doesn't want to challenge that angle. That's a clever move to make. And is able to be put in a position to find success there. Contacting the extremity to A. Playing back towards the site. It's not M80's preferred style of play.
Yeah.
But they're realizing it's going to get them round wins here against a team that has to contact every part of the map.
Yep, absolutely the case. It's the contacting if you want to stretch. And then it's the very predictable burst to
M80
execute.
looked insane.
You know,
on
with the
Icebox,
likely combination of it.
They have like a hive mind mentality on Icebox.
So
it feels like every time you fight one of them, that individual fight is impossible for you. And if you're favored, like 3 people are coming right behind that guy.
Getting tree control with a deadlock and a Cypher could be massive, but what in the hell is that shot from Koala Noob?
Impossible to follow that, but perfect flick. And there it is. Hold the line. Make beautiful corrections like that, and you are in good stead. Well, the Blade Storm doesn't really find any value. But Weeded has to play on his own here from A main.
Bro, that actually kind of matters. Ooh, that Blade Storm. Look at his money.
I mean,
like, Weeded gets a kill or 2 here. He actually has ult. He could go B if he wanted to.
Because I love the idea from Troop. For the first time, you're going to try to burst your way in through tree. That gives you that isolation, but that is just simply put an unbelievable individual shot, an individual play.
I don't know now, because now these 2 are going to have to drop. He'll drop that op. Koala definitely can't drop anyone. Are they good? They got everything? They're good. Oof, we got one more.
Surely hoping for much more than this, knowing what they're going to have to play into in the next half. God, that is just unreal.
That was a crazy op shot.
Buy a lottery ticket, but that's, I would say, but that's not luck. That's just good.
He legged him, right? It's so hard to see.
Well, the reason why we didn't ult is because it was so obvious. He just thought waiting there would draw one of the players back to B.
Paranoia execute. Corey just wanders in, trying to keep the play alive because you've already lost B-Dog, so someone has to burst through sight. But yeah.
He gave the operator an Ismo there.
Yeah. That's so silly.
Well, he has it to hand once more, and Turtle Troop are going to say, well, we're just going to cry into our fat stacks build up from winning 8 attacking rounds with our double Sentinel comp, and we'll see you in the next half. Stella here, revealed for all to see. And a lockdown to confirm that there will be no action here over at B.
Okay.
Lockdown in mid, by the way. Well, fair enough. 4 rounds on the half for M80. Definitely much less than they were hoping for now, and they're going to have to be ready to try and break through these adamant defenses.
Wow. Great adjustments from M80. And it kind of comes as predicted, but like you said, now it's down to how do you bleed out a double Sentinel setup where Troop's defense...
Dude, the Corey grid shot video still blows my mind, like when I think about it. Because it was the first time I saw someone fucking hit those little balls that fast. That shit was insane.
Throws a bit of a monkey wrench into what seems to be, based
Just
on the
Nova, thank you
compositional
for the
setup,
primer.
a pretty well-oiled machine here. It's a really cool idea, and it's something that we have not really seen ever, you know, across any level of Valorant. So it's definitely unique.
I'll find it. 1 second. I'll find it.
Maybe a bit more of a well-rounded comp here for M80 than what we saw from SAD, which was, for lack of a better term, experimental in nature. We have a slow play here from M80, hoping for a little bit here on the defensive.
Might be the unbreakable on a cat split, but I don't think we're gonna get a cat split. This will just be a late lurk.
Unlikely.
The wall on B.
First
the cam
shot
on mid.
could be a big one here. That will work.
Huge opener. Huge.
Oh
my god, the trip got another kill. Oh, bro, the blind is so good. Oh my god, well played. Holy shit. It wasn't the unbreakable, though. It's a very good trip, though.
That one gets wrapped up pretty darn quickly.
That was a nice hold.
M80 end up ambling over towards that A site. But very, very hard to pin down to the defenders, and also 2 trips to have to play through. I don't hate the Al drone combined there with Kwan. Obviously tried to walk up here. You can sort of see that opening, but like you said, all too easy for you. You can't push off the site as attackers here either because of these bloody tripwires. So you are hemmed in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, we might get 3 here.
And here we go. Okay, I was curious to see.
Man, M80 get Icebox Lotus every series. They're so good on those 2 maps. That's like the only 2 maps they ever played.
Both teams statistically are great in these rounds. M80 is a perfect 6-0 in them, though. Where Turtle Troop is 7-2. So you talked about the pistol success.
It's so hard to beat him on Lotus. If Turtle Troop can close this out.
Have also gone their way every single time they find themselves in these circumstances.
No way you're hitting B at this rate. 2 of those alarms set up here by the deadlock.
I assume that's the trip.
One denies the walk in past logs, the other on Speedway, so forget about that.
Yeah.
It's really up to M80 here for trying to find their way around.
He's got the perfect
His layered
cage,
utility
a foot cam.
By Corey.
So if you walk along the back wall, you can't see it. It's like the perfect cam height.
Molly lineup here might deny the push out of tree by the looks of things. It's gonna be
maybe it could be a little bit higher actually.
Judge from Corey though, he has the timing.
Oh, that's sick. That was sick. Yo. Oh my god, the dragon judge. Dragging these nuts. Oh fuck.
Stuff's nasty, bro. I mean,
yeah. Oh my god, that was filthy. That was so filthy. Oh. Dropping that cage, just knowing that guy's about to hit the trip.
I mean, this is disgusting. And it's just like, what do you do if you're M80? Like, you can't really burst into the setup because you're bursting into a cipher that has tripwires all over the place, plus cyber cages. You know, and now you take a look at the setup for TTR. They're reinforcing it with sentries from the deadlock, and so they can stack heavy through one side of the map or the other. I mean, this is sexy cool.
Sexy cool.
Good opener from Xander. Now, hitting the weak side like that means he has a chance to actually unravel some of this util, but there's no shock dart on that side of the map. Getting rid of the trips is a bit of a different story. He opts not to really pressure A at all. That's drawn a
that fucked me up. I wasn't paying attention and I heard that. I was like...
It's going to have to be B-Dog falling back to the site. None of that deadlock util was placed over at B here, so M80 do have an opportunity now. Getting some of those guns.
I like it. Yeah, I like it.
That is a big opportunistic moment here for M80. smoke will fade. B-Dog gets revealed by this. Aljon just to try to confirm.
Got the tag.
Shot actually does tag, but doesn't confirm the kill.
Oh no. Yeah, he was a goner.
Shots with the Guardian also alert Koala that there's more players nearby. And even though Stellar's doing what he can to try to keep himself involved in the conversation, he will be blindsided by Koala Noob, and M80 is going to take a huge round away to keep themselves alive in this map.
Yeah, and they do it up against this, you know, this bonus round. They do it really well. I want to point out B-Dog, I think, only had a Marshall there. So that's an outlaw. That first is a kill. 100% of the time.
Just the clip.
Many of those only came in with sort of half armor.
All right. Round's over, so let's watch fucking real content right now. Let's watch Corey shoot little yellow balls on the screen. Watch this. Bro. Bro, someone that played a video game professionally for so many years, moving my mouse and hitting heads, like, this just is so confusing. I could mold this guy into like the greatest player ever, because this is like what Tens is like. Tens is like, that's why Tens is like now so insane. This is crazy, bro. Music is pretty fucking good. I mean, that's pretty fucking crazy, dude. That's insane.
Probably the only real option you've got. Oh, that's not what you want to do. Just kind of hoping and predicting that maybe B-Dog's out of the corner. Just a raw peek that does get punished. The space is claimed, though. You're just missing, again, that extra bit of burst.
I don't think grid shot necessarily helps or anything like that, but the talent to do that with your mouse, like your hand-eye coordination, I don't give a fuck about the score. I don't give a fuck about grid shot. Like, when someone has that in them to process info that quickly and switch targets, it's fucking insane.
Okay, revealing the open player there of the recon, but BCJ knows he's under extreme pressure in his immediate vicinity. And it'll be a jump over the top, and Weeded can swing in and capitalize.
For a second there, he gets that connection through the backside of Boathouse, and you go, wait, maybe. but just a Guardian. Yeah, the taxation
I don't think
of the
like
2 force buy rounds.
I don't think you can just have a grid shot like that and be good in Valorant or Counter-Strike, though, by the way. Like, Tens has that grid shot, but Tens played, like, semi-professionally and then eventually professionally in Counter-Strike for years and years and years and years. Like, he's fucking played under a lot of in-game leaders, and, yeah, like, he has a lot in addition to that aim. A fucking lot. Tens is, in my eyes, like one of the most complete players that we have in like all of Valorant right now, which is crazy. Like, because I was going over this yesterday. Like, you know, like imagine every player had a player card, and there was like 10 attributes for every player, and it was like 1, you know, aggression, 2, aim, 3, clutch factor, 4, communication, 5, like aggression or whatever you want to say, or 6, util usage. Like, you just keep going down the board. I think Tens is like stacked up insanely high. I think Forsaken has to be Forsaken might be the highest, actually. Yeah. Like when you play that game. Like, I'm thinking, because I've heard Tens' comms lately in some of these videos, and I've been thoroughly impressed. And I think like a lot of the holes that I saw like in his game like earlier have really been like ironed out and thought about. And he's just way more of a complete player this year.
They can also variety base it based off of this. Trap wires, sensors, supporting. You don't even have to put anyone on site. So it's just another different variable look that the defense can afford to do thanks to all of the standing utility. It's so freaking cool.
Mid's always a decent option for the early round here for M80. They know that that's not really where this Sentinel utility can be employed. But it doesn't answer the question of how they transition from there into the extremities, into the sites proper.
That was where I was going to go with the follow-up point if you didn't touch on it. There's also the concern of B-Dog could also just be at middle with an operator. So again, like it's hard to get a read on what the setup actually is for True. The barrier mesh will be destroyed at mid, but again, with the spy cam in place, like Trip just doesn't care. And the alarm bot, they just don't care. It's
not even destroyed. It's only one arm of it.
It's wild.
Goes away now, at least. So that has been cleared. 30 seconds left in the round. You have no information outside of the fact that you saw Deadlock run back into market. Like this, though. Malcolm very, very
oh, great shot on the jump spot, nonetheless.
Nitro does get caught. Yes, B-Dog can only really speculate with some of those shots through the smoke, but Stella can anchor with an Odin. They're running into it, and they're getting mowed down.
Oh, fuck.
The challenge in Stella
great hold.
I mean,
holy fuck.
Make you go,
what a shot by B-Dog. Really stepped up right there and hit that shot. I like how this team is approaching shit. Like, I don't know how you guys feel about this in chat. It looks like they're putting Corey on, like, raises, right? And when they have a chance... Wait, what? Last map, actually. Wait. It was Adder on site. They're doing the actual opposite thing that I'm thinking of. No, they didn't run a duelist, actually. That's why. I'm curious who's playing race for them.
This double sentinel setup. I think if you don't have that to work with, then you need more than just around here, around there to secure the map. This is like M80 coming out of that first half. Corey? Like, they can't have been feeling favored at all here.
You're getting paid big. Did you have a pred on them?
I mean,
do we have a pred going right now?
We're watching something that could potentially be meta changing. Legitimately, this could be meta changing right here.
Take flight.
And it's against.
Holy fuck! This is so lopsided.
Granted, I know that the opinions on Group B are maybe not as significantly high as Group A's are, but regardless, this is cool. This is super cool. And now all of a sudden, your only option is to try to find again play.
B-Dog's the GOAT.
Also avoids the paranoia. Now he's got knives
out. Fuck.
Doesn't make a difference what he wants to shoot at, it feels like, because he's got support. I mean, it's just everything is covered. Everything is covered. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit, dude.
We are done here on Ascent.
B-Dog's nasty.
The first map loss here of challenges, and it's about as unclose as you could possibly ask for.
Let's look at the stats of that.
Legitimately, that was one of the coolest things I think I've seen in recent meta shifts towards potential options here on Ascent. I mean, we'll
wait for the map stats to come in. Here's first map.
15 years, it feels like. To finally see something that brings new light
to the
picture
and does it with
that much conviction, so good. But you're absolutely right. You know, you have to be able to put together a good defensive round half of your own. I think in particular, again, the struggles of that composition are very amassed on the offensive perspective of it's one-dimensional. It's likely going to be information, followed by a paranoia, followed by B-Dog dashing in. That is not atypical from what we've often seen in Ascent. So for M80 to lose on a pistol, which they don't
really cool
do,
approach,
and then also not have good responses and full gun rounds to that setup, Turtle Troop have a runaway second half. That was sexy. I love it.
Sexy. It was sexy.
It's a style that is just the
Shift is losing it right now. I love the deadlock.
We are going to go and see some messages from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll talk about that last map, and of course, we'll set our eyes to the decider map here.
Corey's agents last 60. Holy shit. Bro, what are they cooking over there? The hell? It's actually kind of insane. It's putting up good numbers too. I'm like, oh, like look at the ACS is above 200 on everything but yours. And they probably got blown out that game based on his stat line. Yeah, they basically told him to learn every agent in the game. Wow. Why not M80? What? What do you mean? Dude, yeah, the next match, low-key chat, the next match is my favorite. It's my favorite type of match. Let me set the scene here. Because you guys probably, a lot of you guys probably weren't keeping up with challengers yesterday. So, right now, we are watching the top teams in Group B battle it out. I don't know. Apparently, it's going to go maps first. But, like, everyone in chat said the rulebook yesterday said it's head-to-head first. And if that's the case, then Turtle Troop would win head-to-head. So, I don't know. We might need some clarification on that. But, getting lost in the sauce, the next game is between the bottom two teams for relegation. It's the fucking jersey game. It's like you're going to lose your jersey if you lose. Just kidding. But it is a fucking very important game. And I really do enjoy watching these games because I know that it means a lot. As like an ex-player, these games mean a lot. Like there's no complacency. And if the team is... So here's the thing. There's like two types of teams that play in this. One that's like fighting for their job and like that's like grinding really hard and will bring like really good game plans and like up their gameplay. Two is the type of team that's dead and all the individual players are trying to make like hero plays for their next fucking team. So that way people think they're good. And they're playing fucking for themselves. So we could get either one. But it's always fun. I like that. No matter what, like the players in the server are sweating, is basically what I'm trying to say. Like even if the team hates each other, they still want to win. They still want to try. Because they don't want the stain of being like the relegated team, you know, like that's kind of rough. Oh no, we don't pay out predictions in this chat. Sorry, you're not going to get your points. Who won that one? M80? All right, I got you guys. Oh, my donor link isn't working. Oh shit. I think that's because I did like a charity stream and I think I kept it on the charity donation link. Because I just was like, it was like a combination of laziness and me feeling, it's weird. It's weird. It's like, there was truly no motivation for me to change that. It's like my laziness really overcame. It's like, you're a good person though if you don't change it. Go to charity. I should probably set that back up again though. I think like the best way, real talk, I think the best way to support creators is engage with their content more so than money. Like I that's why I never push like subs or anything like that. I think like interactions are very important. So, you know, like people whose brands like pull favorites and stuff for like every tweet or like their YouTube videos have a lot of comments. Those things are actually probably more valuable. Like that's actually more valuable because you push the content to more people and money is never really like, yeah, it's like grabbing the low. That's why I don't really like fucking do that whole shit. I've never really been that streamer. I don't know. I just don't really have it in me. Which leads me to my next point. The link to my new cryptocurrency, Sean Coin, can be found below. You're going to need those. You're going to need to hold on to those. Buy them now. It's going to the moon. It's going to the moon. You got to buy now. You got to buy right now. Right now. It's the best deal ever right now. Because tomorrow's not the best deal ever. It's going to be really bad tomorrow. So you got to do it now. We will be there. Thank you so much.
Oh, hi guys, what's
and
up?
with that said,
everybody gets one, right?
I'll never be back.
Hey, great stuff coming out from Turtle Troop here. Taking us now into Lotus. And Shift, you were nerding out too before the break about what Turtle Troop was doing here on Ascent. Like, this was some cool stuff coming out from the squad.
Super cool stuff. And again, defensively, there's just so many question marks that they can do so much without giving you any ideas in terms of what their setup even looks like. I think it's just one of those situations from the offensive perspective. That's really where I think Troop has to get a lot of credit, because the composition, yeah, it's sick. It's been cooked up, as the kids say. But the thing about it was, offensively, they still put enough pressure on M80 to make these, you know, more one-dimensional approaches still find success. I think I really have to give a lot of credit to Troop for putting focus at the middle of the map, keep M80 from really kind of resulting in putting Killjoy setups to kind of help support the defense on the extremities. It kind of also, you know, forces the dark covers to be spent a little bit more earlier than maybe you would have liked to if you're Xander, to try to help stall out on some of those plays. But hey, I think you really, again, see the strength and composition come really to life there at the end, only dropping, you know, the one even eco round, the force buy in the third round of the second half. But I mean, 7 out of 8 post plants, and then on the other side to not allow more than just 2 spikes to go down. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff there from TTR.
I mean, this Sentinel composition knows that it doesn't want to really let the attackers into these sites. But when they're attacking, Turtle Troop just waited so often for M80, characteristically, to try and make these little pokes and prods at the extremities of the maps to try and find an early advantage. Also another map where there's no thrifties. There have been 0 thrifties for this entire series, which is something that M80 have often leveraged to really unseat their opponents who start to build up an economic advantage. It's a dream scenario for Turtle Troop. They win the pistol on the attacking round. They get 8 rounds on that attacking side by playing around those aggressive tendencies from M80. And from that point on, like, the game is absolutely chalked. There's basically 0 way you can come back in with no buffer to speak of as the attackers. Like, the amount of times I saw Xander, like, getting an A main on the attacking side, having a look around. Is there any util here? Prodding a little bit. Okay, well, I'm not sure. I've got a tripwire, but that's it. And then pulling off the side, and eventually, you know, M80 get filtered into a site that has all of that set up. The deadlock is really hard to play around. Then it wastes time. Right? It buys a lot of time. You've got to stab the bloody wall over and over again. You've got to make your presence very obvious in the middle of the map when Nismo's sort of shooting at it, one bullet after another. I don't think that M80 knew how to play around this comp.
I sort of disagree. I don't know if it matters, because defensively there was no answer for M80, but on the defensive side for M80, you got to go back to in mind that, like, the bonus was very significant for Troop in round number 3. They win that. They get the free 4th. M80 kill time on the 5th round. And then after that, Troop have ultimates to deal with and an eco advantage.
Bro, we've seen some really cool, like, Ascent ideas the last 2 days now in Challengers.
It's just that they weren't able to get it into play sooner because of the set of circumstances that came after that round 3, not thrifty, but that round 3
By the way, I
eco
think it's
round
looking
that
like
was
we're
kind
gonna
of
do
a half
Premier
buy
on
situation.
Sunday.
The bonus round that gets won by Troop was a massive one for them, setting themselves up for success in this map.
I mean, everything that's happened so far in the series right now, clean slate headed into our
No, I
third
don't
map
bet on
to
the
figure out
games.
who's going to be the first place team here in our Group B, getting those
I feel like it'd
very
be a bit
valuable
of
season
a
points.
conflict of
And
interest.
now we're going to Lotus. And
right.
when we're looking at Lotus, there is
It would make the
couple
games
of
a lot
really
more
big
fun,
key
though.
things that we're
I'll say
looking
that.
at here. First off, Turtle Troop have played this map every single
And if you mean channel
week.
points, then no, I
They're
can't even do
familiar
that.
with
Don't
this
even
map.
fucking allow me.
It used to be their first
I would
pick, and they
definitely
kinda
rate that
strayed
shit,
away
though,
from
on
that,
God.
but they're still playing
So it's
this.
probably a good thing
As
for you
well,
guys.
Uber, when we're looking
I'll be
at the side of
fucking
M80, I mean,
having
they
all
have
the
a 100%
points.
win rate on this map
I would
so far in
inflate the
Challengers.
values of everything so that
But I
no
don't
one could
really
afford
think that
anything but
holds
me.
the whole story of how it's been going down.
No, it's always close for them, even against Winthrop. This is the kind of map where, like we talked about at the start of the show, it's really hard to play off of the site. So you often, put yourself in a situation where you're in a very hectic and chaotic retake attempt here. I mean, paranoia is very, very relevant when it comes to those like close range engagements over on these sites. And again, like both these teams like to play, you know, the fade in these setups. So like, you know, clearing things like, you know, mound and rubble like at the start of the round, like playing these like wide open areas at the extremities, and then having to filter in towards these sites is where a lot of the chaos can sort of go down. We did was excellent on this map last time around. I think for Turtle.
Wait,
something well worth pointing out.
It kind of fucked me up.
Defensively,
I said I would inflate the values of everything.
So the defensive rounds
if I control the points,
go well for them.
That's literally just money.
But this is probably going to be a really scrappy map, I think. And it's pretty hard
that's
to call
what the
who
fucking
come out on top here. This could be getting unseated.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, especially when I look at the close calls that M80 have had with this map, I feel like it's been individual clutch moments, like just in the nick of time here. I mean, Nismo's had some moments. Looking at the squad, it's definitely like these. It hasn't felt comfortable whatsoever here, Shift. And I feel like when you're going up against a team like Turtle Troop,
you guys are degens.
Maybe those situations are going to be few and far between. So from M80, I need to see like an actual step up, like Lotus more figured out.
Yeah, I think especially after last week, I really agree with the Nismo comment. But let's not like forget that Troop is also not comfortable on this map considering their win-loss record, because they're coming off of what they were relying on was a Neon, maybe not finding as much dominance as before, now swapping into a Raze. And yeah, they beat TSM on it, and defensively they looked really, really good.
Oh,
but
Sags.
I also think that TSM
yeah, that's a hard game. That's a hard game. C9 versus 100 Thieves. I feel like if I was going on like eye test, it's weird because I think Cloud9 looked really fucking good this past week. And clearly 100 Thieves is like glowing up a bit. I picked 100 Thieves. I definitely have bias. I don't feel super confident about it. I do feel like Oxy will probably be the best player in the server. So like me picking 100 Thieves is like the rest of the pieces kind of, the pieces on 100 Thieves need to come together. I don't know, man. Oxy has had some fucking insane performances. I think Cryo's playing really fucking well. But I also think like just the roles, Oxy is just like insane, man. He's just he's an impact player. He's a really impactful player whenever I watch him. It's a lot of impact. But we'll have to see. Yeah, like if Oxy has an off day, then 100 Thieves should win quite easily. If Oxy's hitting hard, then 100 Thieves needs a good game plan. And I ended up picking 100 Thieves, so I'm expecting them to bring something good. And carry C9 through some of these rounds. I also like how C9 has built their roster. Like, I trust Vanity as an IGL. I think his fragging has improved a lot this year too. I think he's actually a really high-skilled IGL in our scene. And then they have Zeppa, who's like their second fragger, and I think he is a great player. Like, I think Zeppa's Phantom this year has been fucking lights out. It's been so good. So honestly, like, they just have like a really good layout of players. Moose has like all that CS experience, and he's just a solid fucking player. He's just solid. He's gonna make good choices, communicate well, and that's pretty much all this Cloud9 team needs. Like, I think they're just structured well, and Rooney looks like the GOAT whenever I watch him. Like, he just doesn't miss. So if their form like that continues, they'll be crazy. But I also have high hopes for 100 Thieves, and I've heard the, you know, water cooler talk about how good they are in scrims, and I don't know. If the next time they disappoint me, I feel like I'm going to get off the train, and at that point they'll go on a streak.
Series, Turtle Troop on the attack and already having to contend with that one way.
Yeah. And you know, in terms of how do you mitigate some early double initiator pressure, throw that one way every single round. Force them to have to use the fault line early. Condition. Something of that nature, exactly. Keep the chess game, you know, really brewing up. But, you know, the one thing we have to remember about this TTR setup with the double initiator was that they were not really preferring to do anything too crazy to, like, win mound on the offensive side. They like to save the utility for a later
smoke stairs, open door, pulling, rotate. But the C's nade stays. Oh, dear. The C's nade. The C's nade. It's gone. Oh, fuck. They're in. They're in. Go.
While nobody's smoking over towards that A side here, so nobody set up.
Oh wow, they hit great timing.
Now they have to try and get back in.
They only have one smoke because they use one a day, so that's why you're seeing a lot of util pressure put on Link.
Almost a high-low setup.
Oh my god.
I was actually able to break that. Beetle has to back away, and this smoke can capitalize. We did. Playing from outside of the smoke finds a nice right click there to even it up.
Oh no. Oh, 3 on 2.
Find the timing, and then the cleanup crew comes through in full force. It's so tough because Corey was in a really good tucked away corner. Maybe a chance to deal with both of those defensive retakes coming over through connector, but just not quite able to lock down the shots. Good response from 80. And them finding success on pistol has been a staple for them, and they will start off map 3 like they had in map number 1 with a win here.
That was insane, man.
That was nuts from BCJ. Again, like trying to swing that angle is super dangerous because you do have a pseudo high-low setup for the defenders, and they don't have to worry about upper, I think, at that time. But forcing one of the players to run back over towards B main and then have them get picked off because that angle gets broken is really nice. Just
Sandy thinks that the Omen's probably playing inside door right there, maybe, or maybe that the turret is there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure what he was speaking there for. Cam on the pillar to see how they're playing long haunt. They throw nade. No, Nismo doesn't throw nade, but they see the orb gathered.
I would not imagine they change their setup around like their
They have mount control with the one-way smoke.
They're gonna want to try to play retake more often than not. But the question will be, how forward can they get towards things like Rebel at A and here at Mound on C? Because if you can isolate,
I'm predicting next round, like for the bonus, just because of what we've seen so far. We've seen like fake, I like to call it like pseudo mound control. The way they're throwing this Omen one way at C, they're just kind of giving it up if there's shit that happens. Because in order to get by this one way, you have to make noise or use util. And it's not like someone's going to walk past it or like a whole team's going to walk past it. That would be so stupid. It's such a high risk. Doesn't make any sense. So
the attack is up.
I think next round, they're changing pace. It would be a good time, and it seems like a very M80 thing to do. Good util combo for Nico.
Corey gonna fall to the Viper util. Here's the flash point now, the triple swing. Nitro has to hold his ground, is able to find one here. As the rest of Turtle Troop forced off that sideline by a paranoia. Comes in right now as Nismo now getting the head up towards the site. We are in a post plant.
They have to wait for BCJ. He's the only one who has utility left. This Prowler's going to find a lot of intel. Haunt to follow up. That's enough for the go call here for M80. Yeah, perfectly done. Yeah, moment in there, I think, for TTR. They're going to
It's just hard to hold the site against M80. They're very good at the default call.
There was 3 players looking right at him. A little 1v3
good eco,
situation, but everyone kind of backs away from it. Maybe just not trusting that all 3 players are going to swing and face him. And going 1 for 1.
Let's see what they bring to Mound. Are they gonna bring the Rays? Where's the Rays gonna go here? Looks like they're debating the setup. Likely just gonna be Killjoy, Viper over there. Oh wait, they're shifting. Oh fuck, they're gonna be so late to it. I think they're gonna do what I want them to do, but
BCJ empties the coffers, and so does Nitro in order to do so.
They are. So they're gonna one way that. It's gonna be a bait setup.
And into A-Long we go.
Yeah, and that's an important moment.
Very here, fast here. This Cam sees
packing in towards
shit,
A, they can hold on to
holding that with gun. A lot of noise at A, trying to pull rotates over, and it's working. Nismo has left. They understand this is happening. They have a Cam. He can hear it.
Fast nature of them clearing out the backside at stairs.
So right now, it's like they don't have intentions on hitting this site right now. What they're doing is that they just have to make a lot of noise, make it seem like it's going, like chill here for a while. Then they can push back Mound, and they're going to be in a scenario where they know where everyone is. because they think right now there could be like 2 to 3 here. They need to push this guy back and force 2 here.
At Mount, but that doesn't really seem to be a legitimate option
There
for
it
an actual
is.
hit.
Let's see what the rotate's like for M80.
In a position to play off the Tara's contact. Should there be a push through?
There's no rotate.
Comes the hit. Paint shells towards the back of the site now, and again, Nanostorm immediately thrown.
They just trust Koala to hold it.
To buy a little bit of time. He'll have to hold the angle though at some point. And Corey.
And also, they're just too fast. They didn't cut noise enough.
The follow-up is very, very good. That's the Killjoy now down. And in tree.
Get a hit regardless.
Oh,
the Haun's fire.
Gets him to drop here, but kind of gives away the game. BCJ just runs it
swing.
down. Not a great look.
I just don't know why you don't wait for the paranoia to get here with Koala Noob before you make that play. You're not gonna. It's not gonna cost you anything to wait an extra half a second or two to be able to isolate the site with paranoia first before you try to make that retake happen. Maybe they just thought they had better information than they actually was. It looked like they thought that maybe the post plant wasn't going to be anywhere near forward, and maybe we can catch them on the exit from the spike. And then if you collect the kill on the planter, then you could save the paranoia to isolate tree. But yeah, I just. That must have been some sort of miscom.
I said a lot yesterday about
like
comp design and like probably like what comps I would. I didn't say like what comps I would run, but I said like kind of like my theory on like how I would choose comps and why and when I would choose like a default comp or a meta comp.
Has him down a couple of these better weapons. Beautiful fault line. It's all too easy for Corey. Rip a few heads off now, take full control of A main and force Xander well and truly back onto the site.
And that's the power of double initiator that we've come to know.
Turtle roster is not salary, dude. No, these players are just sick.
It's just
they deserve
how do you
salaries.
fight against it? Like you either let it happen and you just give up a lot of space for free, or you try to step into it and hope you avoid the
Good
utility.
read, good neural theft.
Pistols and shotguns and things of the nature.
Great util to get this space.
Of trying to combat against it. So
keep those two players out of the site. Reduce variance until you get like set up in a good post. You recognize they have a Viper, so you're gonna play like up in this box. You see how they're in like a box? They have the fade holding the door, so they know no one can come through door behind them. And they saw the neural theft, so they're dumping util in these chokes just to make sure they can get the site. They're not trying to be cheeky and save the util or anything like that.
And run it back down to the next round.
Yep.
There's exactly the case.
Yeah, you know, and again, it's kind of like reflecting back to Troop playing this map versus TSM. Again, they didn't really show us a lot of like the early fault line plays. That's a little expensive, not gonna lie.
Yeah, beating Stellar is the IGL for
it's a couple of weapon throwaways that you may not have needed to go through. A couple of ultimates get closer to being earned because of those kills, so we'll move on from the point with those things tallied. And that was the thing, is kind of going back to it. Troop didn't really show a lot of early fault line, early paranoia plays towards Mound or towards Rubble. And there were times where TSM were trying to like double blast pack forward through paranoia of their own, like trying to get that space, trying to earn that space. And M80 have shown us a couple of looks towards C.
This could be a big clapback type round.
One-way smoke.
If M80 win this round, they're gonna go on like a string of rounds with their ults. All right, this was the round they were gonna challenge Mound, but the pace of the breach comp is too fast. Wow, that's so sick! What a punish! Let's fucking go, Turtle Troop. That's crazy.
Over towards Mound. They're losing Xander there.
Oh my god, they tried the punish that I've been seeing every team use. And Turtle Troop just fucking destroyed them.
B lobby pressure. Leaving Weeded behind.
I'm going to show you what they were trying to do by showing you another team do it. 1 second.
You head there.
Yeah, and especially with the Viper's wall not being available anymore. So M80, you're going to try for something risky. Weeded, unless he looks away, should be at least one, and he gets 2. Okay,
what a line, man.
Likely be the round.
Great offhang to punish aggression.
Just to save the weapons.
They immediately split through the door on that.
I mean, they made the right prediction that Troop loved to do
oh,
this.
fuck. Let's go.
No real way to contest it. And another really clean round. This one is any flawless for Troop coming out, and they're starting to really build some momentum following up after the pistol loss.
Yeah, I mean, and another one here potentially basically coming up. As M80 sort of able to buy into that round, but just lose a ton of players again on a lot of this early action. Trying to send 2 players out of B right, it kind of makes sense, but it's the kind of thing that was punished very heavily by Turtle Troop on Ascent.
Where did I see this shit?
M80 being read really, really well and actually struggling to come up with a way to get info, to be relevant across the map here without offering up these early kills, because there's so much of this.
So fast with the breach, bro. They can't throw the one-way anymore. I think we won't see the one-way anymore. We will not see this anymore. And the only time we will see this is if it's a retake of Mound off of a trap play, tapping the orb or some shit. Because they can't fight for it with the breach. And they're realizing, what? Bro! Every raise in chat right now is just like, fucking can't even believe that that was a kill. Like, bro, I've shot in raise ults in the last like week that, I don't know, man. Like, that seemed impossible from my perspective.
Open spaces there at A and C log respectively.
My raise rocket doesn't need work, Eden. The fucking game needs work, alright? The game needs work.
Pinpoint where the attackers are coming from, because it's just so hard to pick the right side to stack if you're going to sit back.
Right.
Dude, the one on Sunset. Nah, the one on Sunset was criminal. Was I streaming that? Was I streaming that? I don't remember that. I don't think I was streaming that, but like, holy fuck, that was crazy.
So how you do that, this one way in particular is part of it. Operator's another element that you could throw into the mix to, again, isolate one side of the map over the other. But I think inherently what we've largely
seen it was Calypso, yeah.
Initiator is being able to trust how you gather the information in the mid-round.
That was so tilting.
As a third site really isn't an option unless it's a rotated one, unless you rotate back to it. It's just too messy to try to execute and look for a 5v multiple on top of site. So it looks like M80 are kind of just using that as a chance to trust their A setup. Hit on the way. That's just emo. Count your blessings moment for Nitro. And M80 for one of the first.
They're trying to carry the breach ult through, right? They've read that like M80 is just putting a lot of fake pressure right now, and then they're gonna fall off, and they're gonna fall off because they're scared of this breach ult, right? But M80 needs to make it look like they're not falling off. So they're doing like a lot of like harassing, popping the orb, spamming. So that way they try to get the breach ult out. Great job not using it till the site, but M80's so aware, they give nothing. The little hops. Oh my god.
But look at the post-plant setup. You still have a lot of tools available here, including a flash and an aftershock. Xander's going to have to try to hop this, but the aftershock's going to come through. Flash to follow. We did.
Right away.
The contact, but B-Dog kind of whiffs on it. So now it's just down the weeded inside the dark cover, and he can only spam so much down. Retake successful for M80.
Good retake, though.
The C's was fantastic there, but I don't think Stella had the option to get off the site before the lockdown came in. So he's forced to just take a dry swing.
Wide plant there. It looked like they had the intention of pushing Heaven with the breach ult, and that looks like a Heaven plant. Again, I'm just fucking guessing. Like, I've never planted there, but based on what they were cooking, I think that looks like a Heaven plant to me.
It's again one of those moments that there is a little bit of just like the answer, the proof of the pudding kind of comes through what the gunfights looked like, because Weeded was kind of stranded, but B-Dog nearly had the bailout tactic. Lotus, and I will say for M80, just crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and making sure they do kind of re-clear that top 8 position like you called out with everything. It's expensive, but it works out nicely. And now you've got Viper's Pit to be called, kind of negates the Prowler in a way. There's also an alarm bot to throw a little bit more of an arsenal in towards this Viper's Pit. And more importantly, I would say here, is this actual walk-up with Koala Noob checking to allow Nismo forward. So now, kind of like we talked about, if you're Troop, what do you do to break this down? Not having a Rolling Thunder, not having a Nightfall, not having a Showstopper. This is a hard clear.
And you know when a team has been forced to hit B as their first option.
Not pretty.
Oh, seasoning comes in.
The defenders have done a good job.
This one kept his nade. Oh, wow, the haunt time was great.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Wow. Good counter swing. Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude, the paranoia cut through and literally fucking hit everyone, and then they flooded at the perfect time from every choke. Holy shit, what a bloodbath.
At the front doors at B. The first
it looked like Turtle Troop was going to win the round before the blind.
The swing is a pretty bold one from Nitro. It nearly just stops the round right there. But the opening first blood, maybe builds false confidence in troops, saying, hey, we've got the site. No, you don't. There's just so much utility for M80 that is pretty much going to guarantee to connect at least onto a couple of players. The paranoia takes up 3/4 of the site. So, I mean, it's just so clean to contest.
God damn it.
If you're not going to get stretched out at all. So, important round there for M80. Full weapons, though, for both squads. Quality still holding out of the operator. This time a more passive angle through mid, and he may catch one here, depending on the timing of how he wants to throw his smokes around the map.
Less common weapon choice on this map at times, but pretty potent against a solo Omen composition. They can't use that lurking viral space for free.
Dude, Koala and Omen's awesome.
That's exactly why it's quite powerful.
Such a fan of this.
Contact here is the game plan from Turtle Troop. They lose one off the rip.
You're as brilliant as you are handsome, Mitch. You call that one perfectly.
Looks like the second layer of the setup was kind of sharp.
Chance to kind of on a solo basis, get
3 people around this B side. The breach is
Bundle
walking A with Spike.
We'll have to kind of get the rest of the work done over towards this connector,
this is
but
sketch.
this Spike should be running to get planted at B. And for M80, with an operator in hand,
I think he just did the unbreakable trip indoor, by the way.
This is going to be a really tough retake for M80.
He was cooking.
Because they have C control here. So they kind of want to imply it could be either one. We've seen this a couple of times now, bouncing back to that outer extremity. And all of M80 basically just heads their bets by...
How is this not an overcoat? This is a fucking masterclass somehow.
Less relevant. They might have had it here. Think about playing over towards Mound, but what we talked about at the start of the game, hard to play off site here. I feel like Turtle Troop are favored now.
Hard call to make. Jesus.
That long route was to actually drop
what
the
a call.
For a weapon.
What a call.
It does give him
Mound flank is sketchy as hell right now, though.
Here, Mitch.
Take us the adder.
2 players
yeah. Observer. That's like I'm fucking microing you.
Koala Noob who will be locked out unless he finds some kind of time.
Third contact for Koala right here.
So far he's
he blinded.
You go the Prowlers to clear, and he's not able to bring him down through the... Oh my goodness, Koala Noob did get up on a timing.
Good bait setup.
But there was an extra layer of insurance.
That's a good aftershock, damn. Ooh!
Double face, but B-Dog rips them both to shreds. Turtle Troop come away.
Bro, B-Dog's so good.
Yeah, this is going to be a...
B-Dog is so good, man. I've seen this guy play a lot of weird agents over the years, like... He's playing Breach right now, and I just know like his duelist is crazy.
Action mostly off the operator play, and kind of punishing the fact that Troop have
he's
to
like,
essentially
he's a really
show
good player
their
right
hand
now.
if they do want to make an execute happen. So you can just kind of play a little bit back and then respond to it and trust your mid-round adaptations that we were praising, you know, with Happy and the rest of the boys at the beginning of this broadcast. But the thing about it is it's still not an easy setup to try to get full reads on. Like double initiators are not often fully punished and get dominated on, especially when they're on the offensive side. And we're starting to see that come through. So M80 going in around number 10, this is a pretty critical one for them. Credits are mismanaged. You're not going to have full weapons, but you don't just have to talk about this round. You need to talk about what starts to happen when you've got things like the Showstopper, the Rolling Thunder, and possibly the Nightfall up again for Troop, because orb control for them has been pretty much a guarantee if they want it, due to the fact that M80 have played a little bit more restrictive on their opening defensive setup. So there's a lot to conversate about if you want to try to walk away from this first half, the victor,
Where's
or
the
at least to get
fucking
into a
game
6-6.
I'm looking for, bro?
But orb control without a Viper wall against an operator adds another layer of nuance here. Like we know Turtle Troop value that a lot. They kind of have to gamble about the positioning of Koala Noob here. This will force them off the line, at least at first.
Find you.
The Haunt really is just a bit of a feign of presence over towards C. Look, immediately, M80 not buying it at all. They are pushing here towards C.
Why? Why? I am...
Because they're conditioned. Because I don't think we've seen like as much of that real aggression mount control from M80 because they're already getting pushed off by a fault line at the start of the round. So maybe you just think they're not going to bother.
Oh no, Xander got caught off a couple times on these mid rounds. They could still lose this round, guys. A site's open. Cam in 10. Uh-oh. Big fight here. Gets across. This timing. Oh, having control lost. Satchel after the kill, maybe. Oh, this could get spicy. There's a cam up. Satchel off the blind, maybe. Satchel off kill. Satchel off kill.
And of course, on the side of M80, very little work. But
fuck.
that paranoia did connect, but
damn! Oh my god.
On the lower.
Oh, what is this? What is that crouch?
Takes the bait. And here's that showstopper now.
Oh my god, the dad
That comes
retake.
clattering in, and it's just going to be up to B-Dog here with no util to spend. Now down to 70. Kwanu with an operator.
Oh,
Classics go to work.
fuck, that was well played.
No, let's go back to talk about that opening, because as much as the conditioning, like
Dude,
you mentioned, was
the full dad retake right there. The actual full dad retake. Xander Nitro.
a little bit of like stellar thinking. Oh, like okay.
I'm not trying to say
throw the smoke,
Nismo.
I'll just give this
Oh
a
my
little
god. Xander might have fucking.
bit. Spend something else. Like that's your whole purpose. Fortunately, though, again, on the flip side of this was the quick rotation back over to A to Geek.
I realized I said Xander after. I was like,
spot to still hold a post.
wait.
But then you
Said
get
the wrong
Nismo
name.
with one elimination, a little sloppy fight from high ground to low ground over the pit.
Ult
That's
out
showstopper, and that's the difference
from
maker.
here.
5-5.
oh, if they show any sign of fighting at any point in this round,
B-Dog here trying to punish the level of aggression on
he's only going to use it if they're
North Round
fighting.
before last round. It doesn't come. So instead, that Rolling Thunder can be used a bit more up close and personal. Definitely to facilitate Corey. Double satcheling here onto the site.
Fade util here?
He's trying to play in order to anticipate that as we have a high-low base for the defenders. Okay, well, that's going to be aborted very quickly. Nismo has to get out. Prowler picked up, but here comes the hit. Corey gets in there, and the Rolling Thunder still being held onto. This is pretty big for the attackers now.
Yeah.
It's a really big kill.
Yeah, and this is one of the first times we've seen Troop just kind of do the anticipated quick hit.
Almost
forward.
caught good timing.
Troop gets caught. Paranoia was well executed this time. Timing
I don't
was
even think they're going to use
perfect.
this round.
B-Dog, I don't think
They
you can use
shouldn't.
this, my guy. I think you can save it for round 12. And I think maybe he's starting to think
That's
the
a
same
good fault
thing.
line.
This is a post plant that.
Holy fuck, look at the
unless
line.
someone does something
Look at this
stupid,
line for breach for
really
fault
should
line.
not be
That's
too
crazy, actually.
tested. Oh my goodness.
It's a really good
no
spot.
edge.
Yeah, this is big though. Weeders in a position to capitalize immediately on the Rolling Thunder. And although things look like they're going
Wow, great job.
poorly, because
Good job
the
by
early
Weeded.
aggression from MAD came, that was able to be saved.
Holy fuck,
And now gets
so
some use
aware.
in this post plant. Turtle Troop get to salvage what looked like a slippery slope they were headed down.
Yeah, I mean,
round in the
wow,
half.
that got a lot closer than it should have. And that's a key tool off the table. Going into this next round, it won't hurt too much because you do still have the Nightfall and you're close to a showstopper, but I imagine that Troop would have loved the guaranteed 12th round by being able to hold on to it, but M80 don't roll over, my friend. They never do. So the clean execute gets supplied with the support it needs to hold on to the post plant. And now you've got Stingers, 2 Stingers, Bulldog, 2 Vandals, and a Nightfall here for M80, who will not have much of an option in terms of contesting against this A hit, but they do get a lot of clearance early through C with even, this is the first time we've seen this, Prowler through plus a step through from 2 members on the defense for M80.
Corey now going to move through tree, but those nanoswarms could be an issue.
Double flank, guys.
Corey might have to wait these
Keep
out.
an eye on this
Frustrating. Satchel's into the site, sees absolutely nothing.
Oh,
Knows
wow,
that
almost
Nitro
killed
is
him.
because of that Nightfall.
Did I
He
see
gets
a
good
barrel on
chunk of
radar?
damage.
Mike showing radar?
Remaining play off the site here. 2 players on the back
Wow,
side.
he did a lot.
Xander comes in, able to find one with the stinger. That's decent value for this kind of round.
He's
He
got
knows
2.
what's coming, but he can't do anything about it. The Bulldog bites hard from BCJ.
Oh, dude. Well played by those 2.
Waiting for this pressure from
Oh my
Baylor.
god. They just made such good little micro plays to get those kills.
I mean, the trap wire reveals the play, and it kind of alerts the post play.
I found the round. It only took a whole half. Okay. So this is what they were going for. Like when they kept smoking Mountain, I was like, they're going to play aggressive next round. They're going to do this. This is what the meta comp has been doing a lot. I brought it up a lot yesterday. So they'll bring the Rays over. And since Omen's TP across here a lot in the meta comp to create space, in addition to like a piece of util that's used, right? The Rays will come over sometimes. And if this player hears this, the Rays will come flush the Omen out with like paint shells and thus like break the default, right? And so like, you know, at that point, look at the rotates. Like the rotates are crazy off of something like that. Because in order to get past the one way now, it is so hard. It's like now you don't have really the tools if you time it in a way like that. So that's what they were going for. They were trying to like set that up early on. But the breach was just like way too powerful. Way too powerful. Like you can't do that against the breach.
Way to have more of an impact on this game. Tech pause here for Turtle Troop. Maybe a spilt beverage. Maybe something else here is.
What is this cam?
Very, very well, man. This is the team
Bro.
that obviously does not currently feature a coach but they put themselves in a position where they're asking the questions more often than having to answer them themselves.
I mean, literally in the what he sees versus what she sees.
Not that much of a betting man, but I would bet the house it has to do with we did. Has not moved a muscle.
He's just stoic, mate. He's absolutely dialed in.
I have to imagine the tech pause had to do something with him, probably disconnecting, I guess. But no, I mean, you're right. I mean, there's so many cool storylines built around this series. You know, from the zoomed out perspective, it is a battle for first in the group. Some very coveted points. But, you know, like we were framing up at the pre-show of Sierra, there was also the conversation about M80 giving a lot of praise to Happy, and that may have been what took them the extra step towards domination, you know, kind of getting over the hurdle
map
of
right
what
now
may
by
have
we
been
did.
a bother for them last year versus the Guard, and what was a very heated rivalry between the two of them. But, you know, the same thing can be told here for Troop. For a team that goes quote-unquote uncoached outside of the advice and constructive criticism they probably share between each other.
Yeah, dude, they don't even have a coach.
They found a ton of advantages and a lot of opportunities to not just stay in the conversation, they can take it over.
Okay, he's got the cringe cam above C-main here. We've got an early one-way.
We'll call it org. You know, kind of had facing them last season, kind of, you know, out of the picture throughout all.
So they use a lot of util to show they're fighting long.
Top of their group.
Good lurk to basically sniff out if it's real or not right now by Xander. But this bait, this is such a hard bait. Like Xander thinks this is the only player here. Holy fuck. We just fucking destroyed him.
Just the prior round. And that obviously, this is a very annoying cam.
And now the nerd cam that I was talking about. Blind off of this. Bro, Turtle Troop cook, man. Oh my god. Oh, no, 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 no. No, not like this, Turtle Troop.
Oh, okay. M80 survive with more
what is happening?
Help here, and you've got full supply. Stellar utility to try to retake this.
They don't need to aim. They got the util of the goats. Oh my god, dude. Their util was crazy. Bro. Their util and brains got all 5 kills right there. Their aim got nothing. That was an insane pistol round by Turtle Troop. Holy shit. What a fucking pistol, man.
B or long through stairs. Take your 4v2 and run onto site. I'm not really sure what M80 were waiting for right there. Too much caution towards the Cypher setup. I think you just gotta
that did feel like Junkrat.
That did feel like Junkrat.
That is gonna hurt. That is absolutely devastating. Paint shells here for Corey. We'll actually find a little bit of incidental damage as it turns out.
I was getting Junkrat vibes, yeah.
I'm not even sure if
see that.
Paired with a C's there.
It's funny.
Unclear either way. M80 now. A little battered up. That goes about the way we expected.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, he doesn't want to give him the ace.
First for the Prowler, then for Stella.
Bro, that was insane.
Guaranteed aces this series. Should be punishable by crime.
Yeah. I want to see the people putting the
Bro. Wow. They're clowning on him now. This is a massive bonus. Like, they have M80. I don't want to say on the ropes because, like, they're still on the defensive side. Oh, they're doing the cringe cam that we... Oh, my God. I love this. This is what we saw yesterday. Think about the energy necessary to get to this cam. Just think about that, right? But I do think they need to mask like they're playing A if they're going to do this. Because, like, it'll get sniffed out way too quick. Meanwhile, trap play over at Mound. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, if he took his time. Oh, he got him. He got him.
Gets ridden with shrapnel.
That's 4 paint shells kills this half. Unreal stuff. Good isolation, good burst coming through, and again, that's another part of this double initiator setup that you have to be cautious about for M80.
He's on that Icebox shit right now.
Nowhere, unpredictably so, burst out of a sight from the defensive side.
So much util kills
this round becomes much more manageable just based on the numbers.
There's 2?
Double trap wire setup plus the cyber cage in play. Nisba will deal with both the traps though, and then
I didn't see the second one broken.
This is all just a show of force. This is a fake essentially. But
yeah, so they're trying to trick the cam. This is a very heads up play by MAD to know to trick the cam. But oh my god, this guy. He can't be killed! Okay, he can be killed. Oh my god. 3v3. Spectre. Oh my god, they knew the other two were at A, so he knew he had like a one-on-one, just said fuck it. Such a good idea. Fuck playing that 3-on-3. Taking that one right there was big.
Absolutely perfect follow through mid-round adjustment for True.
Holy.
You got to remember that there's a lot of noise being made by Nismo and a friend over towards A.
Koala does play duelist. Koala plays Jet a lot. They've just always had like the GOAT Raze. Like Nismo is an insane Raze. So Koala has never played Raze. And simultaneously Koala also loves playing Omen. So it just like it just works for them, you know? He plays Jet.
How do you bounce back from this, MA?
He like ops on Omen a lot. Like he plays Omen really well.
Yeah.
Like I have zero complaint with Koala Noob on Omen.
MAD insist on contacting through that Viper wall. Find you. You have layers of contingencies to deal with that. I think over at C though, they've been trying to imply some strength with the one-way.
So they get by the one-way early.
Looks like MAD aren't going to go for it.
And they.
Some pressure now though. They've got to know that there's action over at A, and yep, we're going to see the response from MAD pushing in towards C. They know this is the
break the cam above.
And you have to go quickly.
Like
again, you know that
they know there's these kill trips all over the place. He puts them low because Prowlers go over these low trips. Tech. Keep them low on Prowlers.
Batter's utility. He's still in place, but again, this is all about playing off of retake if you're true. Batter knows that. And it's just down to how long he can just hold this waterfall position and allow his players on the flank a chance to get involved. But
oh, that's a big one.
Good read. Good
Trade is there though somehow.
Glory though. Finds Koala as he tries to TP into the
wait.
action.
Oh my god. It looked like he was killing AI.
And it's all Nismo.
Oh shit, they're doing it. They're doing it.
Absolutely decimate M80, who forced
he literally looked like a turret. He didn't even fucking move at all.
So patient and outlast them.
And
this is happening. This is happening.
Again, you should know that if you're getting forced down over towards a mound, that again, you're going to be taking an odd man numbers situation.
Oh, they got that timeout out of Happy. Holy fuck. They got it. Holy shit. Like, what are they going to cook here? What are they going to cook? This is hard for them right now because they're running into the problem that I saw yesterday when we ran Cypher. These cams are very hard to break. They take a lot of effort to break the cams. And if you're going the other way of the cam, then you're running into some weird like trap play in the mid ground that has like fucking an insane trio. You know, breach, fade, and raise in a trap play. Like you're in big trouble if you go the other way. So they're opting to go into the way of the cam right now, and they're breaking the cam because that's definitely the weak side. It doesn't mean you're going to win the round. You can definitely plant in that site, but there's also like kill trips in that site that you could get hit by and die on the way. So they have to go slow. So like maybe the play is to probably just like paint shell somewhere aggressively so that way they can just recklessly take the area of the cam. Oh, fucking BC pinch. Oh, fuck.
Put some sort of
oh, fuck. This is going to be insane.
The fact that there's 3 players at least pushing through, you often aren't going to expect their post to come out and Troop. Oh. Some of that early aggression into another force buy here for MAD, who will likely be in this set of circumstances for the rest of the game.
Is this MAD here on defense? My goodness.
Yeah, true.
They had to waste that C's nade there.
Look up there by we did early.
Colossal dub for Turtle Troop. And see, the same fucking cringe-ass setup is over here, bro. Like, and so Cypher's jiggling, and then he has 2 kill trips in the site, holding, like, the backside push, probably. And this cam is up top on the wall. So, like, If you're running, he's going to hear it from a mile away and call the rotate. And if you're walking, well, then that means there's no sound happening anywhere else on the map. It's so obvious what you're doing. Like, it's so obvious. So, like, it's hard. Right now, I haven't seen anyone deal with this cam in an effective way. And that breach fault line is the same one we used yesterday. It's insane.
Kind of keep him pinned down and towards this back gap, but M80 just can't step into this yet, and Adder may catch more
Holy
timing here
fuck,
again.
Turtle Trooper crazy. Oh my god.
Well, that's devastating. M80 are in. Well, they're on the proverbial without a paddle. Match point. Look at his money. That completely fell apart. Your boy Adder was on the cams.
Holy
constantly.
fuck, man.
And then the setup there behind the lead, rather by the horn, gave them all the info they needed and the timing on the. I mean, Alan, they knew there was a player and they suspected heavily the one was towards drop. They snake bited it, right? That's not going to stop Adder from waiting it out, swinging and stopping a plant. Yeah,
and that's again, it just feels like
without a coach hooking up stuff like this is crazy.
Moments for M80.
You see that cam that he just put there? I mean, like the Cypher setups are fucking wild, by the way. Like someone's dying to a trip this round, probably. There's one.
You're a defender.
This cam though is a foot cam.
Correct.
At least the M80 that took them to
chill out, chat. Don't get too excited.
This was always going to be their biggest challenge in stage 1. And Turtle Troop have risen to a well and truly they'll close it out here.
Bro.
13-5.
What an impressive series by Turtle Troop. But this cam can see feet, so it's hard to break. All the cams that Adder used on that defensive side were amazing and very hard to break. They would require a lot out of a team, take a lot of risks, or make their shit super obvious.
The agent draft kind of dictated the maps. I mean, M80's.
Where's Adder taking us right now?
Ridiculous.
Where are you taking us though?
And it's so hard to deal with. And Turtle Troop caught.
He said he's not fucking showing his face until he gets paid money. Pay him fucking money right now, Scene. He deserves money. You don't get to see him unless you pay money.
And then flipping things over here again, the double initiator. It's the more predictable. You know, if there were to be something strange, like M80 should have expected.
Turtle Troop don't have an org,
and
bro.
the fact that it matter was they just could not respond to it, and that just is a lot to show that TTR
I wasn't
well
watching
prepped,
it.
well oiled, and without a coach, they still have a lot of trust in one another, what their setups are supposed to look like.
I mean, they did it without Viper as well. She's been such a mainstay for so many teams here, but Turtle Troop showing us another way to go about this map and also abuse the heck out of that double initiator setup. Yeah, it was beautiful to see. And then we did, of course, just having another fantastic game. Again, finding these incredible timings. It felt like every single round.
The setups were amazing, man.
Very strong showing for Turtle Troop, and now, I mean, that kind of changes my opinion about the depth of talent in this Group B. Turtle Troop, well-deserved win there. 0 thrifties for the entire.
Is my goat Adder in chat? Is my goat Adder in chat? Is he here yet?
Advantages off those. Sierra will bring you back in here, as this is ended up being a blowout for M80.
I'm excited to see this coming out from Turtle Troop. Honestly,
Choose the outcome. Turtle Troop.
Considering how long I've been looking forward to this match,
oh wait, did someone else do it?
Yeah,
someone else did it.
I was a little worried after that Icebox. I'm not gonna lie, but I think the form that we got to see coming out of Turtle Troop for the next 2 maps, especially here on Lotus, considering 2Shift, we had talked about the ups and downs of both of these teams on this map. How much Turtle Troop has cleaned this up and how cohesively they were playing.
No, I haven't really been sleeping very good
lately.
In
particular, you know, if you look at double initiators, often when those compositions don't work out well is that the timing of utility is not great. And for a team that's only gotten a week of playing this comp after playing the Neon before, I mean, this was near perfect double initiator play. I mean, you throw it back to a number of teams in challenges last year that tried to run.
Teams are looking really good entering playoffs right now. Like with Core and Turtle Troop looking as good as they have looked the last 2 days, playoffs and challenges are looking kind of spicy right now. Shit.
Brother, this is, again, without a coach, they make the decision of, we don't like the Neon. Corey's not finding the same amount of value that we really want him to. And now you put him on Raze, he gets 5 kills with paid shells. I mean, it kind of speaks for itself. Like, it's just so cool.
We talk about, like, oh, your fade race is pretty good, right? Because in theory, like, if things
so
line up,
put them as number 1. I would imagine it's head-to-head.
I mean, that was disgusting.
I don't know.
Like, what, is it 2v4?
I mean, it could be like maps.
Behind those 2 pieces of utility.
Could be a lot of stuff. I would think it would be head to head in a 2-team tie. 3-team tie, you typically go to like maps or something. But 2-team, it's usually head to head.
Phases of the game here on Lotus.
Yeah, and going away from the Neon into the Raze,
wow.
Played up so well.
So what that means for them? Let's see. Well, I guess no matter what, they were getting a bye, right? Because these 4 teams will start over here. So like, say like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to write while standing. It's so fucked. It's like MXS, Turtle Troop, M80 was 1 too, right? And then who was the other one? Who was the other one? Core? Yeah, it's Core. Core actually finished ahead of Oxygen, I think. At least on the page that we were just looking at. So that means like the rest of the seeds are here, if that's the case. That means Oxygen doesn't get a bye. So they play like an extra game, extra VOD. Single limb though. I guess it didn't really matter for M80 because like no matter what they were getting a bye, right? It did matter a bit for Turtle Troop though. Pretty sure. Because if they ended 3-2, I don't think they were getting it. So it did actually matter for them. Cool, man. That was a good upset. We've had like 3 upsets in a row in Challengers, I feel like. Like 3 good games in a row, right? What was the other one I'm thinking of? No, because it was us there. I'm thinking of this though. Oh, dude, the sad TSM game was really good. Yeah, the games are like really heating up right now in Challengers, I feel like. The form wasn't so good at the start, but now it's looking nice. How would I personally rank the Challenger teams? Well, coming into Challengers and even through the first couple weeks, I think the narrative was like the big 3 teams in Challengers, which were MXS, OXG, and M80. I think every other team, you just have to question like, well, could they beat one of those 3 teams? Like, and most of them you would, pretty much all of them before like a couple weeks ago, you would say no, like they couldn't. And if they beat one of them, they probably wouldn't be able to beat the second one. So you would probably have like one of these 3 teams winning Challengers in some kind of order. I think most people were siding with these 2. If you think like the young talent on Oxygen can pull through in like high pressure moments, because they do have an insane skill, they have good coaching on Bonkar, good IGLing out of Mitch. They kind of have everything they need. If you just think they can piece it together with young players, they're probably the team you think is going to win. M80 has like stacks and stacks of experience, and they typically run the default comps and play a very strategic style, and they play a very hard style to beat. But I think it's readable. We play a very unique style, unlike any team I think I've seen. I actually love the way we approach the game. I'm so glad this is the team I get to root for. Like the comps we've been running in Challengers are so fucking creative. The way we're using our util is awesome. Like this was our Lotus comp yesterday, and even the week prior. Raze, Gecko, Brim, Breach, Cypher. And a lot of the theories you saw today were used here, like with the Breach Cypher. So, like, I want to say like those ideas were taken from us, but I'm not sure. Maybe they're stolen from somewhere else in the scene. What other comp did I fucking really like seeing us run? I don't even remember. We've run so much shit. Like, we run Harbor Viper sometimes. We're like...
I mean, first place in the group, you got the 10 circuit points. How does it feel?
Feels amazing, honestly. We went into it knowing that we were the best team in that group. I mean, shout out to M80. They're still looking like a well-oiled machine, but we definitely think that we're better than them, and we came into the game knowing that.
Wow.
I mean, what makes Turtle Troop better than M80, regardless,
Besides
besides the scoreline? Because when we're looking at M80, I mean, this is the team last year that was almost made it to Ascension. It's been that first place team. Like, what fuels this confidence that you can say that so surely?
I think we have an advantage in that we are run by the players. Like, we have no coach. A lot of the times we think like we agreed upon it prior to like finalizing the roster that we don't want to go into it with a coach, right?
Oh shit.
We see a lot of teams that get hindered by a coach or something's like troubling them and the coach doesn't really help out at all, or just like a lot of quote unquote fraudulent coaches, you know?
There are a lot of fraudulent coaches.
We came into it thinking that if we run it the way we want to play it, we have a set system put in place by Stellar, and we play it the way he wants to play, that we're going to go into it and we're going to all agree upon it and we're going to win it with ease.
There are a lot of fraudulent coaches, I'll say that.
Something that we talked about a lot actually going into this series was, oh, M80 has this wonderful coach, and when we're looking at Turtle Troop, like, is this going to be holding them back? And for you to say that no, coaches can be a hindrance, I think that's really cool. How
it's not Stellar throwing shade. It's
just. Has
just
there ever been a point throughout the season where you thought maybe like it would help? Because Turtle Troop at the beginning, I mean, there has been a couple stumbles for this team, or was it always just the full trust in this process?
We always trusted the process. We lost to Winthrop, and I think that was a really, really needed loss. I was struggling a lot on the roles, like the way I was playing my role, and Stellar came in huge and helped me out and tried to fix like our issues, and that's honestly just what we needed. We just needed to all be on the same page, and obviously you see that we are. Like, it's working out really well for us, and there was never a point where, even after we lost to Winthrop, there was never a point where we're like, okay, this is too hard, we need to pick up a coach, or we're struggling right now, maybe a coach would help. I always like throw in like coaches that are LFT in the chat just in case like Stellar gets tired of like grinding hard, and you know.
I think it's fine to do what they're doing. I actually agree with what they're doing.
And I'm glad.
I feel like they should have a coach for like booking scrims and shit, like the managerial part of having a coach.
I mean, I even want to talk
like
about the series,
booking practice, just logistics of like tournament shit. Like just getting the players' mind off that stuff. Oh, they do have a manager for that. Well, as long as they have a manager for that stuff, that's okay then. Yeah.
And you still played it and you're still winning, but it was never that first pick anymore. It being the decider in this series and being so decisive, like what work has gone on behind the scenes to kind of click
yeah,
this more,
don't
especially with
fuck,
the
bro.
recent
That's why you need a
agent
fucking coach, I feel like.
I think the agent change was really good. The thing about Raze is that you could combo with the util better with Fade, and you have just as much impact like holding places or like taking space somewhere as you do retaking that you did with Neon, right? I think Neon's like the whole point with Neon was just like beating some timings and getting into places where they wouldn't expect, or just like running at people super fast because like, you know, we're very explosive as a team. But Corey seems to be owning on the Raze, as you can see, and he feels really comfortable on it. Not that he wasn't comfortable on Neon, because he obviously was, but it just fits like the pacing of our retakes together, the pacing of our fights together as well.
I mean, we're definitely fans of the Corey Razor over here, so definitely we like that change.
Big fan too.
Now,
So very good interview. Oh my god, this is such a good interview.
Now we're looking ahead at this mid-season cup.
It is great,
you said
man.
undeniably here in Group B, you felt Turtle Troop was the best. How are you feeling kind of stacked up against the whole field and kind of the future going on forward in Challengers?
Well, unfortunately, I won't be here for mid-season cup because
What?
I had to do I had like a flight scheduled for that exact weekend, so
What?
I won't be there. But our 6-man Silence is going to be filling in for us, and I'm super confident that Silence could slot right
What
in
the
and
fuck
just
kind of buzzkill is
tear it
this?
apart, you know? So I'll be back in Split 2.
What the fuck?
I'll be back and ready for that as well.
The music was just cut off. The fucking lights turned off.
I mean, your presence
The party just ended, bro. Like, that was crazy how the hype just got ripped out of me.
Congratulations.
That's insane. That's crazy, bro. He took all my excitement away.
Thanks, you too. All right. First place over in Group B. It is decided. It is Turtle Troop.
Yeah, they beat him. 86 the number one spot and said, fuck it, we're out.
Against Winthrop University has 4 teams' fates left up in the air.
Went back in their shells.
More after this break.
What does fraudulent coach mean? I talked a lot about this yesterday. I opened up a lot. That's so funny after what I said yesterday. So I guess the way I would describe it is like, I can see that frustration, right? Like that's something I really was trying to avoid when I went into coaching. And I definitely hope that Sellers felt away about my coaching. Obviously I wouldn't really care if he did, but, yeah, it's hard because I was in IGL in CS, and so my style of coach was actually what they're describing. I never wanted someone fucking telling me what to do. I never wanted someone telling me what the right play was in a round because I knew fucking best. I was the in-game leader that had played the game forever. Like, I was the one that sunk all the time in. I watched all the demos. Like, I was the pro, and I was very confident about the way I thought about the game, right? And there's not enough great coaches to compete with the great in-game leaders, right? In order, like, Chet and FNS didn't even end up working out in the long run, and they're both great at what they do. It is very hard to get 2 people on the same wavelength in Valorant over a long period of time. And I think that's like the realization of some players, because metas change and players are the ones in the servers in ranked feeling the meta change, right? Whereas like oftentimes coaches are out of the server guessing or looking at numbers and predicting how the meta is going to change. So it's just but then there's certain coaches that can play at a high level and experience what it's like to be in those ranked servers and shit like that. So yeah, like I think Stellar's definitely like one of those players that I feel like he shouldn't be told what to do by some fucking coach that doesn't know any better, you know? Like, oh yeah, okay, so it was rough though, because like, yeah, I actually remember on the first day, Beaton, like, it was a hard choice for me, because like, obviously, like, I wanted to have my fingerprints on the team and the way I think about how to play on the team. But I also know how important it is for the IGL to have the key voice. Like, because I was the IGL. And that's what a lot of like coaches don't get. Like, they just don't get it. Like, because they were never players. So they won't understand like the inner team dynamics and what it feels like being a player and what it feels like having your like wings clipped out from you if you were an IGL. Like feeling like when your solution is given, it doesn't feel like the correct solution to the other players and shit like that, right? You have to be perceived as a source of insight from the players on your team. And if you lose that faith, I feel like you lose the team. And it's tricky, for sure. It's definitely tricky. There's definitely all different styles of in-game leaders, right? You can look at someone like FNS, who's like more in like my camp with like just having like a lot of control over the team and stuff like that and how they play and how they move around the map. Then you look at someone like King, and King last year and even into this year is like more of like the coach is going to give me a game plan and I'm just going to like kind of call along the game plan, right? There's a lot of different styles of leading. And I don't think Weeded's trying to say one style is right or wrong, but that's not what I'm trying to say either, because obviously I was an ex-coach. So, but I see the other side of the coin, you know, like you have to see that the other side of the coin has a point, because there's only so many like top level coaches. There's a lot of fraudulent ones. So if you say there's how many fucking VCT teams are there at this point? How many are there? 33 plus, how many are in China? Is there 11 in China? 44? So yeah, I mean, that's why you think there's 44 head coaches that could tell 44 in-game leaders what to do and actually know more than the in-game leader. And then you go even further. Like, what do you think about challengers then? Like, for all of those regions, like all of a sudden, like you're like, damn, man, like there's not many people that would do this. And a lot of the people that would want to do that would just want to be fucking players, like, or do different roles in the scene that are less stressful, you know? Yeah. So it's like a really weird dynamic, and I totally get it. Yeah. I appreciate that kind of honesty in Weeded's answer. Oh yeah, so I was saying though, like I still remember that first practice where like, yeah, like I'm aware of all the things I'm saying, right? And so when I scheduled the first practice, I told Mike, he's like, what do you want to go over, blah, blah, blah. Like, I was like, I just want to let Beaton go over whatever he wants. Like, just let him talk. I'm just going to give him the mic. Just let him go over whatever. And I'm going to build off of whatever Beaton says. Like, I'll figure out what he wants, and I'm going to build off of that. Like, what he thinks is most important. Like, I need to know what he thinks is most important without any of my thoughts in his head, right? And that way, the base is still his ideas. And I also get an idea of, like, what to work with. There were definitely times after that first day where I definitely felt like I took too much control, or I like power tripped a little bit. Not so much like outwardly, like aggressively to you or anything like that, but yeah, it's just that dynamic between coach and IGL is definitely hard. It's hard is what I learned. Just because of there being so many meta shifts, because there being like so many adjustments you need to make, like micro and macro, and you're also trying to improve simultaneously, your time gets spread in like a lot of ways. Yeah, for sure. I handled the boys perfectly. Sean is a great boy handler. Let's not say those things back to back in chat, please. What? Look, I'm just reading chat. Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are fast.
Shut. Jesus Christ.
Power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final best of 3 here in Valorant Challengers North America Stage 1. And everything on the line for 4 teams, even though 2 are only playing. There's a lot up in the air right now. Uber, Sierra, Shift here. I mean, Shift, that last series too, that was for the first place spot. We got to see so much coming out. I mean, this is a high intensity day. Yeah, I mean, is it appropriate to say we go from first to worst? Huh? No, it is not. It is not.
Statistically, by the numbers, yes.
No, the thing about it is, and the way that I think Mitch, you said this was like, we've got 2 matchups.
Nothing
both
crazy.
The sets of teams that are playing are right next to each other in the standings. Just happens to be that, you know, we had top of the group, and now we have trying to fight off relegation on the other side of the group. So it should be a good game regardless. Just maybe it will look a little different.
Yeah, we'll go to the standings. So it doesn't look like what Shift is saying is so mean when he says from first to worst here. Because when we are looking at the standings, I mean, technically we are looking at the last place teams here.
It's just factually correct.
Okay,
you know?
okay,
we're different. 5-0.
We are still looking at Group B over here. It's gonna be Winthrop University going
I
up
loved
against
it,
the
dude.
Glazers.
I loved it. I was just complimenting your interview. We were talking about it. I appreciate the honesty, dude. Everyone's glazing you. I was trying to tell them you're really not as cool as you look. Like, trust me. I know him. I've known him for a long time. This is about the coolest I've seen him. This is the peak.
To note,
I was telling him that.
Differential there on the right-hand side, but that is not a round differential. Both Winthrop and the Glazers are
Nah, bro, that was sick, man. You've owned like the last like 3 weeks. I think I watched you. That was a sick game though. I really like the way you guys played your comp on Lotus in particular, and Ascent actually.
The outcomes of some of these other teams here.
Yeah, well, we actually made a little graphic to make it really, really easy for anyone watching, and also ourselves here, on all the different outcomes that could be coming out from this series. So simply put, if Winthrop can just get this win, they're in, and they're going to be pulling along YFP with them, and it's going to be Thinky Men and the Glazers that are going to be relegated. If all of a sudden Winthrop lose, well, then we get into a interesting place here, Shift, especially too with how they lose, because that is actually going to change things up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the teams that are playing, Winthrop just needs to not get blown out, and they control their own destiny. The only way Winthrop doesn't make it in, and the only way the Glazers make it in, is with the 2-0 result favoring the Glazers.
Damn, it actually started with this map. So it wasn't 3 straight series, but it started here. The last map of Lotus where you owned Sad. That's right. You guys were in the Neon back then. I remember that. That was a pretty fun game. And then you fried TSM. And then today, you fried M80. God damn. My boy's in form. Of course, can't be seen going to playoffs or anything. Like, can't show up there. Is just a regular season player. It's like, think like Carmelo Anthony or something. I'm fucking around.
Outside of
that, I was actually super bummed when you said you couldn't make playoffs. By the way, that's pretty lame.
Whoa, to get the Glazers qualified, that is the only outcome with which they can stay in this Group B. And of course, you mentioned YFP are looking on with great interest.
100%. And hey, don't feel bad about any misinformation, because honestly, looking at this, it ended up being where we don't get head-to-head because we're involving teams from the other group. So as soon as we pull in the other group, it's a family affair and things get a little wonky up in here. But we're going to focus on the first outcome here, which is Winthrop University.
Fish, this is the best match. I was being serious.
A little bit more about this
the best
Winthrop
match.
University roster here. This is the roster too. This is the first collegiate team that's made their way into challengers, which has been impressive. They definitely have
you guys
some
can
staff
see
competition up against them. Shift. So seeing them at this current record, I mean, we'll give it a little take.
Yeah, that's the very easy way of putting it. I mean,
tell me that heaven doesn't go hard.
They're now the only team that's beaten the #1 team of the group, beat Turtle Troop. So, you can kind of ride on those laurels a little bit here if you're Winthrop. But I think the really fun thing about talking to Winthrop and hearing from them was off of the reactions, just like, yeah, we may be a CVAL team to start, but like, we're a challenge team now. And I feel that people are just sleeping on us for all of the wrong reasons. Like, this is one of the more creative teams going through the qualifiers to make it into challengers in the first place. And they found success pulling that off as well. I think the thing about it is for Winthrop,
I actually don't know if he's talking about. Oh, he's talking about Winthrop.
The most stretched team when it comes to their responsibilities day in and day out, because they're also full-time active students and they also play in CVAL.
Wait a second. M80 have 2 fathers. I'm gonna fucking fact check you on that. And like that, literally, we need like fucking fake news thing like Twitter does these days. Like,
which I think is obviously the big key here leading into this series.
At least they've been getting the reps in.
2 kids? The amount of work of 2 kids is greater than 5 full-time students.
Even though it was minus, I believe, Infiltrator and having Ranchies on the roster instead. But I mean, you're right, Chip. There are so many different ways that this team is kind of pulled all directions, and I think, all things considered, what they've stepped up and shown us here in Challengers has been really, really cool. And they are here,
and he runs a
really
restaurant,
close
yeah.
to actually just sealing their own fate and having their first like split in Challengers.
I'm pretty sure Adder has a job because they don't have an org. Like, I'm pretty sure some of the Turtle Troop people are like working.
In a big way here and remaining and even being allowed to play amongst this sort of incubator of talent.
I mean,
and
that's kind of hard, bro.
Season tournament and
he's
in
grinding,
stage 2
dude.
we continue to improve from there because that's what we've seen from this team. They have been able to grow in leaps
Engineering
and bounds.
major, yeah.
And I'd say like
I would imagine they're not doing that,
some,
but they
like,
could be.
off the wall agent selection from this team, trying a couple of interesting
Nismo
things. They are
does.
very, very solid. Jerk last week had a really good showing, especially just as an anchor player in general, and that win against Turtle Troop is, a pretty significant. The Sunset showing against M80 was horrendous, and that's obviously something that they, look back on thinking, man, we really didn't have it figured out for this kind of map. M80 are a very clean team. Like we said, you've got to be very polished if you're going to take it to them, like we just saw in that previous game. Whereas the Glazers, I would say, are much rougher around the edges, as was exposed in their own matchup against M80 a few weeks ago too.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the Glazers roster here, because this is the team that is currently 0-4 here in Split 1.
Drone.
Rough.
Drone just has a fucking...
They're a little rough around the edges. I think they've had a little bit of a difficulty
half-eaten glazed donut
going on in this first split.
Yeah, and it's just like one of those teams that we've had kind of like this in the past where, like, on paper, you would think that these guys could definitely fight and possibly be in a position to not just stay away from relegation, but maybe even contend.
Donut.
We've seen great individual moments
You're
across
cooking.
a variety of different squads for everyone on this team. It just has not come.
I wish I thought of it. I'm not gonna lie.
And I think in particular,
kind of disappointed myself.
To close out games is absent, just flat out. They have not been particularly good when we get into the tight moments where, hey, it's going to be full buy versus full buy. Maybe not.
Oh my God! Everyone wish Mr. Hawk luck. Oh fuck! It always makes me so sick when someone tells me they put a fucking fat real bet down right before the game goes live. I'm just like, all right. Let's go. I'm buckled in for you. That makes it a little bit more exciting for me. All right.
Felt like almost at every single turn on Sunset in particular.
What's the return? What's the return like on something like that, Mr. Hawk? How does that work? That's a random fucking amount. Like, what the fuck? Why that amount? What happens?
We were talking about Winthrop. We talked about how strong a lot of the talent is here, and that if you're not quite stepping up to the plate, like, it is going to be looking.
I do respect fucking. There's something about betting on the 1-3 team against the 0-4 team for relegation. Like, I respect the fuck out of that, bro. Take a couple shots and enjoy this.
Intrigued with what we're gonna get out of this series.
It's gonna be fun as fuck. That sounds like my type of Friday. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I wasn't doing this, and if I didn't have guilt about putting bets on shit, that sounds like an awesome fucking Friday to me.
You know what agent competitions that are not.
I need to get spawned.
Too often here. Whereas this one, Uber, I mean,
just watching Valorant that I bet on, like, I'm losing my mind.
Some of these picks a little unorthodox.
No, well, I mean, some of the bans
I would lose it,
kind
yeah.
of odd. I think like Winthrop avoiding Breeze is.
I don't think I
fair.
trust my
I think
mental.
Is, a little, I would not say it's exactly clean there. That's the sort of Yoru that we saw them try and play on their map, and prior they were playing a bit of Reyna. I think the Glazers banning Bind is very odd.
Oh shit!
Because
dude.
That's the map they actually beat Turtle Troop on. The one map that they've actually won in challenges
Preds
against the best team in this group, they have banned. So, I mean, that for me is definitely curious. Seeing Sunset as
I think I'm leaning Winthrop here, guys. Think they're gonna school them. Sorry, I had to do that, but I actually do think Winthrop will slightly edge them. It's not a lot. It really isn't. Drone's gonna have a good series. Like, if we see Drone on Raze, I think he needs to be super impactful today. Zach has been playing really well. When I watch the Glazers, I actually think Zach is in really fucking good form. God damn it! Why do I always use that word? I'm gonna literally remove that word.
About the fact that for
I'm
Lotus
not saying that word anymore.
Like for Winthrop, that this Lotus has been really, really strong, because calling back to the relegation outcomes,
edging the Glazers. Did I actually say it like that? I don't think I said that.
The Glazers here, even a 2-1 victory in their name isn't actually good enough. Like, they need a 2-0.
Wait, they need a 2-0.
Lotus to kick things off, I think, is definitely really, really scary. We're definitely going to have to see them in top
The
shape
Glazers
today.
are under immense pressure.
Get settled, but after this, it is going to be the Glazers going up against Winthrop University.
Some Glazers edge, some edgers. That's a horrible saying. Why did I put Valorplan up? Ooh, what did I was gonna go over something. I looked over at my second monitor and I saw Valorplan. I was like, bro, that was so long ago, I don't remember what I was cooking. My brain's so ADD that it thinks of like 5 things at once, and then I end up talking to you guys about like 1 or 2 of them, and the other ones are just lost forever. Like, I don't remember them. Do I think any team is going to use Clove this week? I definitely think someone is. Yeah, I think I was honestly like kind of trying to like piece together like who might. And, like, I think the best chance might actually be Loud. Like, I think they have a really good chance of doing it. It's not saying it would make them, like, better or anything like that, but it would be a different look. Where I think they've kind of gotten solved to an extent. Like, I'm not saying they'll never beat anyone again with this comp, but, you know, like, I could see that putting a Clove here... And even if you keep the Phoenix, it's fine. Like, the Clove would pair pretty well here. Like, the Vuln with a Shock, the Vuln with an Aftershock, the Vuln with, you know, like, Phoenix Util would fry them really quick. Like, the Clove would pair well here. It wouldn't be great. It wouldn't be perfect, but it's possible. And it would be, like, a good test. The question is whether Loud thinks Clove's any good. Or, like, Sadak thinks Clove's any good. I think relative to Omen, it's a lot to ask for. But if anyone could design a game plan to use them, it's definitely fucking Sadak. Like, Sadak can definitely figure out how to use them in the game. Like, that's where my bet would be, but I'm not. Like, I'm just literally fucking guessing. Like, I don't know. Anyone can run Clove, yeah. Yeah, I saw that too. I thought I saw Sadak was going to let the coaches have a little bit more control. And for those of you that are wondering, like what am I talking about? Like, kind of talking like, let's see, gotta go to kickoff. What would be a good game to show you? I've done it on Ascent and Sunset with their comps where I've like broken them down. I'm trying to think about like which one would be easier to talk about. Probably Ascent. Also, I think maybe Ascent has a higher likelihood for Clove. I don't know, man. Omen's so good. On the maps that Omen's played, it's like, it's hard to argue against Omen. His kit just gives so much value. You know, like, it's one of those kits where, like, you can get value throughout the whole, like, every piece of it. Like, in a lot of rounds. Like, you get a lot of value from his whole kit in a lot of rounds. And agents that are like that just become meta. Because they're just very effective on certain maps. Like, you find ways to use their util. I do think that we can see Clove. I know I'm like cooking hard. And honestly, I haven't been in Valoplan. I haven't really ironed this out. It's super half-baked. But I think like Clove and Brim could actually be pretty sick. I think Brim is like a second controller. I've said this so much lately. It's like so underpicked. And that Brim's kit is incredible. I've been saying that for a while now, that I think Clove Brim. I don't have like any real fleshed out ideas on it. I just know that Clove to be run, it feels like Clove would need like someone to be stalling on the other side of the map, and definitely would need another controller. Well, not definitely, but I don't know. I just feel like you get a little bit too one-dimensional too quick running a solo Clove. It's not saying you can't win. Definitely win. But like as far as finding the meta comp, which is what the discussion is right now, it would have to be Clove and a second controller. And I think Brim would allow like a whole Pandora's box of plays to be opened up. I think he's super underutilized. His smokes last 20 seconds of fucking peace. They're the strongest, in my opinion, in the game. They allow for like instant poppy execs. So both of your controllers can like drop 5 smokes at once. Like one time, just from the fucking sky. You just drop 5. Like that's kind of powerful. Whereas like other smoke agents have like travel time or activation energy or, you know, like certain shit like that. It's a very poppy comp that also is denying info because you have a second controller. But Brimstone is important here because I think you get crazy good ult value. One, with the Orbital Strike paired with Clove. And likely a raise. Likely some other stuff that probably pairs pretty well. And the molly to stall out chokes is like massive. Like having the Brim molly to stall out chokes or post plants would win you a lot of rounds. And like the low, because then you would just be rotating so fast. Like people can't disrespect a Brim molly. You can sometimes disrespect a Viper molly, but people don't disrespect Brim mollies. Like you fucking die if you like you fucking die running through a Brim molly in some of the chokes in this game. And I just think you could really break the pace of teams with that comp. You would break them. You throw in like a Sentinel in there and like maybe, so you have like a Sentinel and like a Brim that could just anchor the fuck out of one of the sides. And then you have like, ideally you would have like maybe Clove and some Initiator and some Duelist that can have some combo that would be outrageous. You don't need a Sentinel. Loud hates Sentinel because they understand rotations on like a fundamental level. But not everyone can run Loud's comp. It requires tons of experience in the game. Tons of experience. And a great IGL. Like, so, like looking, I'll just pick a scent. Oh, I picked the right round. I'm insane. So, looking at this round, this is from kickoff. This is like, I want to say the first time we saw them run this comp. So, in this game, to like set the scene, like Loud is experiencing like their first true match reps of this comp. You know, like you never really know how it's going to play out in a match. And they're getting to experience against the default comp. So we're going to get to see really the layers. The layers are going to like be showing right here. And you're going to get to see it like over the course of many VODs. Hold up, let me just make sure. Just need to be able to lightly hear them if they say something. Okay. This pistol You can see, you can look at everything they buy. This is all for a reason, right? Keep an eye on this blind in particular. You can see that like comfortable with less having a sheriff. Why is that? Well, that's because if they go B, they would activate this wall. They have a plan for everything is basically like what I'm going to get at. The short way of saying this is this pistol, they run it a lot. And they have reactions to everything you do. Very, very good reactions to everything you do that are very well thought out. So here at the start of the round, you can see this Viper. You might be like, well, what the fuck are these guys doing? And what the fuck are they doing? Like, why are they sitting here? Well, Les is sitting here because he's like, well, if they rush B with like a blind through the wall or the KO knife comes market, I don't want to get hit by either of those things. I have a sheriff. This is a great range. He could destroy them from that range with his sheriff. So watch how they move throughout this round as it starts, though. So just standard default over here, right? Like Omen one way's main. The KO is playing close, just listening at the start, right? Probably literally has like a knife ready. Like if he hears thunderfooting A, his protocol right here is probably to knife the wall to just shut down the hit. And then maybe even molly the choke because that's what KOs do. So like they have their counter A play. They have their counter B play. And they're thinking about if they go mid right now. So these guys are staying off of a KO knife market. So once they realize the KO isn't knifing market, they start progressing up. The KO knifes wine. You can see Tui's. He could opt to walk out of this. He purposely walks in. He purposely gets hit by it. Because even though he doesn't have a blind to stop this hit, if it were to happen, he understands that they have to clear wine. They have to clear it now. And this comp just doesn't have a lot of util, especially on a pistol. So like they're so ready for everything, right? And that's why Loud is one of the few teams that I think would be willing to take a risk on Clove because they have the IGL to do this. And like we did said, there's a lot of fraudulent coaches. You might see a Clove, but it won't look good. It'll look good when Loud run it. Here's their play if they go A. Oh, that's the retake. That's the plan, right? So you saw how it would be a trap play in mid if it was mid, right? This is the mid round right here. Like, look how they're shifting throughout the round. Like, they know how they're going to win the round in every fucking second of that round. It's pretty wild. Double raise. Oh, yeah, we're Lotus. Fuck. For some reason I thought we're Ascent. Derp. But if you watch Loud's pistols over, let's say, the next few, like, Ascent games after that, let me see. Ascent. Real quick, Leviathan versus Loud. Does the base setup look familiar, chat? Look, 2 deep, Viper, 2 here. And like, this is what I'm saying where like, if there was a team to change their comp, it's probably Loud just because they're becoming readable. They have great ideas in this comp, but once they're all known, those great ideas aren't so great anymore.
Here for Winthrop on their map selection, but the Blazers cooking up something new. Very standard, definitely lots of film to look at to kind of add arsenal plays into their playbook here, jumping into this pistol.
Okay, thinking about this B site to start with, again, less utility from the defenders on a round like this, so maybe you fancy
C's
yourself a
open.
bit more. They feign aggression there, they pulled everybody from the Glazers off
Good
of that
fake.
C site. There's not even a skerrick of utility.
Good use of the blind.
Of precision to rely on. I want to point out Zachary here on the raise. Quite often see him on the Cypher or generally on the sentinel role. And here's a good example of you being able to.
Have we seen Zach on a race?
If you can do it in numbers, if you have a full 5, you can really try and overextend into this part of the map, but it does hurt them.
Yeah, the Paranoid doesn't quite get as much value as you're hoping for. Dark Cover also kind of concealing some of these other pistol players on the offensive post plant. Trades are decent.
Zach, bro.
And now it's just down
Holy.
to Jerk, who gets caught right in the front doors.
I told you guys Zach was in good form right now.
But plenty of time to collect the defuse. And how about that? Zach just kind of bailing out the Glazers from what was a very nice little rewrap back through B to C for Winthrop's opening pistol attack.
And what else is new for this absolute gun? I think we saw a pair of legs there start to peek in.
According to what we heard, Glazers need to 2-0, right? Glazers need to 2-0 in order to like change any kind of outcome, right? Is that the case?
Into a Vandal and small shields. Pretty decent to play around this kind of rifle if you can maintain it.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's one of those things like when we've watched Winthrop on this map in the past.
So the Viper can like lean
like, the word I want to go to
the AB
is
side.
They're a very calculated team. Like they're all about trying to read where the advantages are, dissecting what is the best available option for us, and then trying to use that as kind of like a, I don't want to say a game of chance, but they play into the probabilities maybe of, okay, we can create this space. That means that we know for a fact we're going to have a chance at opening up space somewhere else. But, you know, here in this round, you're just trying to make it as punishing as possible for the Glazers and not a good opener as moves will drop almost immediately.
Great feeling for timing, though, Zachary has there. And I think it's the presence
I am
of
a weak boy that needs sleep.
Tells Winthrop that that is a no-go for the time being. Precision obviously takes a couple hits there. Attempted to find some damage from Mound, but trades that damage back in equal measure. Turret has been removed here. I think Nasi did identify that there was a nano swarm on the ground.
Yeah, this is just such a laborious approach. I mean, with just
you can definitely lean towards A without that orb line out. You can't throw an orb that clouds out like that before the barrier drops. So he's throwing it so that way as the barrier drops, the orb can cloud out, which means he can be in the B site and allow 3 players to fight A and the Killjoy to play C, as opposed to like starting the round by C, throwing that orb, and then running to B and being forced to play Link on a potential B pop. It's just, I don't even know what you're trying to argue right there in chat. Kind of odd.
Still going for the Vandal there. Can continue to build that utility up around it. And something I'm noticing is that Drone is not seizing off these paint shells at the start of the round. They're not trying to combo it off the rip.
Yeah, that's a good call. And again, it is early still. We're going to start to see what the actual defense will look
like. That's why they're doing this setup. So that way he can lean B and they can play 3 over by A. He breaks the door for them early.
And Winthrop kind of beating aggression with aggression of their own. And that's
wow, they own that take.
That's enough for them to get the isolated 4v2 essentially. And that's enough now for the Glazers to likely have to just see what Ange can do. Last one standing.
I mean, I like this from Winthrop here, you know, especially knowing they're up against a bonus, having a pretty clean opener, and they're very, very keen to take these fights. That's going to bode well for the rest of the series here. They're not over-respecting what the Glazers are trying to make happen here over towards A-Long. It really is just a 4 plus a paint shell combo. Yeah. So Winthrop can just wait for a beat and then still push on towards that Viper's wall.
Oh, well,
yeah,
thank you.
And that's
3 months of being into
timing that Winthrop will try to use as kind of a staple through and through. When you've got these combating Viper's wall kind of dissecting the front side of A main, yeah, you've got the ability of popping yours behind a double blast pack, even if you need to throw extra smoke just to be sure. You can isolate Rebel pretty easily thanks to that wall. And then also on the top of that, you know, depending what the timing of the Glazers looks like when they want to use that wall to pop up, kind of the same circumstance.
Oh, wow.
Now we're going to get a different setup. Will get a lot of reveal here, but the Glazers are full diving forward.
Nah, I don't think that works there, man. I see what they were cooking, but
a small moment of reveal, and Ange's gonna have to kind of hold strong here, wait for rotational help.
Teams can bounce off of that too easily. They use a lot.
For those reinforcements to arrive. One coming out through Baby Door here.
Zach flat showstopper. Oh, bro, I hate showstoppers without satchels. They're so hard.
Still good for 2 somehow.
Yeah.
It's like Nasty and Gucci lined up for him. Here comes the plant. Of course, Infiltrator can head top side now and try and hold this angle, but only
Sick drone.
only a Boombot to
Good
work
play
with
right
now
here.
into Nightfall.
Yeah, really good counter.
Oh my
with the
God,
Nightfall
no
out. The
drones and no
Showstopper just kinda
sound.
halted at its
Feels
place.
awful,
But
man.
Also, just making sure Zach can't quite get over and up. Does he get the hit? Yeah, sure does. Connection to Infiltrator good. And now the Glazers have numbers 4v2 in the retake.
Moves there. Actually swings into that haunt. Gets lit for a brief moment, and they are the solo player here.
Oh my God, crazy read by Zach.
And it's going to be the Glazers
Crazy.
back on top. That proper full buy.
Yeah,
No,
really,
he just sent it.
Nice idea, but
That was like right at the fuse too.
for long enough. And I will say, just because, you know, for all of you avid fans out there, the Valorant space that were watching avidly into the first series versus the second, that commitment for Winthrop to just sit there and say, we know that at least 2 players, likely 3, push through C long. Let's just take our 5v2 on A. Even though they get doubled up, it's a great moment.
7 and
to
1.
be able to find 2.
Oh
I
shit.
still wish that like M80 would have done that in their last series of like, you know, 3 players got aggressive. behind the play.
Infiltrator's been shooting
Get
all
aggressive,
split
take your
though.
number situation towards A, try to get
Like
yourself
I'm
post plan.
definitely not sleeping on him right now.
You know, is what it is.
I mean, fair point. There's a level of decisiveness there from Winthrop,
Yeah.
even if the execution is lacking that we did not see in that previous series. No, they're not offering too much respect, and that's something we saw.
Lot of
really
pressure
early on
over
when
by
just that fight
C.
against the
They
Winthrop
haunt.
Blazers bonus.
Yeah.
They turret up, grab the orb fast. As they're grabbing the orb, they're showing presence. They're shooting. They're also taking front B. They're faking pressure at A with the Viper util.
Or rather, Infiltrator.
Haven't opened the
This is
door
interesting
yet though.
'cause this sentry turret would lead you to believe that
Plants
if
could
they
be
were to set
owning
up a post
front
plan,
B.
if they get onto C, it'll be a little bit deeper on towards site. It just comes down to can they
No.
actually crack the code here at the open.
So they got map control very fast, right? They got mount, they got front B. They didn't get long, but they had the Viper set up to deny info, and then they just cut noise and just held, and basically starved them of info.
Again, Ant has to be the anchor player here, Alan. This time they give up the space though, straight back into Seahawks. Against the showstopper, you have absolutely no choice otherwise. So that gets used to make space, but you'll note here Winthrop in a 4v4 don't scale back into the site. So a very similar situation they've mostly got to play on.
It's all timing for Zach. Like, when does he take contact?
Deal with the flank.
If he takes first contact, I think it's too early. Holy shit, he's waiting for the haunt. He's waited for after the... Holy fuck, that's such good awareness.
Smoke is timed well. They've got to run ahead of it now. That's information to Winthrop. But where did the defenders come from on this retake? Now Gucci's free to swing that at his leisure.
That's really good awareness.
A one smoke timing can do for you. They made enough noise to wake the dead coming up Waterfall.
No, for real. It is true because, I mean, that's like Valorant in a nutshell, especially on this map in particular with mirror matchups. Utility landing and being utilized at the correct times is everything. And I think that one is a little bit more double-folded than that because it's not just the entry for the Glazers, but it's also Winthrop winning that 1v1 towards C mound to give them an exit of that post plan. I'm sure they don't know how many players are on that flank, but after Jerk drops, someone has to back out and make sure that you've got a little bit extra space to work with. That's a beautiful elimination coming through. We have another early piece of contact here over the top of mound. This is legitimately just who's better. Shooting back and forth, one-way smoke will deter the fight, and we'll get out with a very aggressive game of tag being the result.
Infiltrator is struggling with these long angles with the Phantom. As the second time that again that sort of spread, the diversion of shot at longer ranges has hurt him. And holds his ground again. Oh, what a consummate anchor. Eventually there's going to have to fall, but not before he gets his. Beautiful snake bite there, and a very low health Infiltrator after losing out on that damage trade early in the round pays off.
That's a good plant. You see it when you open the door. See it from long pretty well. It's a great plant.
A great opportunity for moves to get some value out of this utility, especially against pistols.
Ooh, it's gonna get weird. Is this gonna get weird?
Second prowler.
Nah.
It's gonna get awkward once that smoke clears. Zachary swings it, loses out. Nano Swarm there is gonna be destroyed before deployed. And there it is, all up to precision. Not enough time to work with there. Eventually gets brought down anyway.
Yeah. And again, the decision making for Winthrop is always so well committed. So much trust built into the squad.
There we go.
Really no doubt.
Someone redeemed.
Like, you have to think at certain points, whether it be through their CVAL history or here in Challengers, they had to have like a little bit of a kumbaya and be like, look, let's all commit to the call, even if it's a really bad call. Let's just all commit to it, and then we'll evaluate what the integrity of the call looked like beforehand. Because Yeah, I feel like, again, like the word I keep going back to is just it's so calculated. Everything they do comes with this natural assessment of where are the pros in this approach? Where are the cons? How do we mitigate some of the losses that we could potentially come with? And they're fine taking that kind of battle of attrition at times. This time it's going to be a much different round, though, in particular with the Viper's Pit being played. But there is a lockdown
alarm bot in the pit.
They could push off this entry towards C if they want to.
Oh, are they going to go in the pit?
Put the lockdown.
Bro, wait.
In the spot that would actually cover the
no, they're going to get the Fatal? Are they going to get the Fatal and Fatal the pit? Bro, this, oh my god, this Viper's fucked.
The Nightfall. Boombot in there as well. All right, he's going to create some space, but Ange remains inside the pit.
Oh, that's
still
massive.
no attempt at the lockdown.
Yeah, him being in this position is so key. I mean, Winthrop going to get on towards sighted wall.
Wow.
Infiltrator creates the opening, finding two, most of it through smoke. And was about to
oh my god.
And kind of sidesteps everything.
Infiltrator heard you were talking shit.
Just doesn't seem to give a darn toot about what's in smoke.
Darn
Still picking
toot.
things apart. And Drone, last one left, is working on a 1v4, but low HP eventually gets dealt with, and Jerk will finish off the round.
Yeah, that could have gone so rough for Winthrop there, but Infiltrator, after a couple of rough starts to these rounds, just walks up on the side and finds three. Doesn't care that Ange is not going to challenge out of the pit. He can go through it with the boom bot, basically be untouched, play from behind that, and then get a really sick position. That
yeah, second I saw they were one off that Fatal. I don't think he. That's one of those moments where I think if you're playing Viper, you have to be aware of like all the things that counter a pit. And that's definitely one of them. That's definitely one of them. You have to be super aware when that Fatal comes online.
Does not give a darn toot.
Like, start
about it. Just
start of
right
every round, you should be looking at the word counts.
In that round. And the thing about it is Winthrop still have the lockdown to play. And they're going to have... Oh, this is an old pair. They just used Nightfall. What are we looking at here? But I'm pretty sure they still have Killjoy ult available.
I'm not even saying that the Viper got hit by or the Fatal killed her. Even the lack of info is enough. The Prowler attaching to a fucking Twizzler.
Poison orb now.
You can follow the Twizzler.
Much more appropriate roundabout use of it, even if it's not countering a Viper's Pit.
Oh, but look at the push through. Paranoia coming out. Oh, I love this from the Glazers. Just taking the fight right to the front doors. They're gonna come away
big trades, big trades.
Mitigating the lockdown. So
fucking the HUD's down, but I think it's 3 on 3.
Out decently for the Glazers defensively.
Okay, pulling out of C now entirely. Will just be the one player Precision, obviously waiting over day long. You still can make use of the Viper wall. You did not lose Gucci in that little exchange. Yeah, this Haunt's just going to create all that space to walk up into.
Good read.
And I just don't know what you pull here to retake. Again, we obviously aren't able to see what's available in terms of utility. Do they still have the paranoia? Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
okay, well, that takes the
this
question
round.
not of consideration. Good shots from Moobs.
What's happening right now?
Still a 3v2. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Where am I?
What's happening right now, bro?
Well, it kind of gives away the game, really, doesn't it? Not much suspense.
What's happening right now, man?
Well, the thing is, it's like a round behind, Mitch. This is not accurate still. This is now the start of this round.
It is not.
This is...
Oh my goodness, okay, from upper range is 1v2 now to try and interrupt the defense. Gucci covered it, wasn't punished in the first swing, and Ange just opposite up. That is disastrous for the Glazers, especially on a round such as that. Gucci does not mind about the aftermath. The round is what he was looking for.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And again, I don't take what you see at full value here, friends. This setup that you're seeing right now,
a lot of good ults for Winthrop. They're kind of turning this around. I think Winthrop's in a pretty good spot right now, actually. Obviously, a little sketch early. I think they've weathered the storm on some of these rounds. They got into like the meat and potato of their ults. They're in a good spot. Look at these ults.
We are
about to get the raise one.
Time out here for the Glazers. Is they're going to take a moment here to settle down. Maybe we could even get the sync matched up on that. We'll let you know about that. But yeah, look, the Glazers. I don't know, man. That last round, that looked like they were in a decent spot. Like you've got a high-low set up. Yeah, one player is sticking the defuse.
Damn, Zach looks like he's sick today.
And I think the other part about this is like these timeouts can be really baffling because I imagine they're still like considering how things went wrong with the Viper's Pit round. But like, honestly speaking, that round is a fluke round. Infiltrator gets 2 through smoke, 1 through headboards and smoke, and those 3 kills are what win the round. Otherwise, the rest of the setup was fine. So it's like, do you really want to use that round as an evaluatory tool to decide what's going right, what's going wrong? Because honestly speaking, I think the defense has looked fine. I mean, you've made even half-buy rounds pretty darn competitive. So this has to be about ironing out whatever wrinkles they feel like they may have already felt here through the first 7-8 rounds.
Gucci able to move up behind this. Okay, trying to get out. Zachary, yep. Absolutely flattens him. And that's the other story of the A aggression here for Winthrop.
Yeah.
But Ange gets taken down. Just a swing towards B. This draws utility over there, but that's not where the action's going.
Well, yeah, Winthrop has to make a decision here. They've got a showstopper available. Yeah, so they're going to use that to drop down in and deal with the lockdown. So realistically speaking, it's showstopper for showstopper, but the play for Winthrop actually works out perfectly. Nightfall comes through deep. Paranoia to counter, though. They can stay deep here over towards backside Seaweaver.
There's no way Riku ever checks that angle after contacting a player towards Halls itself. Here from Waterfall, though, the Glazers with 3. Wow. Infiltrator gets caught out there as Drone and Precision are a well-oiled machine right now. They're going to have to do a one better, though. This time, they don't mess up that defuse with 2 players able to face things down. The Glazers get their one back.
I mean, that's a really impressive retake, and one that could be expressed by just individual gun skill. I mean, you lose out on deep at C. The Nightfall Paranoia that's supposed to cut across and help that Waterfall retake gets mitigated because of the eliminations that come deep through C. So you really don't have the status effects of the Nightfall persisting as the retake is coming from the predicted area on the retake because of where Winthrop is positioned. But the focus, the trust on who watches what on this one-dimensional angle, dealing with the players that had gotten deep, and also cleanly breaking down the site on the low ground in front of C with good smoke control leads to a very, very clean retake, and I will just say one that is relatively unexpected considering if you were to have taken a snapshot of what that post plant looked like it was in full lockdown mode.
Yeah, great response, of course, to the lockdown there. Something you mentioned that
I come back and I just didn't know what's happening.
One to get you that kill, but one to basically to secure the site for you. We'll see now across the map here. 2 players up towards B, so we might have some early action just out of B main.
Really shy jam.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that, you know,
what happened?
The wall has changed for the defense, mind you, as well from the Vipers' perspective. So they're looking to get aggressive towards C. And maybe
what's the score?
There was a bit of a read that this was a different play. So Winthrop is saying, okay, well, we can't contest C. Let's just take our focus early over towards A. And, you know, both teams will essentially get what they want. And this is just all going to be down to, you know, what kind of deterrent can Precision be as the solo defender over at A. He's lost both nano swarms, but he's still guarding stairs. And you've got a nice rotation
from B has really good timing right now.
With the Viper being in play here to at least help out. The only issue is this. As I said, I'm pretty sure there's a Viper's Pit available for the offense, and that's going to make this post fight really hard to break down.
This keeps Precision
nice
interested,
play.
and they're not able to respond. As Infiltrator steps in up on that high ground.
Oh, fuck.
Now play inside the pit here. It's going to be tough to penetrate, but the Prowlers pave the way for Ange.
I think he should have used a piece of util right there.
Towards stairs, moves though the off angle.
He was frying today.
Drop at the moment. Paranoid has come through now. The Fade is not in a position to respond.
Hud's back. Let's go.
Nicely done there for Ange.
One molly.
2v2 in the pit. Ange is decayed all the way down to 1. It doesn't matter.
Oh shit.
Jerk has to interrupt this now. We're seeing a lot of these 2v1s, 2v2s in the post plants. Jerk has to be perfect. Riku sticking. I don't know if Jerk's aware of this. Gets him off of it.
Nice
clutch. Not enough time to defuse.
Great round. Winthrop looking good.
How
good post.
Unbelievably freaking clutch moves is. He's stuck at pit. There's absolutely nowhere for him to go. The post plant's starting to get broken down because the utility through stairs works out beautifully for the Glazers. But it's not even just the fact that he gets 2 kills. He also gains a little bit of an extra cushion with the haunt being thrown to allow Gucci to stay just a little bit more tucked into that corner by tree, because
man, they've really settled in here.
He eventually does, but
they're rolling.
Wow, that is so icy from Moobs to pull the 1v2, get the utility in play, and make sure Jerk could stay behind the play for a literal eternity.
Viper's
the fact that he never gave away his position was everything for Winthrop.
It's gonna be a fight today.
Zachary getting very aggressive here over A long, and it pays off.
I don't think he's getting the Vandal though.
For the young lad, if he would desire, but it's a bit risky at this time.
Oh, he's going to get it.
Now with all this pressure towards C, though, we might think there's an opportunity. Can turn this into a flank. Jerko deals with Rico again, trying to play forward and get some information.
The blind got 3. I don't know if it got
the defenders towards the C side of the map.
Didn't see.
TP across. Infiltrator's going to be leading the charge alongside Nasi, and they'll take the trades here. Happy enough with those. Zachary's going to be too late to the action for that weapon upgrade to matter.
Yeah, and that's the big key is, you know, this takes an extra second longer.
My God.
Zach is right behind the play.
Winthrop are shooting, bro.
Pinch, maybe find a couple eliminations. I mean, you had an opening elimination that came through from Ange on the site. You thought maybe that was going to kind of delay things a little while longer. Good backup from Precision just to kind of, again, be as pesky as possible. But Winthrop just all moving forward, know exactly what it meant. As soon as Zach found that kill over towards A-Long, again, the decision.
They've had some nice rounds here.
The trust in the call and the flat-out commitment has worked out beautifully. It's Winthrop 6
Lockdown.
of the last 7. And now
See if they have like an instant Omen ult type round. I mean, we've been seeing that a lot after the whole K-Corp one right here. There's also one that I've seen Omens do here. So, like, these are, like, the key ones with the Omen ults. Looks like we're not going to get it.
Now, the operator behind the one-way. This is definitely a no-no, but there's a Viper Speed
interesting
over towards Baby Door as well. So, the avenues for Winthrop, again, they're being funneled into B.
Yeah, well, the thing about it, too, is Winthrop are not fully aware that this operator's in play yet. The paranoia comes through right through the turning doors, so that will move him off the angle, but there's still a chance where Riku just has to hit and get a follow-up bit of utility from Drone. Lockdown will not be able to be challenged this time, but Riku's going to stay until the very last second, you would think.
Not
the case. Drone's going to sacrifice his life here, see what he can pull. 1 for 1's not bad. We'll take that.
Not bad, yeah.
Lockdown goes off back into Halls. Riku
it's weird that's their fade, though.
And less relevant. This is not really what you want to
be. A hard retake, man.
Infiltrator, here's the target.
I don't know what that's worth.
Ready to play off the contact of it.
Sick play. That's a good play. Good micro play in the post. Swinging on that util timing.
Trading up into these sites. C's thrown there at Seaholes to slow Riku down, who now has the unenviable task of finding a way to pry this open with an operator.
Yeah, there's a long lurk here from Gucci, and Ange has to watch 2 things at once. Good isolation onto the first. Oh, Rico puts away the weapon at the worst possible time. Ange for the 1v2 could be a possibility for a stack. Oh my goodness, they line up.
Bro.
And Ange will collect the clutch and get the Glazers a 5th round before we swap
the sides. Oh my God.
I told you this would be scrappy. I told you this would be rough around the edges, and my goodness, it has been. I guess Riku wants to try and smoke them.
It felt like Winthrop was a little bit better than a 7-5 right there. If I'm gonna be honest, like maybe what I saw was like it definitely felt like 8-4, 9-3. Like the only reason why this feels like this is because the pistol and like that clutch, but they've won all these like important rounds. Like 5
timing
rounds.
over towards the backside of Waterfall because the
feels like
really
Winthrop is in the other team so far though.
Just gets caught at the wrong time, and that
doesn't mean you're on the map though.
And then the double swing just isn't really in the best of positions to isolate.
Is their
so
pick.
Ange collects 13 and 10 half from him, and it's a hefty number of eliminations for the player. Largely
normal Viper shit going on over here today.
Mostly by himself, so.
Trying to make it look like there's like
a
take of A. The haunt just not getting broken made them question like, wait, our pistol says to go C, but should we go C? So they spot the jump spotter. They're like, okay, it could be a bait setup. Could be a trap play off the orb. Send the boom bot. Tap the orb while it's going. Send a prowler. So they've shown 2 to 3. You don't know if the Omen's here, but he's pretty close.
Really doesn't care. And you got a Nanostorm that is still at the front doors.
Only showing the Viper over here. Oh, he's so close.
Now all of a sudden kind of gives Winthrop a bit more knowledge that, okay, that's not going to be a C hit. And everyone over towards A, the longer they stay
he would have
here,
broken the trap play if he broke the alarm bot.
They're going to see paint shell off the alarm bot's contact, I think. The player tucked into tree. That's nasty. They're about to get a little bit busy. Here comes that
oh, fuck, bro.
Oh, my goodness. Zachary might be in trouble as well. Just hanging on down to 28 HP.
30 seconds left.
Moves now fancies a 4A off the side. Can't blame the guy.
Oh, fuck. Moves is cooking today. You're crazy. Oh, my God. It's fucking W key. This man's W key is busted.
He's down. There's 10 seconds left in the round. And now the defenders can spread.
Oh. Ooh.
No charges.
Wow. I mean, there is a moment in there where you just watch Moobs' perspective and you say, man, this guy's feeling himself. He is the first one in, running and gunning with the ghost and connecting.
Not again, please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you, not again.
I mean, he's got to rotate deep from A.
Anything but that, yo.
Yep. There's poison in the way, and he still finds a way to catch a couple on that small door towards B. And as soon as that happens, the Glazers are stuck. There's just nowhere that they could go. They have to try to commit for some sort of a post play. And like you mentioned, they almost pull that one back a touch with a couple of key trades, but it's just the damage has already been dealt by Moobs. Stopping the play towards A and getting more space. Ooh, Gucci, lots of damage tallied here early. Has to back off the door, but again, this is just classic,
Gucci.
So
I love the way some of these lines just happen to sound like like in shift rap.
Has been playing right up against that wall. Oh, Prowler does see the single Viper. That's not enough to pull anybody else out of position. As the wall comes down, we might get a double fling here. Or Drone could just challenge it alone.
Bro, Infiltrator is so
That's
clean.
also fine.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry for doing this to you, my child.
I mean, you're trying to use your
You're
wall,
good, though.
but what are you really going to get with it? You still have to go through a really tough set of angles with those classics involved. So, try to maybe enable an opportunity for that lurk to find more
Things
success,
aren't looking
but
good for the Glazers here.
Thanks to the convincingness of the kills we had. Zach trying to maybe bait out a plant, resets, and only one kill will be tallied here. Clean follow-up from Winthrop.
Now they're starting to get their legs under them here in this second half. Make no mistake, Winthrop
looking kind of good.
In a pretty commanding position. Coming off that pistol, I think was pretty
15
pivotal.
and 8
but
on
then
this
to continue
fade.
to still try and find their lead here. So again, like a couple Spectres and Bulldogs here into the bonus.
I think Glazers do the 2-0, actually.
Obviously no really key ultimates to be tracking right now, and they might even gamble here on
so I gotta get to it here.
Out of B.
I mean, this would be bold if you're Winthrop. If you paranoia push through.
Although I don't understand why that would be the case.
This would be an incredible read. The problem is a sentry turret here.
Oh, what a line.
You want to talk about prediction?
Jesus Christ.
They were very
Blazers were ready for that on the
I've actually never seen someone push into that line like that.
And it might have been a tail of the take.
I didn't know it looked like that.
Yeah, right.
That's fucking crazy.
The Blazers rewarded there for their preparation. And given the importance of this matchup,
I think if someone did that to me in ranked, I would like
Made
fucking
sure to
punch
get
my
ahead of the
water.
that's just the two Spectres left in play.
You would definitely win the mental war, killing me from there in
Now
ranked.
it's a matter of just trying to make sure they can maintain as many of these weapons. Really,
Like, R is yours, bro.
With a deficit like this round,
Take it.
they want to keep all 5.
And I think they're going to be fine to do that. Jerk may do a little bit of window shopping to swap out the Spectre, and that's indeed the case. He'll grab a Bulldog instead. You don't really fancy that improves his chances much for a 1v5 post-plant breakdown, especially considering he's got a re-break over through Mound.
I think those...
Any kills a
If
decent
it's actually
kill, especially
confirmed...
with the purchase of full...
Is it hard confirmed that Glazers need to 2-0? Is that hard confirmed? Do we have that, like, confirmation? Like, they can't even win... Because if that's the case, then I think that means, like, all of these teams are in a pool, right? Like, and I didn't think it was that way. I thought it was, like, each group was independent. But it must not be that way. It must be, like, all of these teams are in a pool or some shit. Yeah. I don't think I was listening very well when they were talking about that. Keep it on. Keep it a buck.
See how aggressive Winthrop is
I
playing.
was definitely not listening.
Smoke already placed, but that's countered by the Blazers throwing some of the Killjoy utility in the mix. The
I failed the pop quiz.
The early Odin pickup by Odin.
All right, here's the Raze Omen setup I was talking about earlier. Oh my guys, get naded out. Did we get the nade out? Bro, sleeping on it right now.
Through the paper mache walls, but
holy shit.
Stuck in a bit of a pickle here. Yeah, you've got Showstopper available for Zach. Oh,
wait.
And what a set of combination. The C's paint shells perfectly executed. And that'll lead to a wide open C site.
That's beautiful. Just when Winthrop was able to buy back in and make use of having won that pistol round in the first place. Now that Odin looks a lot more awkward. And it's still not convinced that sees where the action's going to be. They're going to be way too late. They're going to have to sit on these weapons.
Yeah.
It's going to be a labored save.
And that's the only option. You're absolutely right. I mean, wow. And this is kind of, we heard it in the interview from we did at the end of the last game. It's like, yeah, we want Corey to be on top of the Rays because the ability to combo off the fade has been so potent across VCT and challengers in the last couple of months, and you're seeing that exactly why. That is Exhibit A.
Yeah, it'll still, even if they win 2-0, it's still sketchy.
Convincingly that thing is.
Yeah, so that must be the rules. The rules are like all the groups are merged together. I thought like each group was like independent, and so like one team from each would get relegated. But from the sounds of it, technically both can come from the same group. Is that right? Is that right?
This any day of the week, I think. Even just trading into some of these kills. Moves is going to be able to hold up in tree and be just fine. Alongside the protected Odin.
Thanks, Shai.
With people now buying around this, I guess it's a question of how they make that happen.
All right. So
to get online, another round, and
if Glazers win
2-1 to make something happen, but with this level
they still
of
get
money,
relegated.
Figure out how to make 2 rifles.
I'm so glad there's no words and they use pictures.
I think there are.
You know what I'm saying? Like, thank God those jerseys kind of go crazy. For a college, though, we got kind of good merch.
Lesser weaponry and still find a formidable setup overall, but yeah, it's just how many eggs do you want to put into that basket? Do you really want to throw it all into it just for one round of an Odin, or do you maybe just play something like kind of like a 5-man stack? And if you have to kind of do the whole rigmarole of saving it again, you could technically do that. I don't know. It's a tough decision.
It's not nice for college. Oh, okay, my bad.
This is where Winthrop, I think, has an opportunity to really kind of exfoliate all their advantages of the amount of playtime that they get in a competitive environment through CVAL, as well as
Lester from Grand Theft Auto.
They've probably seen this circumstance before. And there's one Stinger purchased. Will Nasi decide to join in the endeavor? That's the other question.
I mean, and again, it's probably a very different sort of level. I mean, I'm looking through Winthrop's sort of games in CVAL, and they are chilling. They've had a pretty easy time, so it might be.
I hope he goes back in.
Head down a little bit for some of those games.
Wait, he's gonna nade off of this now? Like, you're that threatened by the front B push?
Where,
I think the fucking ang and the turret's enough.
It maybe be a little bit jarring. But so far here, like, we've seen the same confidence that they've been able to build up through that extra game time, taking these fights quite happily, being more than happy to trade upon these executes. Let's see now, there's a lot of
aggression. Oh my god, if they get impatient and make any noise.
However they can.
Jerk is going to get a workout here.
Oh, there's the noise. Oh, fuck.
Either have to go the long way through
they're cooked.
Or cut through pillars, where Precision is still watching
this.
Cooked. I mean, small door's just not a great option here for Winthrop. There is the reveal. Jerk's now no.
Oh, great job.
Switch. I mean, hey, look over here.
Holy fuck.
I'm on the one side of the door, and then Riku pops out from the other. Moves, though, gets into side, almost creates a chance to line up a couple, but only collects one, and the Glazers will surely get their post plant set up here.
They're glazing. They're glazing.
Pretty decent job of getting embedded on the side. That's stunning. That was by no means a nothing round from Winthrop. They were really trying to make use of the weapons. They're out of taking the prior round. That's safe.
Holy fuck, 3 straight?
Naught, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea
we have a game.
Of using the reveal off the haunt into the waiting arms of the Odin comes out completely empty, and then that little bait and switch. Woo!
Blazers need to win for Thinkman and not get relegated. Blazers need to win 2-0. Blazers need to win 2-0. Or Glazers win. Yeah, you're right. Any win for Glazers is a win for the men who think. Thinking men love Glazers.
And again, they force into this and still have a Guardian, but outside of that, they've got a decent bit to work with. But that reverse one way is going to force Jerk entirely off the angle. Now forcing to play from a less comfortable spot with their Guardian. And jump to his old tricks. Rattle the cage a little bit. Can he draw an overextension out of the 3 players stationed over at A?
One off lockdown.
Decision's free to get ready. Build towards that lockdown.
Yeah, a little bit of noise for Ange. I'm sure that Winthrop will not be too particularly bothered by it. I mean, you've got full setup here from the Killjoy, and that's a pretty significant amount of shooting that's going on. I mean, Zach will drop the
oh my god, they're gonna keep going at it.
He's gonna get hit by the alarm bot. Test to teleport back out, but damage.
Bro, they don't even have a lurk active. This is just hoping for the best here. Oh shit. They're ahead of it.
HL's thrown in there. Infiltrator just misses the timing.
My ultimate is ready.
But Nasi does not. Precision steps up and is caught here from Baby Door. And now you're on your plan C. Never a good sign.
I feel like they're way after C at this point.
Behind that Viper wall.
We've installed so many places.
Pump fake this back to B.
Where are you?
It's crazy. They could still win this from the 3-on-5.
I mean, the pump fake is fine, but
they can easily win this round. Omen ult's money right there for info. I think he saw all 3. Basically, let's. Ooh, maybe he didn't see all 3 because Moop's clearing out these lines. Oh. Okay.
Must expect him to win them at that point. Big for the attackers though now, having that extra presence through Poven, Baby Doll, Riku. Good for
2-on-3.
And the only position that hasn't been revealed so far, but you can speculate. Process of elimination means that Winthrop are able to come in.
All right, well done.
And come up with a solution. Just as the Glazers were starting to build that head of steam.
Yep, and I will say there is a moment. This is a very winnable round from the Glazers. Those eliminations back towards small door allowed the post plant to stay dynamic and not just be trapped on site. So instead of a 3-point of Ingress retake hit, it just turns into 2, and there's a couple of decent trades early. But again, it's just the separation that you get with the controllers for Winthrop. Too much of a guarantee to recreate space on the retake. So up to a 2-round
I'll show you the graphic
gap,
one more time.
double digits now hit for Winthrop, but Operator into the mix again for Riku, seeing what they can do with it over towards C.
Here are options.
And it looks like we have a bit of a technical pause we're hearing from the side.
So if the Glazers win, then YFP goes to regulation. Relegation.
On map number 1. We've got just about the whole buffet line of
my brain is fucking getting fried here from all this shit.
Just Showstopper, and of course from the shadows that we just had.
Thinking men
finally starting to come up on
want Glazers
that's just an extra layer of volatility
to win
to a round like this. So often
YFP want Glazers to lose.
A fight from the defenders on C, for example. They have to come, they have to challenge it. And at times, I mean, we saw the Glazers, I mean, Winthrop rather weren't ready for that fight.
As long as Winthrop win a single map, they're fine. So as long as they win a single map, they're good.
Winthrop here. Having a couple of mic issues. I just need to make sure that there's no rats in the walls of this state-of-the-art esports facility. And again, the equipment's been getting plenty of use from this squad as they are not lacking for reps right now, that's for sure.
No,
I do need water.
That's absolutely valid. It's interesting, you know, and I don't know, like the panel on it, but I was just kind of curious a couple of weeks ago. You know, like, hey, you know, this is the first university out of CVAL to make it.
Triple ace up with maybe a bait for the raise.
The rest of the CVAL scene. It's
a bait for that raise.
They're coming up 7th in the power rankings, behind teams like both Fisher Schools and St. Clair. So it's like,
okay, I was scared Goku was gonna go for that one more time.
You know, Blinn made a good run. Northwood's made a good run in the past towards trying to make it in challengers. It just happens to be that Winthrop found their way through the bracket and now a chance to make it into the midseason cup.
Oh, good triple swing right there.
That's a little bit rough now, and yeah, pretty much gives away the game here to the defenders that A is not the intended location for this spike. Okay, the lockdown here.
There's a very sloppy round from the
Blazers. Really connect. Doesn't get any trails. So the lockdown gets used immediately as a counter, and then, whoa, this is a very bizarre lockdown here.
Going back to C.
Is this trying to pull the defense off C? Is this just a full fake
lockdown here? Bro.
No charges.
God moves barely.
Particularly, okay, we actually have
that might affect the flood of this retake.
That angle and come out alive. Drones ahead of the molly. That's big. Gets traded out in the end, but Precision's able to make his way up on this B side now. Going to draw that prowl around.
Huge by Infiltrator. 3-on-2. Big fight right here for Zach. Oh, what is that? Swing moves? No, you've had such a good map.
Infiltrator's too low for this. There's no way he gets away with this. Zachary brings him to heal.
Oh, rough.
Yes, we do have Riku's operator in play. As Jerku has to walk out
That's
into
a rough
essentially
one.
a crossfire.
Wow. I mean, I would be really curious to hear what the comms sounded like between the Nightfall, lockdown number 1.
Boobs had a really good game, but that's rough how he turned that corner.
Like off of where Precision dropped the lockdown, that he was just kind of using it as a chance to kind of bait out the defense to wrap back away from C, where the only option would be to go all the way into spawn. And even though that doesn't necessarily fully work, Precision still uses this as a chance to kind of self-isolate.
What's going on here with the tech ball
moment through mid, and Winthrop just never get a read fully. on where the hit was coming from thanks to that isolated individual kill. And then, like you mentioned, the deep scaling back in towards C Halls.
Zach won off a
Another
Volt.
pretty important moment that Winthrop just don't have the utility to re-clear. It's just kind of one of those rounds that just kind of
Winthrop might stumble here at the finish line.
Glazers find a way to take advantage of the circumstances in front of them.
Looking like we're gonna be tied 10-10.
Counter lockdown of your own over that same space with like a couple, seconds delay because you have to get into like contested.
Yeah, this is
territory
online.
anyway.
Yeah,
like you need to give up a lot of that space out on C long, and re-clearing that carries its own degree of risk. But yeah, really odd round. We sort of mentioned it's probably going to be pretty volatile. But that was a lot of the the ultimates that both teams have built up. I mean,
why is the volume of this music in the background going up and down?
The showstopper there,
it's baiting me into thinking we're coming back.
Possibility of a B hit, but Zachary's encroaching upon that. There's also a Viper Spit now that comes up in the wake of that lockdown. That's going to be harder to answer for Winthrop now.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I mean, this round's again, this one to be
very tough eco to win here.
Place, so it's
not
already
impossible. I like. Ooh, Moobs might get picked here on our jump spot. I like that he's not peeking at all. Okay. Off infiltrator. Oh my god, that could have been a kill. Oh, bro, that could have been it. That was their chance.
What happens on some of that lower
Still could do it. Looks like it's gonna maybe be dry based on this op pick.
On that angle for a time, and behind this paranoia, there could be devastation. Nasty though, tucked on that immediate right.
He's using that.
Drone does.
Holy fuck. What a swing. Oh my god. 3-on-3.
That is going to call a cancel here for the Glazers.
Killjoy turret still on B. Out of range though because she's left side C. Coming back in range soon maybe.
As soon as he misses that first shot, you think, oh, this play's dead. But Moobs channels up the Nightfall ready to go as soon as there's any other offensive utility spent. And that gets Infiltrator 1, plus the follow-up on the push-through.
Oh my god, that came out right there. What?
Utilize another late piece of utility to jump in and get
very
another
late
trade.
2-on-2. Oh no, this is hard. Oh bro, this is very difficult right now. Jerk's gonna need to pop one.
This is still winnable for Winthrop.
Living dangerously. Precision has the off angle there to punish. Moob's looking for a weapon that's serviceable. This will do. Ooh, with an ADS.
Oh, fuck.
And the shot delay allows Ruka to come in and get that operator singing.
Decent eco.
Wow. An expensive round, though. Really, from a multitude of facets. Like, for Winthrop, yeah, you're collecting a couple eliminations, but it costs a key ultimate in the form of the Nightfall. On the other side, a couple of repurchases, but largely speaking, the Glazers will be fine because they've built up so much of an economy in these last handful. I mean, again, 5 out of the last 6. So they're right back into the operator being held, full rifles, and this is going to feel like a must-win round here for both of these two teams. This is everything, so expect some fireworks here, whether that be from Zach or from
Ant. Just listening at A, trying to figure out how many are playing.
So the Glazers are going to have an
A
opportunity
side.
maybe to answer the
go to the attack smoke
allegations
to show you're willing to dive into it with Omen Rays.
Pointy end of things here on Lotus.
They're making a lot of pressure on C while simultaneously being ready to like walk out of A in the mid round. So it's going to feel like a C play, especially when they break this and an op is on these lines. They might get activated walk out A in like 5 seconds.
Find an operator with when you're...
There's still 2 here though for Winthrop.
Viper's Pit deployed here.
Good timing here on this.
For the Glazers. I mean, you soften up the setup at C by dealing
Good job
with
on that one player shooting that. Wow.
Killjoy utility, and then you force out.
Fuck, sail past him.
The Viper's Pit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Good movement. Holy shit. Crazy that his movement got him that second one.
The site's still open, but he gives his teammates a
chance. Fuck, they definitely needed to trade though. They need a third.
Absolutely favored here now, and attacking Viper's Pit put down. And the Boombox gives a lot of information about their presence on upper. Jerk now into drop, but doesn't really have a target. Needs to wait for Gucci to slowly shimmy down that rope, and the timing is sublime from Zachary. What prescience from him to make the swing at that very moment. Now it's all up to Jerk here. This might be where the dam breaks for Winthrop. It's getting hard to hold up against this consistent pressure that the Glazers have been applying. Checking tree here.
No,
checking anti-flank measures, and we're getting out.
Yeah, that was the whole play. I mean, again, this was everything. Look at the credits across the board. And the rest of
Glazers take the lead
on 11, which is not what you want. So you get out of there with the Vandal.
The loss bonus has to be pretty decent.
Of something to look forward. I say look forward to.
They might force up here.
Going into what's going to be essentially a full save around this.
Fuck it.
You would think. They're gonna force into this?
Yeah,
Surely
fuck
they
it.
don't force into this.
Fuck
That
it,
would be
we
crazy.
ball.
Okay, thank you.
Not quite.
We win or we relegate.
That's right.
We
We
buy.
definitely do feel pressure to try
We
and bring
buy
the best
air,
weapons you can.
boys. That would be a hard buy to make, actually. Like, I don't think anyone's making that buy.
Throw this match entirely on its head. The problem is,
No
that
one's
once
making
we're
that
here,
buy.
it won't matter.
Yeah.
The price is too much money.
Yeah. And yeah, Gucci's gonna pull out the Bulldogs, so he's not gonna have enough to full afford if they lose next round.
They just the
this round
trades
either. I mean,
and the
this is
denial
the
of
game
aggression
in my
throughout
mind
this
right
entire
here.
half by Glazers
You're
has
gonna have
been
a couple of
great.
rifles, but
I feel like
Glazers
Winthrop
aren't
have
gonna
never
punish
been in
it.
like a
I was
really good
surprised
mid
Winthrop
round.
doesn't allow them
Like,
to essentially get a better
You
look
know,
at
man
full buy
advantage or
going into a
even really
close
like
overtime
even
situation.
numbers a lot of
It's a-
times.
It's a bold call, to say the least.
The Glazers rolled out their anti-eco strategy we saw earlier, where it was a big punish. On that push
They're
out of
reading the
B.
map well here. Open the door on
This
an
time,
A
though, Winthrop
default.
don't
Turrets
fight.
holding
They do sit
B.
out there. They may be waiting for some kind of
Killjoy
sound
clearing
cue.
out C in the mid
So they
round.
back away. They are seeding
Don't hear any
almost the
Killjoy util,
entire
guys.
map
I
right
don't hear anything actually. I'm gonna molly the ground in case there's any mollies here. Show some presence.
And again, I was like, if this
Pulling
is
all the
what our mentality is
rotate.
around this setup,
Oh yikes!
why did we bother pulling another rifle in the mix?
Like,
here?
yeah, they're here.
Gucci couldn't
They're here.
pull
It's not just the stack over there. You're good. Go ahead.
the defense at all. This is a 3 site for the Glazers and a post plant that's going to be very difficult to break down with Stingers and the Spectre.
They've cleared trick. So they've
Hard
eliminated so many of
retake.
these possibilities for the defenders. Snakebite there, a little maladroit in its placement.
What?
Here comes Infiltrator, Satchel's in. Now has a decent gun to work with.
Oh
Immediately threaded out by
my
Zachary.
god!
There comes
What the fuck? That blood?
Winthrop.
What?
Defenders, unreal.
What?
Come in with a messy buy and have no map control whatsoever.
Yo, what the fuck?
What a way to make a statement.
That double
And
satchel in was
I don't know if you'll see
crazy.
the replay with the overhead, but the utility placement is chef's kiss. I mean, the snake
Wow, what a big time
are just there
retake
to
that
see if they
was.
can make a
Holy
little bit of
shit.
damage
Look how fucking awful this half has probably felt for them before that. I mean, they just were getting wrecked. Holy fuck, of all the rounds, that's the one they get.
towards that retake with the double burst right back into sight, finding a kill, the instant upgrade onto a weapon, creates the space for his teammates to follow up and also collect it. All of a sudden, we've got ourselves a
Gambling
game of
pays off.
Valorant again. Oh, man.
I mean, Winthrop are up. Tremendous. Ball by now. Infiltrator getting awfully close to a showstopper. Nightfall on the line as well. Zachary double satches himself now up into upper. So
Oh,
3 times without
what?
stuttering.
4 here.
Moves just
Oh my god, the counter paranoia.
there, but, I mean, the
So
crosshairs
good.
already placed well in advance.
That's gonna give him
Answer
12.
back here from the Glazers.
Wait,
Like,
unless.
it's clean. It'll be
Unless.
devastating. And that showstopper is going to do what exactly?
Oh,
Nothing.
bro. Yeah.
And all of that is because Zach, his burst through,
Oh,
all of a sudden gives them a different angle at this
fuck.
post plant. You just don't have to reveal anything, but Winthrop are still finding a couple of kills. Zach finally reveals the play.
Oh, fuck. Well played by Zach. Good swing. Good swing by Zach. That's
The
all.
good news is there's some money for Winthrop to work.
That's hard. To like have to swing close like that to trade that kill. Like, bro, that the alternative was definitely worse.
5 in play. Crucially, that lockdown for precision has come up at just the right time.
Oh, man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, good time to call a timeout, I'd say. And here's the thing
They've
is
got
like,
some decent ults here. Like I mentioned, there's those Omen ult plays off barrier that are pretty solid. And obviously, I think they had like lockdown too. So they have really good ults to deal with this round. It's just whether like they can give themselves a chance, truthfully. Setting up the... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They're on defense. So the Omen ult... Ooh. They could play a flood type game. Or they could use the Omen ult to like clear a site after, like as a lockdown's expiring. Just make sure no one's being cringe. Oof. Rough, man. There's a lot of pressure for this
I think
round.
a couple of rounds.
We
so
might see
far this
some
match set
some
off.
cracks showing
This could be
here.
the game right here.
This is why I want to
What these
watch
teams
this
did,
game, actually.
Subverting our expectations.
Exactly what I
especially when
wanted.
wrestling with that huge, thrifty win on the retake, and that's the risk of Lotus, right? Again, you're playing so compact on these sites in the post plan as attackers who are susceptible to some of those weaker buys. Speaking of which, see the Infiltrator has bought just that into this round.
Yeah, the order of
Oh wait,
operations
Glazers does have
Glazers
the
is
ult.
what's really
Both of
got
them
my
have an ult.
curiosity.
Okay.
Do we lock down first to get the clearance on the site?
Yeah,
and then
Glazers
save
have
the
a.
post
Oh
plant?
man, that's the Glazers
Nightfall?
lockdown, dude.
Or do we try to create a
Oh,
Venn diagram potentially
hard
if
run to
Jerk can earn
stop.
his lockdown and you just kind of save
Seema on
Precision's
default
lockdown
again.
from the hole. 'Cause that's going to be, I think, the big difference here.
And see, like,
even, I think,
a lot of util use to make sure there's no push. Like, it's very important that there's no push, right? Just to, like, get the idea that the lockdown could be getting situated. Like, just even putting that idea that it's what we're going for is making them push A right now.
Here towards A long go. Went through have a brief foray a little bit
All
past
right.
the line of scrimmage. See nothing though.
So Glazers
Stack.
absorbed that
Stack
aggression.
differently.
They know 3 people were close along, but they haven't really done anything C yet.
you know,
So they send the Fade ult in. Catches 1, it looks like. But it's stalled out with this util.
taking it.
So they activate through like the long A walk right now.
Really?
Salmon.
But Nas is on the corner. Nasi's got the
Ooh, fades in the sight. Now, is this raising
and the defense
swings?
starts to move over to assist. But
Oh my
there's gonna
God.
be a showstopper here with the Storm collected.
Oh my god.
Infiltrator's not in a good position to make use
Oh,
of this
fuck.
stinger. Does not really want the SMG play to be, but he's still able to find the elimination and on the play with a showstopper no less. Satchel, break the crosshair
That's a bit
placement,
bold
but
to
Drone's
be
a
in
little
that
bit
like
too
that.
canny for
That point.
This lockdown now is going to make the space for the
30
Glazers to
seconds
move
left.
in behind. 3 versus 2, but good guns up for Winthrop. No utility to speak of
This
for the
is
defenders,
impossible,
though.
bro.
They're gonna
How
have
the
to
fuck
do
are they
this
gonna
the
win
old-fashioned way.
this?
Riku, they just spotted a player at drop.
Contact here at stairs could be everything. Wall goes back up. Gucci
Okay, that's
the angle,
one.
wins the 1v1. But now it's just down to Jerk on the other side. Knows he has to isolate over towards Tree, but doesn't find
Ooh, he had the crosshair placement for like the corner, and Precision just swung him.
the last handful of rounds there.
Holy.
But the Glazers come out and they still have a chance at making the midseason
Okay.
cup by winning the map pick of Winthrop. Again, to
Holy
reiterate, they
shit,
need a
man.
2-0, but wow, fireworks here early in this series.
So
Extremely
now
scrappy.
our 2 options
Very
got.
volatile
Well,
game,
actually,
right? Kind of what we
all
expected
options are
coming
still in
here, but
play.
the Glazers
All
get
options are
themselves,
still in
I mean,
play.
what, their second map win of this stage of challenges in general, and they do it beautifully. It was very, very close. Winthrop definitely showing us that they're no slouches when it comes to this Lotus map. But now there's a question of the Glazers being able to keep themselves in challenges. That's a very big deal. Something we're going to talk about and much more after we come back
man.
from a short word from our sponsors.
If Winthrop win this map, though, they're safe, right? If they just win 1 map, they're safe. Oh, fuck. What do they look like on Icebox? What? Oh. Hi. Let's see. Oh, hey, love. What's up, Bubba? Oh, I have a minute. I'll be right back, chat. Give me like a couple minutes. Oh, careful, careful. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't see you on there. Oh, yeah, let's come over here. Oh, they're my badges from when I went to go to places. Alright. Yo, what's good, huh? Got banned from the main broadcast. Honestly, I support you. I blindly support you and your cause. Free Ahad. Hashtag free Ahad. Let's get it trending. Trying to place an order right now at Jimmy John's. I'm hungry. I want to fast. I'm confused.
Well, with that victory, the Glazers take the first map and make this series interesting. Because I'm not going to lie, guys, the Glazers, they have to win 2-0 here.
Wait, what, Stoney?
And Shift, if they have just lost this first map,
What?
even if they won the series overall, it wouldn't have been very fun now, would it?
No, I mean, not at all. I mean, it's hard to say what would happen because it's a different universe. We're not on that thread right now, but it's one of those things that it is do or die for the Glazers through and through, and that is the cliche of a lot of what these rounds could have been summed up by. Lots of heroic moments where it looked like Winthrop was really starting to put together some great stuff, especially late. I mean, Moobs saved the day in a couple of the key rounds for Winthrop. Then the first real kind of, we'll call it thrifty round of what we've had so far today, late to get to an 11-11 tie. But man, I'll tell you, the Glazers just looking like they've been revitalized, and maybe what they need is like their backs up against the wall a little bit, because late into this map, lots of great stuff started to surface for the Glazers.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before and I'll repeat it. I was definitely worried for the Glazers when I saw we were headed to Lotus to kick things off here, Uber, but honestly, I like the approach that they're taking to this.
I can't believe Glazers won that map.
Yes, there was the heroics coming out as well, but
What a comeback.
Winthrop, I liked how Winthrop looked on here, and they're still able to dismantle them, come out on top in a couple of these key rounds.
Yeah, I think the reason why we kind of like the way that they look is because they do salvage early disadvantages a few times in these rounds, right? The problem is that they kind of get themselves into
chat is just being so weird right now.
A little bit rough to see sometimes. The Glazers also played really
There's
well,
so many odd
on
fucking
the
conversations and statements being made.
On what Winthrop would try to do, and denied. I mean, we say no thrifties here. I guess it's debatable whether that sort of A site retake was a true thrifty, but the Glazers do pretty well to avoid like those blips of variance that can pop up, especially on a map like Lotus, where you are locked into the site and you have to play the post plant from there. So credit where it's due. I think both teams and definitely
like a hot piece
that were able to step up here. It is a really back and forth game, a classic the Glazers game, but they close out a map. That's great to see. Yeah. Now they have to do it in a series.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that
first. We're taking baby steps here, boys. All right.
I want to see their comp. They ran it on Sunset. That's pretty sick. It seemed pretty good there, honestly, when I was playing. When I was playing it in ranked, Deadlock seemed pretty fucking good there. Where was that? In like this Vitality game or some shit? This is how I said it would have to be run. I actually said it would probably have to be run with a Cypher. Interesting. To be honest, I didn't realize it until I played it, but I played against that Deadlock Brim, and the Deadlock Brim was fucking difficult. It was difficult. The stall with that was annoying. I think all of my ideas coming into one. The Clove Brim Deadlock comp.
So huge stuff through and through, not just off the final scoreboard, but where those kills came from through the entirety of that first map.
It's like, Hide it from the light. Hide it from the light. Don't let that out. Don't let that out. That's fucking ugly.
Just a series do or die. This has to be a 2-0.
Ain't no one want to see that.
Now into the Glazers map. Pick a choice here. We're going to be heading on over to Icebox for the next map in the series.
Oh shit, Sliggy's mistress.
Uber, when we're looking at the scenario that the Glazers has to be hitting to not get relegated, they've definitely set themselves up for the best possible situation with where they're going next.
Yeah, I think so. Like, this is a map
that is a ridiculous
pretty okay with, actually. They had to play it against M80 and did a decent job there. They love on attack to really push up mid, like put a lot of pressure on those mid.
Oh, that's what I was gonna try.
Really
Let's see what they're running on
Icebox.
Icebox.
Also picks up an operator on Killjoy on this map, and
we have our
gets a lot of
stats.
value out of it there. We do want to see him really control mid and deny a lot of those sort of reflanks that can happen in post-plant scenarios.
I did say it was in good form.
For control. My issue with this team against M80 at least is that they're like their utility usage gave the defenders too much.
What are they playing
to, like,
here?
Pick out and have
do they have a chance?
And trade. Like, you really want to
They're
shut down
running
that trade
the Reyna.
potential.
I had a feeling this was the Reyna team. I had a feeling. That was a month ago, though.
A few things I'm looking for here.
That was a month ago. Chat, do we think that they've... Surely they're not running that comp after a month. Ooh.
Challengers, or of course the CVAL.
I'd be crazy to put everything on the line for
Arena.
Arena.
They didn't like it for a while. They swapped over to a random deadlock. That didn't work over well. They went back to Arena, and then it still didn't go very well. So it's like, you know, what are we looking at here if you're for Winthrop? And then for the Glazers, the same thing. The Harbor was in the mix. They've tried with Raze. They tried it without Raze. They haven't played a Jet on the map. It's just, I have no idea what we're going to get here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see two brand new compositions for both these two teams compared to what they played in the past.
You think for both teams? I mean, I know for the Glazers, they've gone back and forth on a couple of things. For Winthrop University, I feel like the double duo is kind of leading for shift. Like, you're telling me you think both teams are going to be swapping something up big here?
I think they'll keep this. They'll keep
the history
this.
of results is just not great for
this might be a
to say,
Gecko, but it'll be close to this if not.
We know that for a fact. It feels like both teams are still experimenting with what they actually find success with on this map.
I'm scared for Winthrop,
well,
though.
Definitely excited to head into this map then and head into this Asian.
Damn, man, this 2-0 could actually happen.
Glazers, they still have to win this one. They got to take the 2-0 to not get relegated. See if it can happen.
Thank you very much, and we are jumping in with a double duelist setup. And like we kind of pointed out, the Glazers mix it up again. This time is...
Bro, their spot in Challengers is on the line with this fucking shit-ass comp.
Featured the Sova and the KO. They want to go towards the Gecko here. It's been picking up a lot of steam.
Holy
it's
fuck.
Very powerful.
That's kind of crazy, actually.
was able to do on this map here for
I actually feel...
prior. Winthrop.
No, I don't feel bad for them. I definitely don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad. I was going to say I feel bad for them, but they had a month. So I don't feel bad for them. What do I feel? Chat, help me. Help me describe my feelings right now.
Scary against the sheer weight of, you know.
What do I feel? I don't feel bad for them. They could have cooked up a different comp. So if they lose, it's their own fault. But I also like the players, so... Man, it's a little disappointing. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. It's a little disappointing. Like, fuck, this is rough. Well, if they win, it's going to feel great. It's going to feel great if they win.
Especially when you've got what is essentially going to feel like a double Sentinel comp for the Glazers. I mean, this Viper is going to be planted and just tossing out stuff to make sure that these executes, which are going to be very well telegraphed, are just completely stalled out. We'll wait to have that conversation until the second half, but I don't love no real true flashes on this map. Really from either side of the spike, but in particular from offense. So tall ask here for Winthrop. Again, they have the
Killjoy,
most
just gonna hold for any
opportunity
potential
to make it in towards the midseason cup just by winning a map, and you lose your own 13-11, and now you go to an Icebox where the Glazers have cooked up a new comp for us to look at.
You did good.
Okay, that's actually big information that Rick is able to spot there. That means that, yeah, the Jet's playing up towards jail.
Oh
just
my God.
Okay. Whatever works for you, mate. Zachary on the Jet, by the way. It'll be a lot of fun to see how this plays out, but
yeah,
Infiltrator there just being betrayed by his Tootsies. That's a rough one.
And you lose your forward progress in terms of the defense is concerned. Again, how do you stall out any hits with no flashes? I mean, really
Sniffed them out.
abilities at all.
Sniffed
You've
them
got
out.
information seeking from Nasi, but unless the Glazers go right into the heart of the setup from the Killjoy of Jerk, it's just, I don't know. I just don't know how you
Imagine being in so much pain from stubbing your big toe that you die. That's literally pretty much what happened to Infiltrator. His big toe got shot so many times they just died.
He's in a position where he can get here in advance. Press the Viper. All right, we're going to go for a give. Just a hard hit through the wall. Andrew's able to find that. We do have a denial, yeah, of that wingman plant. I guess the nano swarms, they're not spotted out in advance, but they were deployed.
Oh my god, this rain in the back lines with the Leer. Could get 150 at any second.
Yeah, I think that was a nano swarm that got thrown over from the middle of the map. I don't think it was there initially, so good timing on it.
That's a good idea.
Take it up. Jerk does find one, but this will be a safer place to plant. And all you've got is one Leer to play with here if your moves.
Enemy remaining.
Man.
Okay, moves over to get healed up.
I felt like they didn't really use the Leer very effectively. They could have like scaled well with that. Like the Reyna pick isn't terrible, but you have to use the Leers like high in the sky right there to scale. And you have to have like pathings planned out.
And if you're really digging in, you know, watching this with full attention, is will Jerk hold on to one of these nano swarms as a way to try to toss something from the middle of the map and deny a plant?
Yeah, I mean, this comp is gonna give it a lot of trouble,
here,
right?
So that'll be another part of it. If
they're gonna sniff out these pushes, they're gonna wait them out.
Just to be used to counter a
It's gonna be one of those Bedge Icebox games. Like, look at this. This is what it's gonna feel like almost every round.
Went through and watching tape as well. Look at that turret placement. That is such an anti-Glazer setup. Because we know how much they really like to
Oh, that's a lot of
push straight up mid.
Well, opening little tussle over through A doesn't really result into too much besides a little bit of damage collected. Moves importantly down to 39, so he would need to collect a orb for an overheal to get back into the mix. Mosh ready to go here, trying to clear things out, and based on the lineup, does this have a chance at flushing anyone out over the backside? No, this lands up top, so isolation is good. Defense has to full focus rotate in to try to support this.
Yeah, got to deny that jet off angle that she can play up in your face.
4 here.
Okay, so no info really for the Glazers. Very limited anyway.
The dart. Oh my god, good timing with the dart.
Explode and then just miss instantly. Wingman is not getting that.
Hey, they're getting these kills right now. They're getting these.
Infiltrator gets involved now.
Making it chaotic as fuck.
The defenders. Drone needs to try and navigate this without
Holy
any real
fuck,
utility
what a
to speak
burst.
of, and
4 HP though.
able to win out there. No more heal and just mischarges.
Oh my god, how'd that not kill him? 1 HP. What?
Down to a paltry 1 HP. A time swing here from Infiltrator.
Oh my god, no!
Moves ever winning out on their own. Precision now, trades. This is so messy. So messy from the Glazers. That monkey still hanging on their back.
I mean, and just gonna be begging everyone in chat, look away, don't watch. I mean, winning inside of A or what? That's tough. I mean,
fucking
a lot of credit, and I will say as much as, you know,
that they didn't get that kill. That is insane that they didn't get that kill. Where was the util? Like, why wasn't back Jen getting like mollied out? I was kind of just waiting for Jen to get like mollied out and a nice hit through the wall to come. That just never happened
as well. So good stuff overall in terms of being able to set yourself up for being a pest. But man, I'll tell you, if the Glazers go back and rewatch that, I'm sure Andrew would be like, sorry boys.
Unless Ant was like spraying through the wall and not wanting to actually fully swing it.
I mean, he was looking right at him and missed 4 shots, so I don't know what to say there.
Keep an eye on this lurk A in like the mid round here of this round, right? There's nothing to really like hold these lines, and if there's an over rotation, which it looks like there is, this Killjoy's hearing this. She's coming the rotate.
The Glazers get up and in.
They're too committed though. They're too committed.
Some of the reinforcements coming from mid, but still no chance to get the plant and Jerk now.
Spike down B.
The superior arsenal was able to nullify the Glazers' presence over at B.
It could be a sign of things to come.
It looks like Infiltrator is, ready for this play. Good coordination. Really just installing.
Well, MXS is Moist X Shopify, and I was a creator for Shopify. And so the overlay is created by Shopify.
terms of trying to like set up the formidability of what Winthrop's defense is going to look like. And now you've got an interesting set of circumstances, because watching Winthrop in the past, this Empress doesn't often get popped. Don't expect it to come out here with the Outlaw in hand, but I'll be curious to see if Winthrop is kind of
who gets relegated if Glazers win 2-0. I think it's Winthrop and YFP if I remember correctly, but let me check the graphic one more time.
Trying to get aggressive over towards A early. No effort for the Glazers to try to counter, at least not initially. It's a knife over towards Yellow that catches out Gucci, and it looks like that's enough for the Glazers to try to push out, but Moobs has owned this angle now with the Outlaw and is looking for more of a precision, puts it to rest, and now the defense is completely stretched out, not just by the Thrash, but also by the opening towards A.
Yeah, dude, they know that like the A site is gonna be hard, man, because the Killjoy Viper shit's gonna be by B.
Doesn't end up coming home, so
exception might be like if Killjoy has a lockdown.
On the open, unless that is Dizzy, either way. The Gecko
it's
is
like
definitely going to be
the A site, they can only do so many things. Like they have no info for so long.
With that ultimate, it's going to be crucial. Drone, okay, can't stick around there. Spotted out by the L drone, well timed. But Zachary's able to get deep. We saw some pretty nasty plays here from Weeble, I think, getting under the bridge to Crow's Nest. Zachary though doesn't feel quite as aggressive.
It's not a very polished round right now by Glazers.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is they just don't have to be, right? I mean,
guard down. Is it a good plant though?
Block it with the smoke,
we've seen the wingman get some terrible plants at this
point.
point.
I didn't see it. Map does get beat by Infiltrator, and whoa. Okay, weapon collected. Now it's going to be a quick re-wrap back in towards mid. Got to go quick here for Winthrop.
Oh my god. Dude, Zach is crazy. Holy fuck, that was nuts.
You felt like he was maybe feeling a bit awkward out in that position, but as soon as the ball comes down, Zachary is ready.
Yeah, there was definitely a protocol built in place for that. I mean, everyone's looking right down as soon as that wall fades. And Winthrop, I don't know what it is that pulls their attention so convincingly, where all three members are looking down towards Yellow, but Zach, life made easy in this position. I guess technically speaking, it's just a really good opening. Jerk was the one responsible for watching that when the wall comes down, and Zach just beats him to the trigger. So great stuff there from the Glazers. Weapon still fine though for Winthrop in particular. You do have Infiltrator with an operator out looking for a mid cross, and he'll just delete the sentry turret for now, which actually allows Moobs to get a little bit more aggressive through two, but it has to be measured. You still don't know what's here.
So knife gets something yellow.
And now Moobs will once again
Op shown mid. Drone shown mid. I think they're assuming this rain is here, guys. I would be very disappointed if Glazers don't hard clear this line. If they even come this way. Like when this orb is popped, I'm fully expecting Ainge to hard peek it. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have someone coming with him. Which leads me to he might be unaware, but
decent hit here over to A, but that wall is set for B. They can't throw this towards screens and have that covered off.
Well, the question really for me here is, does Winthrop have any sort of
good job by KJ playing off that knife?
Where this setup is currently set to?
Oh man.
The hit's kind of been telegraphed now with this execute over towards A. Wingman not going to get planted. The nanostorm in place for it, but Riku still finds the opener. The only question mark here for the Glazers is there anyone on the flank, but moves Empress pop.
Winnable.
Winnable. So Riku will tally 3, and the offense stays on the site. Infiltrator now stepping in with the op.
Oh,
he can absolutely hold his ground here. Precision now has to come up. They have to play aggressive. 24 seconds left. Beautiful stuff.
What a swing,
Infiltrator again, not with the best weapon set for that kind of scenario. You've got to hand it to the man for cleaning it up.
The money would have been nice.
Says, I'll just get another one then.
There's a moment in there, there's a couple of shots for Precision that get tallied through the box onto Infiltrator. Makes that challenge maybe a little bit easier.
He was debating on getting the op instead of the plant, and then his teammate must have been like, no op. And so it was too late to plant at that point, so he got nothing.
The fact that, you know, yeah, you can kind of bait out some of the Winthrop utility when you throw the wingman in to try to get the plant off initially, but as soon as that utility is used to stop the plant, the Glazers are pushing through it on A in particular to make sure that Winthrop are tested and not able to walk right back into site.
Oh, they're waiting. They're waiting for this.
Plant, you're not going to have it to reclaim ground, and the Glazers hold strong on site.
Oh. Infiltrator up step, or is forced to save.
So that's gonna make them speed it up to A.
Again, still very cognizant.
Knowing 2 are close B.
The Glazers' previous tendency to drive up mid as much as they can. They're really staking their claim.
Oh, it didn't hit top gen. I think she's top gen, yeah. Oh, the wall. Are they aware when this falls? Doesn't look like it, chat. Doesn't look like it.
Ball comes down, but before the plant happens, and my goodness, they're ready for it.
Wow.
Beautiful stuff there for Drone as he drops down. Infiltrator off of rafters with the blades, finds one. How do you put this together now? You don't have any flank pressure. You're fighting on the site here, and there's all this util now to support the post plant for the attackers.
2 flashes and a snake bite at the ready, plus a lockdown if things really get dangerous, but Zach will deal with the biggest of the threats, which is the knife-wielding infiltrator. And well, Gucci
carrying the lockdown through.
Not trying to make this punishing with the sheriff.
2 off of the pit.
1 bullet worth of health, and okay.
1 off the pit, 2 off of Milka Man.
But the pockets are already pretty padded for the Glazers. They're going to get their 4th through 6. And boy, I'll tell you, this defensive agent composition is just not really finding its value yet. And yeah,
it's gonna be hard, man.
And rightfully so.
I mean, they're duelists.
The game just like isn't what it used to be, in that like this pairing can just be effective close on A, and you know, like just get a lot of value every round on defense. It takes a lot of work, like a lot of timing effort, a lot of breaking of initiator util, and like finding these crazy good windows. You can make it work, but it's so hard, especially against double initiator. Fucking hell.
Right. Getting the jet set up on pipes. Hold a frustrating off angle. Can you have an operator player watching that sort of swing? There are a few options here, but the Glazers look like they're building quite some confidence here, and they're being allowed to get these post plants.
Well, the thing about it is, and we've already seen it from the lineup of the mosh pit, for instance, is like if you do want to try to get infiltrator on an off angle, you know, the Glazers have so many tools that can reclaim those angles, or at least contest those same angles. And it doesn't come at like the same cost. Like when we were watching this map earlier with M80, is it's like, if you find yourself as Turtle Troop against M80, like they had to use expensive utility just to get small space. That's not the case with the Glazers here on this offensive side. You know, spending a mosh is kind of whatever. Throwing out a dizzy is a guarantee. So, you know, you got the operator out for infiltrator, but taking an advanced angle is essentially saying we are hoping that we can get a first blood content that goes our way, and then we can just play a 5v4. And you can see it here.
Man,
but
they just stop this aggression every time.
And all that forward space that gets gained.
And now they know. Oh, bro, that's sloppy.
Push back. Infiltrator does take down 1, but not a trade. I was gonna say you had a player still isolated, but Moobs gets back and he stays safe for at least a little while longer until Nanostorm
like
puts him to bed.
I just feel like this is the best. This round was the best case scenario for Winthrop. Like even the fact that they're here is a 4-4. That's even remotely winnable. Feels like the best case scenario.
Still means that Infiltrator's going to need to move. Maybe detained here. I don't think they expected to be suppressed. They got out. That's fine. Zachary not so lucky. But in a pretty safe spot, all things considered.
Yeah, and it eliminates
have to re-clear.
Yeah, so
are they waiting for drone to knife? Maybe drone knifes the site soon.
Angle, so
I don't know when that knife's coming online.
Contact here, you think. There's still a flash available for drone. That gets popped immediately. And the hit is on.
Fuck, good support.
Good numbers now with Winthrop.
Oh, fuck.
Whoa, hang on a minute, drone. Almost
it was winnable, actually.
Nasty able to stand in his way, though. And the Glazers, I mean, they suffer the same issues, right? We talked about Infiltrator having to play an awkward angle post-lockdown. The Glazers have to walk back up on the side with somewhat limited utility themselves.
They're drowning in finals right now.
Okay.
Is it finals?
Key round right there. For a second, I thought Drone was about to just get the easy swing. Not easy swing, but follow up for the third. The first 2 definitely felt like the highest obstacle to hurdle. But weaponry still fine. With a little bit of
okay, that's a little painful.
The Glazers with a couple of
I mean, that couldn't be a worse time to play this match then.
Again, is hoping he gets contact without having to forfeit the angle, and he very well may. The reveal does come through, knife is out, and that's enough for the Glazers to get a read that we did catch the jet. We are not going to walk into that operator, and now Precision isolated, tried to...
That's a solo rain on A in that off angle, chat. Wow. Definitely an opportunity. Big kill. Really big kill by Moobs. This might be like catch Moobs.
And remember, Moobs doesn't have a way to get away there, so some help coming from screens. Crash is removed. Moobs will be forced off that tighter angle.
Oh my god, Moobs is going crazy.
Is popping off. That's 3, and that'll have to be enough. Now it's Drone, of course, who was felled inside that null command.
I got the spike.
And Riku, the only one actually standing.
Oh my god, he could res.
Safe-ish place to bring the KO back into the game, but yeah, I like that. The snake bite's going to deny that. Riku, they are basically...
Can't do it. He doesn't want to do that because then they know he's close. That's what he just thought.
does mean that.
Because when he pulled it out, I was like, oh yeah, he could plant and then swing, but he's like, nah, then they'll know I'm close. I can't do that.
Winthrop allow there to be a plant.
This is going to give him a chance at this.
He tried to catch that timing on that swing. Oh, I see what he was going for. I see what he was like cooking right there in that 1-on-3. He played pretty well.
Options right there for a moment. I mean, Drone was right at his feet, and he thought Riku may have gone straight into the, wait, I could try to bring him back. Well, never mind. I also have the Thrash right here. I kind of want that too. So many things, so many options for them to consider. But Winthrop, a couple rounds in a row, and the operator has been the difference maker to this point. And if you're the Glazers,
I mean, for us, it's obvious that he goes for that res, but he's thinking that when he taps that body, it's gonna like initiate like the safe player to kind of progress up, right? Like he's thinking like on whatever noise he makes, whether it's like tap or like tap the spike or try to res the body, that it's going to initiate like the action, because then they can pinpoint his location at a given time. And it's just a good point for them to pounce. So I could see why he didn't actually res.
Yeah, kind of brush off those 1-for-1s. I do see what the plan was for the Glazers. They realized Reyna's probably playing solo at the side or close to that, so the Thrash is a decent idea. But there was the Sova, of course, to kill Thrash before it would have easily eaten up Reyna, because Reyna can't. She has no verticality. She can't get off the side.
It's just like
you're probably going to get it.
It's a hard
so
decision.
That was really heads up, I felt, from Nasi to
like from our perspective, his only chance of winning was resing the KO. But from his perspective, it definitely feels like the actual winning chance is to tap the res, get a punishing kill on someone really quick, and then maybe you can get the res off in that moment because they start showing you respect. Because you've then broke their like 1-on-3 thought cycle really quickly.
The correct way. I mean, everything is very clinical.
That's probably what he was trying to do.
I keep going back to in terms of how they're setting themselves up, knowing when to overchow or when it certainly can be punishing. And you've gotten to a point where
Serena again is going to get challenged in like a dry fight. Moob's been kind of owning these fights.
Moobs is dominating, and that's not stopping anytime soon.
Able to swing off the contact there that happened in Tube. I do think that the turret being spotted here over at A signals the weaker side to the Glazers, but doesn't really help them too much with this current loadout they're working with. They're going to get absolutely
KO flash was fire.
Just for EQ to find any sort of action in that round, but the Winthrop squad rather showing no signs of slowing down on this defense.
Yeah, that's for sure. In that round, a little bit more of a given, but the same issues that we were just labeling out are still occurring, and now you have to start to put together something if you're the Glazers in terms of how are we going to deal with this. It needs to be convincing with only a couple of rounds.
They have Thrash again, and they have a pit for the post plant. It looks like this is going to be some kind of B default.
They've shown two different sides of it.
They'll probably flash off of the wall, knife on top of yellow over here.
For the Glazers to get a confident plant.
That's the orb here. This Viper's job is to break the knife top yellow for the Jet. So keep an eye on that. Does the Viper break this knife coming?
Defense to try to play retake if they want to. And yeah, Infiltrator's just going to try to find some timing here. Knife denied, so Infiltrator can actually stay if he wants.
That window is expired.
Damn.
Infiltrator can't really post up nearly as aggressively anymore.
Well played this round so far by Glazers, not gonna lie.
Now have to play.
Good awareness.
To shut down any sort of flank pressure through mid, but
there's the one-way orb I was talking about. And while that's up, you know you're stalling them out on B, so the Hunter's Fury preemptively comes out. That's so heads up. That's a great understanding of like what the fuck is happening right there. Using that Hunter's Fury right there.
Slip past the Owl drone at least.
Both initiators showing.
I can make something of this.
Moves has got a read on this though.
There.
You get the corner peek, no, not fully. The sentry turret may have provided some visual
still winnable, especially with the pit.
But wow, this defense is looking mighty fine, and Infiltrator is not freaking
the duelists are kind of owning.
Holy cow, Winthrop up to 6.
They got like the win condition of this comp. Like this is truly the win condition. Like, I mean, they just have to be in good form.
Buy rounds really outside the last one, the last 3 or so. And they have the tools right to push Infiltrator off these angles.
Holy fuck. I love the Hunter's Fury right there,
Later
though.
on, you don't. Especially when you get split up, when you get collapsed on in mid. That looked like it was ill-fated from the very beginning. The Glazers are definitely in struggle city. And they're going to go for whatever they can really get. The upside is they do have a Thrash to work with.
Yeah, there'll be certain parts of the half and map that will be easier when they have double duelists, but there'll be other parts where it's like significantly harder.
The thing is, again, it's the contest without having to worry about the retake here for Winthrop, which is really something they should not.
I don't like to think of it as sidedness because truthfully, it's like
pops off with the op, and Moobs continues to impress with this Reyna. And the duelists doing the job, just winning gunfights. And for the Glazers, all the success stories of how they were finding good entry, how they were able to clear off angles and win key parts of these sites has just been so absent in the last handful, and you don't expect that to change here with just a couple of Guardians, a Stinger, and some Sheriffs.
The Jets holding belt, so
Good info off the 0
you can see they have the Killjoy pushing down tube in the mid round. Sova was holding initially, but now can rotate. So Sova's rotated over. Jet holding belt, Reno holding down low, and the Jiggle down here. Stall on the plant with potential ult. You could ult in this corner.
Good idea where this is coming
That
from.
was decent.
Gets the Viper spit down.
Creates a lot of variance though, because now you need someone to hold the backside of this wall.
There is a chance that they can get this clearance, but the spray down is good.
No way,
comes out perfectly.
Good trades though. Uh-oh.
And Infiltrator was going to miss on the first, not the second. Goodness gracious, this guy's nasty. Shots are decent on the flip side, but even though it does come down, just too many tools available.
Good round by
Infiltrator. With the dives late in the round, and that's going to get them number 7.
Yeah, frustrating really, because there's no value to keeping a lid on Winthrop's economy when you're 2 rounds from the end of the half.
Right.
The Glazers really wanted the W there. At the very least, they take solace in the fact that it was close.
Last round.
We're really hoping for a 5th attacking round here as they get ready to batten the hatches against this double duelist advance.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, I wouldn't be fancying that all that much if I was the Glazers here. Not bad from Gucci though, right? Little spray down under a lot of pressure though, and has to back out of the pit early.
Well, that double actually kind of saves the round, right? I mean, all the players on the outside of the pit that are trying to rotate over defensively for Winthrop, they're there at decent timing, but the kills are not.
Right here.
So, kind of a, reflective in hindsight, necessary double that comes out. Dizzy once again finding a little bit of value early, but Moog just does not care. I mean, when this guy's feeling himself, just get out of his way.
Dude. Oh my god. They can't capitalize on this though.
Jerk is detained, but there is no way to follow up on this whatsoever. You've created some space, but you have
I almost think they shouldn't have even done that. Like, he just kind of threw Thrash away.
Rain has been an absolute problem. There's no 2 ways about it.
Oh,
always
dead.
does the unenviable job of going in
Dead.
like a minute 10 up tube and dying.
Good adjustment. I'm not gonna lie. Age gave him a tough shot.
That's one of those hard scope flicks that just feels good. I mean,
oh my god, the 2 duelists own that half, bro.
On the back side of this first half.
Holy shit, the 2 duelists
in certain ways,
really got them through this stretch.
15 and 5.
Holy
14
fuck,
and 10.
dude.
A lot of that coming in this stretch of 6 rounds in a row for Winthrop. And like you said, the problem just becomes a little bit more.
Those are some big performances out of those 2 when they absolutely needed it the most, and it was blatantly obvious where it had to come from.
Again, take advantage of
like they came up really big when they needed it most.
Look over, I think Anjin Precision.
Props to them for that.
Unbelievable this half for the
immense
Blazers.
pressure picking Reyna right there.
Oof, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's been a duelist diff, right? We've definitely seen like Reyna's resilience there when fighting on the ground has been really annoying for the Glazers to play around.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, like, moves just have they're just on one today.
No one to break the dart.
Very, very
Aggressive alarm bell put
that jail
down.
spot there just in case Zachary wants to mirror his pistol round.
Look at the flank here coming in. A triple flank coming in. Let's see if they disperse back and go mid.
All of Winthrop piling on through it, they're more than happy to take some space, and Infiltrator's far from done here.
Smart play. They recognized that flank coming in, so they took the fight screens.
As good as Winthrop in
that's a kill that happens right here.
Rounds when they know they've gotten advantages. Now that toll, it comes at a bit of a measured cost because you know the flank is going to be wide open. Move's responsible for it. Riku scouted. Lear gets placed, kind of counters out the Dizzy. And the retake from the middle of the map is also kind of labored, but Riku does well. Goes 1 for 1, pulls the defense of
no, the plant.
Really far away from the spike. And Ange can step up, play a little bit of bodyguard. Gucci.
Don't even have to.
Down, but time is an issue. The reload has to come through.
Oh my god, dude. Zach keeps getting off of it. Bro.
And Zach will get the hold for the Glazers to win the pistol.
Is that important?
What an important round after a pretty underwhelming attacking side. Going up against a double duelist setup, this lets you get within striking distance of Winthrop's total before the game.
I mean, this was just very questionable in the post. Like, I see they're definitely in a protocol knowing that there's a flank coming in, right? They don't think there's only one person that broke this turret. They think there's like 2 to 3. And they know that if they just play a normal post, this flank could destroy them. So they need to push screens actually in this scenario. So they plant aggressively. But then they realize like, oh, the flank isn't flanking, it's actually going through mid.
That drops, I believe, on that extra push through. So it's just, again, you're trading on a radar.
But they like retreated back as if they had a normal plan. It's like,
you know, the good news here was that Riku was good on the flank. This time moves first
bit of a
blow to
blunder
Sheriff out.
there.
There are a couple of Sheriffs in play here for Winthrop, so don't sleep on this pistol anti-eco here for the Eagles.
Winthrop took a ton of damage. Just off the rip there. I'm not sure if it was like a nano thrown down mid or a mosh or something similar. Even before that engagement began, they were looking a bit haggard.
I think they need that kind of aggression, low-key.
Draws his attention down mid. Risky business now. Numbers advantage for Winthrop. They're going to lean into it even with these pistols. Dangerous for precision.
Winnable, dude.
Doesn't really connect there. Now 3 versus 3. But much of the map is being taken away from the attackers.
Yeah, especially on this B side of the map, which is the one spot the Eagles really haven't taken a look at outside of their opening.
It's still very winnable.
When the barriers dropped. So the defense...
This spot in a 3-on-3 though is pretty fire.
Rooted in their positions, even though they are stretched across the map a touch. They're trusting the post-plant retake over towards A, and a lot of trust that Ange can just hold its own ground here backside yellow.
I mean, this is the most important place in the map right now.
They could have got that trade.
Put yourself in a position to get lucky is what they say. Ange clearly didn't need the latter. Winthrop was so beat up already and had no util to take that space safely. The Infiltrator will not be greeted with a target to pick off. Instead, decayed to 1 and dispatched.
Yeah. Cutting the lead to 2.
Really good trust there from the Glazers. You know,
Glazers have to win. Glazers have to win. Reminder, here are scenarios. The only way Glazers are making it through to not get, like, go into the relegation event, the tournament, is if they win 2-0. Then it would be Winthrop and YFP. Even if they win the series 2-1, they would still go into relegation.
And now into the bonus round, a couple weapons had to be purchased. I was going to say there is potential of a double outlaw that gets sold at the last second. So we'll have a Bucky, an outlaw, 2 bulldogs, and a sheriff here for the Glazers to work on their bonus with.
Well, this Pipe's position likely gets denied instantly. Android not even hanging around to be tagged up by the Aldroid.
All right, here's that pacey A hit coming in. Oh, I think if they would have cleared backside, Riku was done.
Going to play the other side of this viper wall, and Infiltrator gets that high ground position. Position good for 1, and it's got to be headshots for the Owl this round to get kills. And Infiltrator makes it a 1-4-1.
Holy fuck.
Train to the Psycho Winthrop, they're happy to fight, always have been.
It does look,
looking really good.
Bro, in the fights, Winthrop looks great. Especially Infiltrator removes.
He's having himself a great map so far for Winthrop. Definitely something you want to be able to see. And with those eliminations, there's a chance that the economy started to be built up. If they win another round with a plan, he could have the opportunity of maybe pulling an offensive operator if he wants to, which is not something they have.
Yeah, they still have to play the last map
them, and that's the power of having
if Winthrop wins.
Crazy,
because there are 2 outcomes, right?
So
if we go 3 maps and Glazers win, then it's Glazers and YFP. If we go 3 maps and Winthrop wins, then it's Thinking Men and Glazers. So the 3rd map does matter.
Flashed out. Zachary also again wants to play that off angle, so Winthrop had to respect this.
Holy shit! Infiltrator's winning some seriously huge duels.
Infiltrator can get towards Pipes now. Be very threatening to Zachary.
And once again, keep an eye on Ange's position.
Yeah, you're right. Map 3 would be a disaster if Winthrop wins this.
He's just playing his own angle on an island. And he's so far forward that It's one of those, like, you can make a decision of, like, you could
imagine being thinking man
and if you get a 1-for-1, then you're
and having to root for them in that map.
You could do this, just kind of delay an inevitable hit and then come help stack over.
That's fucking crazy.
Drone tested in the corner, gets the
These
first,
duelists, bro.
the power of moves off the overheal.
Working so well together.
Walls, the only thing standing in their way.
Oh my god.
Got dragged off of the potential flank there by the activation of the Viper's Wall of B. Okay. Moves goes for the Devour. Leaves them vulnerable. But it still's got to feel pretty darn good. 3v1 and Precision has missed the time to catch anybody making a crossing. Alarm bot over on the side here. Precision's options are unquestionably limited.
Spike planted.
He's going to have to hope and pray there's some sort of a mistake from the side of Winthrop. There's only one snake bite, and there is still Nano as well here.
Yeah. That'd be
Nano
so fucking funny.
Now it's just the snake bite, and
our team qualifies to the fucking relegation tournament through Premier because we're in the highest division.
yeah, there's also the decision
I end
here
up
for Precision if they
playing
wanna save this. And for a second, I
against
thought
the
he was gonna try to kick this
Glazers.
forward. It would have been a really hard-pressed 1v3 post-plant retake, but
I
he will instead
do
value the
not
weapon,
get glazed
and
on.
we will go
I
into
beat
a
the
10-6
Glazers.
tally.
I qualify to challengers. I ascend.
The Glazers have definitely
What
lost
is that
control of this
timeline?
game. And they
Doesn't exist actually.
Almost
Almost get so.
Zachary posts up past jail. We've got a player on pipes. They do want to get
That timeline doesn't exist.
But with them, no, like they just have to pick together here. They have to expect there to be relatively aggro positioning. And they are able to read it. And they trade, I think Zachary killed towards that high ground. Infiltrator having an absolute ball here.
Begins now.
Now the Glazers, I mean, this is a sad loadout to be sure.
We're playing the Premier matches, I think, on like Sunday.
Key round 16 right there on your first full purchase. To not be able to pull away with, it sets you into a very tough spiral at the moment because you don't have any operators to help you out at all.
Against all odds.
Really
I'm a 2-trick. Deadlock ISO.
Stall what is these Winter
the most dominant player in the league.
What? How do you stop that?
Yo, that leer updraft, that flick.
Winthrop have completely read the Glazers and how they're trying to set up.
Oh man.
And they're going to leverage their duelists. They're going to leverage the single flash that they have access to guarantee them control of the site. That is so efficiently taken. Again, the kind of round where you can bully, of course, the defenders a little bit based on their lack of money.
I feel like Infiltrator at least deserves like free books next semester or some shit. Like he needs something, like a room upgrade. Like he needs something from this college right now.
So many questions here in terms of what do you want to do with your Glazers? I mean, you haven't been able to stop this A hit really once yet at all. I mean, it's just been so convincing for Winthrop getting in, and a lot of that is just Infiltrators winning angles. And I think it kind of goes back to the same conversation point of what we had on the defensive side, where, you know, hey, you just have to stop Infiltrator from taking early angles from you. It was the operator on the defensive half. Now it's just a little bit of help off
he
like
is
a pop-up
putting in some serious work on this Icebox.
It's almost too easy right now with him shooting
22 and 8.
It's unreal. That really
is a great point. I mean, the flash, as good as it was, isn't really the deciding factor there. It's Infiltrator.
I don't think the Glazers ever expected this, man.
It looked like they were running around like headless chickens. I mean, look, Precision feels very exposed from that spot. They're trying to cross out in the open. I guess I don't know, they're not anticipating a belt play from the attackers, but it seems like their defensive setup is so flimsy, so easily unraveled here. And yeah, these boys know they're in for a long night. Staring down the barrel of a third map here, and
wait,
exactly
that stuff he has a cipher ad on him.
Their chances in this group.
That means none. This is it. I mean, this timeout is the season at this point. Again, the circumstances, if you're joining us here late, is the Glazers have to 2-0 this series to make it into the midseason cup. Everything afterwards turns into a Winthrop auto qualification, even if they lose the series 1-2. And the biggest fans of this series after this map, if it gets to 3, are not even playing. It would be YFP and Thinking Men that are got the most amount of stakes into what happens in that map number 3. So, yeah, key moments here in terms of what happens to the other group.
Vibes are looking a little bit low, I'm not gonna lie.
This is the season on
I
this round right here for the Glazers. They've got an operator out for Zach.
And then the
and it looks
armchair
like they're just gonna
psychologist
stack
type
the A
thing.
site, saying if Infiltrator feeling frisky,
Co-stream psychologist
punish him and make him
checking
rethink
in.
that. But thing
It's
about it
looking
is
bad.
Winthrop are not interested
looking
in the
real
opening
bad.
belt play this round.
Just psychoanalyze every player.
Winthrop don't have a way to remotely deal with that Killjoy turret through a molly or some other mechanism. They're not
This
really
turret's holding this. Oops, here's it.
Precision firing shot. I think it was someone behind the move. So some of the game's been given away from here, and yep. Trying to exploit the window.
The bait into the peak. Oh my god.
Just a little bit of damage.
Oh, they have so many good little micro plays.
And if you're the Glazers, do we really
I love that
think
he just kept
someone's
spraying
gonna
that.
bold peek through two by themselves? Like, we have to anticipate more players there than that.
We.
And now Riku's caught in a really weird spot.
Blood
and
thinks
they're
he's
gonna
on the
have to
team?
be probably the catalyst for
He's
this
blazing?
round. I mean, the Thrash is at the ready. Do you possibly do something bold, like throw it right down mid, gain that space, try to separate this offense when they commit to a site and have a natural flank and play? Like, it's a bold call, but Riku may have to make it.
Oh, fuck. They needed that so bad. Okay. Off on A. Zach needs to hit this. Zach needs to hit this. Zach needs to hit this. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no, he got on the dash. Oh, fuck.
Neutralized at such a crucial part of the round. And
wow.
It's just Ange left. Again, holding that angle from yellow. Been very serviceable from that spot. Now being forced into a retake here. The Glazers are in the absolute bloody doldrums.
Holy fuck,
Infiltrator's just spitting on him. Legitimately. I mean, Zach with an operator has to connect onto one. And, you know, again, Zach on Duelist.
26 and 8 on the double Duelist comp is kind of crazy, man. Because, like, on this comp, having this score means, like, you're not getting a lot of, like, initiator support. You're not crafting, like, taking certain spots with, like, double controller. It's like fucking just pure Duelist domination. Like little micro plays.
So like that's going to be used immediately. And look at Winthrop, they know it. They already know it. That's the case. You're going to get top tube control that leads to mid.
Insane performance right now by these two Duelists.
Kitchen if they want to.
Oh, fuck, man. Oh my god, that it misses fire.
They're drawn off that angle. Zachary at least able to trade back. Moves has gotten awful deep now in halls. Timing enough for Zachary could be good to catch that Halls player.
The Viper's through the pit.
Sort of tucking in on that
oh my god, Zach is literally.
The Glazers out of this one.
I don't even know how he's getting these kills, bro.
And the thing is, there's weapons right there at his feet. And I'm actually really surprised.
He's fighting for his life out here.
Coming through mid to collect one of those rifles. Precision's holding deep through Snowman. Jerk baits the plant. And just timing is decent here. Whoa! What a knife from Zach! He was running out of tools. Now the reset. And all of a sudden, Nasi's by himself. The dash forward.
What a round, man. What a fucking round. Oh my god.
You've done this before.
Holy shit.
Zachary finds another ace. That was
oh my god. He was quiet for so many rounds. Dude, that might be too little too late though. Fuck, he was playing so good last map. He's had like 2 insane rounds this game. But like they just haven't had him like getting the space necessary, I feel like. Clearly he's in really good form. Holy.
Of his competitive experience has played Jet a total of 12 times.
Like dude, I can almost count all of his kills.
Right now, though. Holy cow. Yeah,
that's a real scoop. What an evolution from this player is my point. Now really taking center stage on this Glazers team who are fighting for their survival in challenges. Okay, Thrash gets very little there.
Like Zach has that kill count, but remember he was the one that got like the foot kill on pistol. He got like that crazy 3K over here at B. And then we just saw an ace. So like I was just like counting 9 kills.
It's interesting. Look at this little double lockdown mid. It's right underneath the nose.
It's crazy that someone that good.
The question will be if the Glazers
just couldn't find their footing in some of these rounds.
For this window play. Position in trouble. Oh, good battle back. And now there's numbers here for the Glazers.
4 on 3 now.
Killjoy still
sick
available
crosshair placement.
For the lockdown if needed. Moves holding on to one corner. Infiltrator goes up top. Still possible here for Winthrop to try to deal with this lockdown. They're going to try to push through it.
Oh my god, they got it.
Compete for that lockdown pretty easily.
Holy fuck.
And that's it really for the Glazers. Zachary's heroics in the previous round quickly go forgotten. As once again Ange Drag kicking and screaming across the map to try and win a 1 versus 3 to keep the Glazers in challenges. It's not to be. Winthrop close it out. Evening up the series here, a 1-1 and sealing the Glazers' fate.
Yeah, that, I mean, we
Oh,
still have another
poor
map Valorant play,
Glazers.
but that's the series right there. That's the end of the group stage for those two teams in particular. And wow, the double duelist finding value.
Holy shit,
in
dude.
the wildest of forms.
366
I mean,
ACS,
honest, if you're gonna sit here
234
and
damage
say,
around.
with the boys,
The combined
pre-planning
first bloods
meeting,
of
what's gonna be our
11 and
Icebox comp?
3 is
I don't know, you guys want
crazy.
our double duelist? Like, okay,
Man,
you guys better frag
double
out.
duelist fragged out.
Boy, did they ever. I mean,
Holy.
Moves continues to just make me a believer in the Reyna. He's so darn
Backs
talented,
against
so
the wall.
slippery with it. And then the follow-up to kind of just use the Lear to set up his other duelist and infiltrator a handful of times.
I can't
Those
believe
long
backs
pop-up
against the
angles
wall,
out belt.
those duelists perform
Unbelievable
like
stuff.
that.
The operator also ringing true. Great stuff for Win.
That's so fucking awesome. That's so awesome that they perform like that in that level of pressure as like collegiate students. It's really sick. All right, so here are the outcomes. Wait, am I about to talk about that? Oh, no, there goes throw break. Okay. They're hot mic'd. Wow. So we just saw the end of this outcome. This is no longer possible. The Glazers now aren't really playing for anything because they are in the relegation tournament no matter what. However, it could be YFP or it could be Thinking Men. If Winthrop end up winning the series, which they probably should, just given like what the Glazers' mental must feel like right now. But also it's like a sigh of relief and maybe like they let their foot off the gas and they just throw. So this could go either way still. Winthrop would get better seed from the win for sure. Because I think a lot of teams actually have like 2 wins, right? They might not actually get. They would be 5 and 6 in maps. Did they beat TSM or no? No, they lost TSM. I don't know if it would do anything to their seeding. I'm not gonna lie. Doesn't seem like it would do much, but it might like definitively put them like 1 or 2 slots higher. But regardless, I think their seeding is gonna be pretty rough. It seems like. Yeah. Now, wow. I just can't talk today. Collegiate is really sick. Like, all these teams in Collegiate, it's a really cool initiative that they've started up in this esport. I think it's crazy. It's so cool. And every time I see, like, a new college, like, join in, part of me is a little worried because it's like, well, they all can't be successful. But then part of me is like, let's go. That means that they're like kind of turning the corner on like funding. Like just getting your foot in the door with that kind of stuff might be pretty big, I feel like, right? Okay. I'm starving, and since this map is going to be a shit show, and I was honestly, I've lost interest because I don't trust that we're going to see good Valorant, and I'm hungry. So I'm going to go get food. I don't know when this fucking tournament starts. I actually got to figure this out because I'm going to be here for this tournament. Bro, where is it? I just saw it. Here. Okay, 7 a.m. 4 a.m. That's an early one. See you guys in the morning. That's a fucking early one. Yeah, I'm a raid trick, yeah. So gonna be watching these games. I want to root for the girls out there, and then also I think the tournament format's pretty cool. I think it could provide some fun games. Hopefully I'm awake enough. Okay. So 4-7. Probably end around like 10. Gap. Fuck, that gap is brutal. The 10-2 gap is kind of brutal, low key. Alright. Send you guys a trick. We'll have to figure this out on the fly later. Alright. Peace out, guys. I'm gonna get some dinner. Adios. Love you guys. Thanks for all the follows, new follows. Appreciate you all. Love you. And if I don't see you guys on the weekend, have a great weekend. Okay? Bye-bye.